Okay, and we are live. Yeah, I told you guys we were going live like a few seconds before I actually hit the live button just to see if you guys would go completely quiet
Oh,
first.
I see. I see.
Yeah,
I thought my
Playing with
equipment
their
like
mind.
fritzed out,
no,
messing with us already.
it wasn't you like getting paranoid or glitching out. It was just me being a jerk. That's what it was.
Everyone heard me make a little noise though, and they're bullying me.
Probably.
I'm
Yeah, I
leaving.
heard it. I heard it too.
Yeah, I heard a couple noises too.
I hate you all. Everyone's like, "Oh, that was a sigh noise."
I'm cracking open the decent white wine for this occasion because it's a very important celebration we're on.
Very, very classy. Yeah.
Very classy event we have going today. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome. We're going to be partaking in a little bit of post No Nostalgia Critic November celebration, which is simply watching a bunch of Channel Awesome guys. That's the excuse I'm using. But really,
It's the real meaning of Christmas.
The real meaning of Christmas, exactly. But there is actually a method to my madness here, and that is simply put, to go over some critics who we probably all watched when we were younger, and because it's actually really funny. We're coming up to the year anniversary of this channel in terms of the when the channel started uploading videos. Don't look at the founding date of this channel; it's way older than that. It's kept it to watch things online, but no, we're coming up to a year of me making videos, and I thought it was a good time to reflect on the people who kind of inspired a lot of my drive into criticism, and kind of see how well their content has aged, see all that. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I have a couple guests here. Mind introducing yourselves?
I'll go first, I guess. I'm Cy Scribbles. I'm sure a lot of my fans have come here for me hyping it.
Cy has also done about like
I'm the purple one, yeah.
Yeah, the purple devil as opposed to the red devil. Size. If you've ever thought my thumbnails look really good, it's probably either size or lines in motion. If it's illustrated, it's Cy. And yeah, fantastic work there.
Oh, thank you.
And who's this other person here? Yeah, Crim, have you ever been here before?
Hi, I'm Crimson Ender. I'm the other devil on Anthony's shoulder. I've been on this channel a few times before with Cy, and also just with me, and I think another guest before.
I think it was either
Kyla.
It was
Kyla.
Kyla. It was Kyla.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. I have a YouTube channel as well. It's still a little baby channel. Please subscribe to me. I'm shaking my little cup
Yeah, let me
on
get
the
that
streets.
up right now so you can see.
But yeah, I love hanging out with Cy and Anthony, so it's great to.
Here we go.
That's
channel
me.
on screen.
And people have been kind of wanting us to talk about something besides Lily Orchard.
Yeah,
'Cause
seriously.
We tend to have a lot of good conversations together.
Yeah. Although that being said,
Yeah,
Lily apparently had a retaliation against. She had like a 5-minute thing about me on like a stream recently, which is hilarious.
Oh God.
But we won't do that because today's not about Lily Orchard. It's about our collective history with critics. We also have a bunch of super chats we want to say before we get really started. Gabe the GM, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Ant. Sorry, can't stay long, but wanted to say hi. Oh, hi. Thank you so much. I'll see a few of our actually Chloe Sunflora in the chat. I see Cinema Again Reviews. If you see a few mods from our Discord server, which you can join if you become a member of this channel. Just throwing it out there. I see. Okay, to Tapir Clip, thank you for the super chat. Why can't I ever read anything?
Hey, Tapir. Hey, your video was
praying
awesome.
for this super chat with my BAT credit card. A BAT credit card, really? And I
No.
believe there's one more.
Oh God!
Yeah. There we
It's all
go.
coming back to me.
It's all coming back to you at once. I love it. I think that's all so far. Let me double check to make sure.
Ooh, shark
Paige?
jumping walrus.
Oh, Paige Lego,
Just,
thank you for the super chat. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in remembrance, so you don't have to, of No Nostalgia Critic November, gone but not forgotten. Amen. Oh, wow. Thank you, Sark Jumping Walrus, for gifting 5 sub members. That's fantastic. If you've joined, I'm going to post the Discord link after the stream. But yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting chat, I think. So Sai, Crim, whichever one of you guys want to start first with discussing your history with Channel Awesome or what have you, and I'll jump into it at the end as well. Because I think
well, I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest, so.
Oh, so you go first then, age before.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying. So I was following Channel Awesome as a young adult, not a teenager, which might be a little embarrassing. But I only first discovered Doug Walker from his fake beef with the angry video game nerd, and this was before they did the final video that culminated in them fighting in James's basement. So I was there from like the super beginning. I was there when it was still called That Guy with the Glasses. You know, I was there for Lindsay Ellis getting hired, Linkara's audition. I followed Spoonie before he was even on Channel Awesome, so I was all up in that stuff way back there in the day.
Oh yeah, no. So Crim, what was your history with these bespectacled people?
Well, I started watching YouTube basically as soon as it was live. I was kind of like always on. I don't want not to brag, but I was kind of always on the cutting edge of online media, just because of my interests and the direction in my career. And I also jumped on to That Guy with Glasses stuff pretty early, along with other critics like the Angry Video Game Nerd. And I would say that it was something that I really looked forward to watching when I was younger, and it was a guilty pleasure as I got older, even when I started to kind of see problems with it. And then I started watching less frequently and being more choosy over what reviews I watched, and then Change the Channel came out, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm done.
Yeah,
you know what though? I still didn't unfollow Doug until the Wall review. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
The Wall review is pretty horrendous.
We will not be covering that today. That's not going to happen today.
No, not today, but maybe in the future if you guys want. But chat's saying you're a little more quiet than us.
Oh yeah, I amped up my volume to make sure I was louder, and I'll talk louder. So there we go.
No, but you're quieter though. That's the problem.
Oh my god, that's terrible. So here's the thing. I got into watching That Guy with the Glasses when I stumbled upon one of like the Nostalgia Critics like top 11 lists. And when I watched that, I was thinking, oh wow, all these movies I hadn't seen in years, and I got very nostalgic myself over what he was talking about. I think he mentioned the Neverending Story, which triggered like unlocked a prime memory in my brain. And from there I just would watch religiously. And throughout college we had all these jokes from the series, from the episodes and what have you. I watched just about every single person who was on the site at one point or another. But then what happened was I kind of fell off it as I got, into my master's studies, as I got a little older, and I started like kind of analyzing more, going into the video essay territory. When Change the Channel came out, that whole expose, that really did kind of kill my enthusiasm for anything Doug Walker related, because it was just hard to even begin looking at it. And then, The Wall came out, and that kind of made me go like, wait a second, I get that there was some problems behind the scenes, but was this ever good to begin with? It became really complicated. And of course, I followed a lot of the other members of Channel Awesome who had left the company. Of course, Lindsay Ellis, of course, I follow because she's actually very, very articulate. Linkara, I still watch, like a bunch of them. And a few of them, which I find very interesting, were channels I was introduced right at the cusp of when Change the Channel really happened, who had joined late, who I still follow now. Dominic Noble, I know, has a lot of I have a lot of overlap with my audience, with Dominic Noble's audience.
Oh, I didn't know he was even part of them.
He was at the tail end, right before Change the Channel came out, and then he left, I think less than a year after coming on. Of course, Guru Larry stuck it to the end of the site.
Love Guru Larry.
Champion.
Guru Larry's based.
Champion of just staying there and not leaving. Until he was made to.
For the bit.
Yeah, just for the bit.
Yeah, no, it's great. But there was a lot of nostalgia I had for these critics of nostalgia, ironically enough.
Actually, I have a question for both of you.
Yeah, go for it.
What did you think of Demo Reel?
Terrible. Absolute horseshit.
Yeah, like I never understood that decision to just axe Nostalgia Critic and start that. However, I will say I always thought it was really good of Doug to keep Malcolm Ray and I think that Rachel lady who was there originally on after demo reel crashed and burned. I was like, oh, that's nice. He's keeping them on the cast and the staff. That's pretty good of him, you know?
Shame he couldn't extend that courtesy to his other critics. But
I still don't know why Malcolm works for the Walkers. He's far more talented than either of them, but that's just my opinion.
I don't know why he's still there. He's way too good for that.
It's just easy, I guess. I don't know. I mean, the dude's hilarious, so I'm not going to complain too much.
No. Anyway, let me read a few super chats right now. Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Wow, Ant picked Channel Awesome Mount Rushmore for thumbnail, huh? I felt bad putting Linkara on there just because, like, I know he's like had a rough time with Channel Awesome, so I felt guilty putting him on the thumbnail. But yeah, basically, I had to put him somewhere because I'm bored. Thank you for the super chat. To be honest, I think Linkara is overhated. Like, all this backlash because he said he didn't like only plays one off the cuff on the stream, especially when Nostalgia Critic enabled a toxic work environment and a PDF file. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I'm with you on that one. We actually had a discussion about this before chat because we all have different opinions on Linkara and his work. I personally, I like the guy. I think he seems like a cool dude. Though I think he can sometimes have a little trouble taking a joke, but you know, he's been through a lot, so I get that.
That's where I'm at too. Like I used to watch Linkara a lot. I admire his his shuffle, his work ethic, but like, dude takes himself a little too seriously sometimes. And I'm sorry, I like making Lightbringer jokes. I might not be able to stop myself.
We are not going to make Lightbringer jokes in this stream. We're going to avoid that at all costs.
I'll do it when you least expect it.
Out of respect, we're going to avoid it out of respect. And I think, like, Linkara has done a lot of really good stuff. Like we mentioned before on stream, that the Winter of '86, which is such a great analog horror series. It's so good. And his Power Rangers retrospectives are incredible. And the guy has kept pretty much the same online show going for over 16 years. That is something very commendable, I think. Vex Fidel, thank you for the super chat. It's Doug walking time. Proceeds to walk all over. Yeah, right? Exactly that.
These Dougs were made for walking, as they say.
You're gonna love when Doug said it's walking time and walked all over those guys.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Love it. All right, having a little trouble on my end. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Oh, wow, my whole browser's
Get it together, Anthony!
That's not good. Okay, cool, we're back. Good, excellent. For some reason, my browser started acting up, and I have to go back and take a look at the stream chat again.
I thought Crim and I were going to start doing a comedy routine to stall, you know?
No, we're good. It was purely a browser issue.
I thought that we agreed that if we had to stall, we would start some senseless drama and be at each other's throats for the next 50 minutes.
That's how it is.
Okay, what is there more of in the world? Doors or windows? That's what we can fight over.
I'm seeing a question here. Did I ever watch Lady Emily's video criticizing demo reel? Yes, I have.
Oh, I've watched it too. I've watched it like 5 times. I fucking love that video.
Oh yeah, no, Lady Emily's video is incredibly good. I will say that. I was actually considering asking her for advice before doing this to know what to do, but I didn't want to bother her. The Wave Runners, thank you for the joining as a reader. MTT, thank you for joining as a reader. 2 more super chats and we'll keep going. Meow Neon, thank you for super chat. Renegade Cut was pretty darn good. Personal favorite. I don't agree with you, but I respect your opinion. Saw's Awesomeness, thank you for super chat. I like your videos, man. Off-topic question. What do you think of Kevin Smith's Chasing Amy? Do you think it's offensive? I think it's a good movie. Oh, that's a loaded question right there. I think it's good.
It's pretty offensive. And he doesn't get enough shit for it. Though that whole argument about the inker of the comic book being a tracer is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I think there's elements I like, but it is also...
Kevin Smith has always been very strange about lesbians. Like, very, very odd about lesbians.
I feel like the timing of this super chat's a little sus, but, you know.
Fair enough.
Don't worry about it. That's off-stream drama. Don't worry about it.
Now, we are going to do now, for this stream, I know we've dawdled enough. We might as well just jump right into the topic at hand. We're going to look at a few videos. Our lens when watching it was going to be twofold. One, how good is the video on its own? as a video, as a piece of entertainment, and two, how good is it as a critic, as a piece of criticism? So, how entertaining are they? How good is it at actually analyzing the media in question? I received a bunch of super chats at once, a bunch actually all at once. Okay, I'm gonna read these real quick. Then we're gonna get started on the video. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. As someone who still watches Linkara 16 years later, he's mellowed out a lot as a critic in person. Actually made ethical movies didn't screw over people over. Agreed. Yeah, he didn't screw anyone over with his work, which is already leagues better than what the Walkers did over time. Boggle Vonk, thank you for super chat. Doug Walker is so powerful. For an entire generation of internet user, he's become a cognito hazard. And anything in a red tie and black hat halts all mental processes for a solid 10 seconds. I hate that you're correct, but yes, that is correct. He does do that. John Williams, thanks for super chat. Lady Emily lied about another her creator of sexual harassment, didn't engage with her. I'm not getting into that discussion. It's a whole other topic I don't want to get into. Meow Neon, criticisms aside, Linkara was at the forefront of comic reviews, set the precedent for Owen likes comics, comic tropes, comic pop, and casual comimics. 100% agree. Linkara was... All these critics were really trailblazers.
Oh yeah, I think there's no denying that, you know?
Undeniably so. Because I'm bored, thank you for super chat. I asked you this before, but it was skipped over. What are your guys' thoughts on The Substance? Oh, I'm sorry, I must have missed that one. I'm so sorry. The Substance is great. I love The Substance. It's fantastic. It's a great movie. Have either of you seen The Substance yet?
No.
Yeah, oh, it's so good. I won't say what happens, but just think Plastic Surgery, the horror movie. And that's the easy way of putting it. With a weird French direction twist. If you want my opinions on the Lady Emily situation, I think Chloe hits it right in the head. It was blown way out of proportion, the whole thing. But there's a lot of misinformation coming about that you shouldn't worry about. She is... Yeah, Lady Emily is a friend of the channel, just so you know. So just...
Yeah, it's really not the platform to discuss that, you know?
Yeah. She's chill. I owe her a favor
anyway. We're talking about, like, the nostalgia critic right now. Let's not bring something that serious onto something that's not...
Yeah, no. She's good people, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let's dive into... the video. All right, that little controversy aside, let's just jump in. We're going to start off with just watching the very first Nostalgia Critic episode. The very first one. I'm going to bring this up. Actually, the very first two, technically. Because one's very short. There we go. Cool. Going to bring this up. Oh, God, this feels... This just feels. I feel like I've taken a walk into the pits of the internet right now. All right, here we go. Oh God.
This is the shit. So it starts off like that copter was taken down years ago. And then they're like, get out of the copter or we'll shoot. And then he's like, wow, that's a transformer, you know, it's so cool. And he's just like, everyone's like, and there's this kid, you know, he's trying to get laid, and so he buys this car. And it's like the coolest car in the world. It like knows how to pick up chicks. How can a car know how to pick up chicks? So he's driving around, he picks up this hot chick and stuff. The car's doing like all the work. I don't know how it does it. And then there's this lame line, you know, there's more to you than meets the eye, and everyone, oh, you know, okay. But then the car is like, wow, and it's a transformer too. And he's sending out this signal from his stomach, like the bat signal. I don't know what that's about. And then there's this little robot.
Just like the honey ad.
I feel like I'm like on LSD right now.
And then these asteroids are like boom, boom, boom. And the kid's like 50 years from now.
Doug never changes.
Nothing has changed at all whatsoever.
Fuck, Optimus Prime is in this movie. And of course he goes, wow.
It's almost charming in a way, though.
It kind of is in a weird way.
He's huge. He's like gigantic. And the good guys are the Autobots, and they kick ass. And one of them's a Hummer.
And basically, this is what bum reviews became.
Basically, yeah.
You got like a tank. You got like an airplane.
Where he would just, he just pretends to be a crazy homeless man reviewing movies, which might be a little problematic.
You know, I used to think that was an act. I'm not sure anymore after this. I'm not sure it's an act. How much caffeine did he have before making this?
This is just what Loud
Caffeine.
was funny back then. Loud was
I
funny
think-
back then.
Caffeine. I think he might have just fucking taken a nosedive into a pile of cocaine. Like, Jesus
Like
Christ.
again, compare this to the infamous Honey ad from the fucking Wall review, though. It's exactly the same. It's the same energy.
Oh God, I try not to think about the Wall review. That's...
We could probably move on to the next one. I think we have enough of that to know what it is.
I think we have a sense. Yeah. What was the other one he did? The cartoon.
It's the Cartoon All Stars was the official first Nostalgia Critic episode where he has the intro and the tie, and the format has kind of crystallized. I think I sent it to you in DMs, but just look up Nostalgia Critic All Star.
It's up right now.
Blah blah blah.
Oh, it's up right
there
now.
you go. Yeah.
So for context, this is the very first. He doesn't even have the tie yet. He just has like a gray shirt.
Oh yeah! Oh my god, I Mandela affected myself.
Oh my God. Because I'm thinking like, okay, so what are your thoughts on that first video? Because it's like,
I mean, I got into him when he was already kind of established. If I had seen that as my first video, I probably wouldn't have followed the guy.
no, I wouldn't have continued at that point. That was a little insane.
It is of its time, though. It is of its time.
Yeah, very short, very concentrated bounce of energy. And I do think it's interesting that like this style wasn't really done all that much. You'd think it would be the most obvious thing. A guy sits in front of a camera and just talks. You know?
This was novel for the time. It was actually very novel for YouTube. And this was what, again, 2007? YouTube had only been around for like a few years. He had started doing the 5-second movies first, I think, and kept getting banned.
That would make sense, yeah. And chat, we're not doing the Wall. There's a bunch of super chats. I'm just gonna read a bunch right now before we get started.
Well, we could maybe down the line, if the people demand it, do the Wall review, but it's very long.
If we hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm kidding.
If you all hold hands and say, we believe in Santa Christ.
Oh, God. Anyway, let me read a few quick super chats here. I know Linkara feels... Okay, so Jeffrey Pyatt. I know Linkara fears my packages on PO unboxing. Oh, God. Because I'm bored, are we not doing the wall review? That is the one we are definitely not doing today. That requires more alcohol to handle. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Don't think you can play most Cinema Snob vids on YouTube today, Ant. Instead, put on Linkara's April Fool's episode where he was Cinema Snob for a day. I have found a few old Cinema Snob videos, though. I may select.
I forgot about that.
That was funny. I will say that. I'd forgotten all about that. Great bar. Thank you for super chat. Damn nice to go down memory lane. Need to do his Transformers Last Night review as he predicts it without seeing it. Oh, I fully believe it. Does he believe? Remember that Anthony Hopkins gets blown apart with that one, but. Best death in any movie ever. Anthony Hopkins in Transformers Last Night just gets blown away by like a random explosion.
Anthony Hopkins in Transformers. God damn it!
The fact he was in that is so funny to me. Jack Thorso, thank you for super chat. I'm taking psychic damage. I loved this guy as a teen, and now I absolutely am flabbergasted. I liked this guy? Really? Oh, just wait. It's gonna get so much worse. It's gonna get so much worse, my guy. A couple different super chats here. Cinemageddon, thank you for the super chat. Nearly every single creator managed to grow up and evolve for the better. Doug genuinely stayed the same and devolved for the worse. Jesus effing Christ. Yeah.
Well, that's actually one of my problems with him was I was watching one of Malcolm Ray's behind the scenes, and he was recording Tamara doing a voiceover, and he was doing it with the camcorder mic. And I was like, why? Even after buying an entire studio, he still uses the onboard camcorder audio.
Oh, God. Even I don't do that. Like, I've not been doing it for that long. He's using the camcorder mic?
Yeah, him and James Rolfe are both the same. They kind of are stuck in the old ways they did things and just won't learn anything new. It drives me crazy.
That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. All right. Okay. Well, that's another thing too. He hasn't updated his technology clearly. I mean, he got a better camera, I guess. But Zimiombine. Thank you for super. I cannot do names. Wow. Thank you for super chat. Doug Walker made one mistake. He stopped being humble. There's a reason why the AVGN is still liked, despite actually selling out. AVGN has passion and still does. That's a fair thought. I think that's a fair perspective because the AVGN definitely has a very different style and perspective, and I think that AVGN balances it out with his more passionate James videos, which I think is really good. Look up history. Okay, big Jack Films. Thank you for Super Chat. Look up History of Reviewerverse by Spectro. Maybe not tonight though. Tonight we're crammed packed with Channel Awesome. So sorry to say that now. But yeah, that's fair. Anyway, are you guys ready for Cartoon All Stars? We have so much to cover in one night. We have so much to do.
I don't know if I'm, I can't get any less ready, I suppose.
Fair enough. All right, let's keep doing it.
Oh, I'm the nostalgia critic. I remember it so you don't have to. I was walking down the aisles of the video store the other day and I noticed something I haven't seen in years. Cartoon All-Stars to the rescue.
That might be the most nostalgic shot of the whole episode. A video store.
You might want to turn it up a little bit. How's the sound, guys? Because it's a little quiet on my end.
A little quiet?
Yeah, I might have the sound turned down on my end.
If you right click on the stream, you can boost the stream volume up a little bit if you need to.
There we go. Try that.
All right,
let's do it.
Immediately, a pool of disappointing memories came flooding back to me, and I just knew I had to see this piece of shit again. Now, for those of you who don't remember this special, I'll give you the skinny. In the early 90s, ABC said they were going to do a half-hour special featuring kids' favorite cartoons. You name it. DuckTales, Chipmunks, Looney Tunes, Ninja Turtles, the works. When you're a kid, this is the equivalent of like Elvis meets the Beatles. I mean, the world could just explode right there. So for weeks, we've been waiting in anticipation, and finally the big day came. It was Saturday morning. All the kids are up, and we're hyped as hell. And who do they get to start off this groundbreaking event? None other than the goddamn President of the United States himself. Oh my God, George Bush is starting this thing off. Oh my God, George Bush is starting this thing off.
Yeah, that's the actual reaction.
That can't be good. He goes on and on about how listening to your parents is important and about how to maintain the American family. But when you're a kid, hyped up as hell, all you can hear is blah, 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 I'm an old person, blah, 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 I'm keeping you from your cartoons, blah, blah, blah. So after he's done blabbing, the show finally begins, and it's just like the commercials say. Everybody's there. The Smurfs, Ghostbusters, Garfield, Alf, for some reason. I don't know, maybe he snuck in the back, I don't know. But bottom line, everybody's there. It's unbelievable. It's a dream come true.
Slimer.
So
I don't know what Slimer... Okay, this was such a bizarre experience. Did you ever actually see this growing up?
What, the Ghostbusters cartoon?
No, the Cartoon All-Star special.
Oh, no, I never saw this in particular, but I did see the Ghostbusters cartoon, and trust me, after, like, the original Ghostbusters movie, they really wanted to market Slimer to kids.
Which is wild, because he's basically a gross, vomiting, like...
Kids loved him. That's why they put more of him in like the sequel. And like back then, people did not give a shit about making kids cartoons and kids toys based on R-rated movies. They just did not give a fuck.
I mean, you ever see the RoboCop cartoon?
There was a Rambo cartoon. For God's sake!
I think RoboCop might be worse for the cartoon treatment, though.
Oh God, there was. Was there one?
There was, I'm pretty sure. I definitely recall that. Like, visually.
There was toys based on freaking Spawn, you guys. Like,
in fairness, though, I did
saw
buy them.
Beetlejuice as a kid, and I had toys. And then there was the cartoon.
The Beetlejuice cartoon is literally just a kid's cartoon. They're like, hey, what if instead of Beetlejuice being a massive creep, he was Lydia's best friend? And you know what? They were fucking right.
Yeah.
That's fucking cartoon.
Love that cartoon.
Do these wild kids cartoons based on R-rated movies, but they'd be awesome.
They were really good. I'm still stunned that some of those cartoons work.
The Ghostbusters cartoon was good. The Beetlejuice cartoon was good. You know?
I'll say this controversial opinion. I think the Ghostbusters cartoon's better than any of the live-action sequels to Ghostbusters. In fact, I think... more controversial. I think every sequel to Ghostbusters is bad.
Was Stay Puft Man the second one?
Nope, that's the first one.
That's the first one?
That's the first one. It's the end of the first one. Where he
I don't think it's the second one.
No. Second one is where they use an NES controller to control the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, that's the Stay Puft one, because they were fighting the Stay Puft Man with the Statue of Liberty.
Wait, what? No, I thought it was only the first one.
Oh, it's the second one!
No, because they cross the streams and they blow up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's the first one where they fight like the Cosmic Horror, who's like Gozer, or Zool, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't think Zool and Stay Puft are in the same movie, are they?
They're in the same movie. Because
maybe
Zool...
maybe I just congealed both of them together in my head.
I think so. Because the second one's with the weird painting and the body swapping plot. basically Star Wars ripped off Ghostbusters 2 when doing Dark Empire, which
maybe the only thing I took away from Ghostbusters 2 was they were controlling the Statue of Liberty with a turbo controller, and I thought that was so fucking cool as a kid.
That would be very cool. For some reason, the tub
I have an
scene.
important question.
Yes.
I have an important question, though.
Yes.
Okay, but what about the real Ghostbusters?
Yeah, that was the cartoon. That was so much. Oh,
Wait, wasn't there another cartoon though?
There was
The
a
one that
extreme
there was one
Ghostbusters.
called there was one called Just Ghostbusters that was like some completely different property. That's why the Ghostbusters movie cartoon was called The Real Ghostbusters.
But there was also extreme
trademark.
Ghostbusters. There's also extreme Ghostbusters where they have the Ghostbusters fight the Cenobites at some point.
Chat saying I'm from the Berenstein Bears universe. Yeah, maybe I'm out of time and out of universe. No, I actually still have a turbo controller. I've been meaning to put it in a shadow box.
I love it. I love it. All right, there's a bunch of super chats. I'll read them after we finish this video, so I'll hold off on super chats between videos.
Yeah, you could speed him up if you want.
That's fair. This one's short enough. I feel like speeding him up might be too.
Yeah. It's pretty short, and this is the first one.
Together in one spot. What are they gonna talk about?
Marijuana.
Oh, my favorite topic.
See, that's a funny joke.
Marijuana.
Did Simon the Chipmunks just say marijuana? What? What possessed Simon the
See, this is his
say
problem.
marijuana?
He always
No.
drives jokes into the ground.
Yeah.
It can't
That's
be.
the
It was funny. You're going on too long.
Yeah, that's the problem.
He did that even back then. Oh my god, he always drags out jokes way too long, and he thinks that's funny, but it's not. It's painful.
Yeah, it was a good joke. I snickered, and then he keeps going. We get it.
Yeah, like, dude, you had a
pleased with
punchline.
himself.
Yeah,
I
He's
remember.
so pleased with himself.
You know what? I remember distinctly because I actually joined their pay thing to get like behind the scenes stuff back in the day.
you nerd.
And I would listen to the commentaries by him and Rob, and they were doing one on Dungeons and Dragons. And Doug was doing that stupid voice the entire thing, and his brother was desperately trying to tell him to stop in the most polite way possible, and he would not take the fucking hint.
Yeah,
You know, the Jeremy Irons, show me your evil voice, you know that? He wouldn't stop, and Rob is like desperately trying to drop massive hints on his head that it's not fucking funny.
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense.
Memory just unlocked. Just listening to that commentary was like secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that actually makes total sense.
So like, I mean, I don't think Doug is a bad guy, but I don't think he's very funny, and I don't think he's self-aware enough. He's a little self-aware, but not enough.
I think that the Dan Olsen comment video summed up best. He's a very incurious person. I don't think he I don't think he thinks too
Dan
hard.
Olsen's a little up his own ass himself.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. He's a very he's very like he's.
I used to watch his old videos too.
He's very academia. Like he's very.
Oh
like,
god, yeah.
He is like an academic. I feel like in a lot of ways, but I do agree with him on this. That and sometimes he says stuff. I'm like, I don't know if I agree with that sentiment, but he's a very smart guy. But sorry.
Again, it's like the Wall review when he was doing Another Brick of the Wall Part 2. I'm like sitting there thinking, okay, are you making fun of people who think this is just like a generic school sucks song, or do you actually think that? And by the end, it was like, oh my god, he actually thinks that.
Thinks it.
Yeah.
Oh god. I was like, dude, you're like a couple of years older than me. How do you not know what the Wall is about?
And that's why I think he's very incurious. Like, I think he looks at a very superficial perspective. There's a few times I think Doug has said a few things where I'm like, no, actually, you're onto something there. There was a video he did on Patch Adams where...
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, we got really upset that they changed the life of the real Patch Adams so much and, like, distorted the story for, like, sentimentality and
you
stuff.
see, and when he is going into the history of production and stuff like that, he can be very interesting.
Exactly. That angle is really good. I think the problem is... when it comes to anything that's like interpretive, you really see his weaknesses come out, I think. And
his comedic timing is just, it's always been a little off. I mean, he can be fun. There's been jokes. I remember, I think it was in the Miss Saigon one or something, or the King and I, whatever it was. No, the King and I. Yeah, the one that takes place
one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had like a history book about the real king and was talking about, is the movie going to respect that? And then he cut to something that was clearly, blatantly, historically inaccurate. And he was just smiling, tosses the book aside, shoots off screen. A bunch of pages come fluttering down. It's like, that's a good joke. That's a good joke right there. If he would just do more like quick things like that instead of dragging out the jokes, he could be much funnier.
Agreed.
You know.
Oh, 100%. Well, let's see if the joke has aged better if we split it up a few times. Maybe we forgot what the original half of it was.
Yeah, all right. Let's keep going. We're good.
The same marijuana we're thinking of.
An unlawful substance used to experience artificial highs.
I'm doing that right now.
Oh my god. Well,
Well, it's not unlawful
Simon the
anymore.
Chipmunk's
No,
talking about
not in New Jersey.
marijuana. What?
Not
What
in
kind
Rhode
of
Island.
slap in the face
There
is
you go.
that? I mean, Simon shouldn't know what marijuana is. Simon is one of the embodiments of childhood. He's from Alvin the Chipmunks, for crying out loud. Jesus, I feel so dirty. Simon the Chipmunks just said marijuana.
He's really dragging
there
that
any
too
other
long.
American
Yeah,
icon
see,
that can
this is
smash
his
the
problem.
foundations
It's always
of
been
my
his
childhood
problem.
any quicker?
Yeah. This video is
What's
only 7
this?
minutes long.
A joint?
It's the same
Why does
joke.
Bugs Bunny know what a joint is?
Okay,
Bugs
why
Bunny
does
should know what a joint is.
Bunny
Bugs
does.
Okay, Bugs Bunny
Why
definitely
would
knows
you
what a
be
joint is. What are you
Why
talking
would you
about?
be surprised? Why would you be surprised that Bugs Bunny knows what a joint is?
Not only should Bugs Bunny know what a
Come
joint
on.
is, he should be able to identify different strains.
He
know how to
should be
roll it.
dealing it. He's just covering his own ass. He was the one dealing it.
What's a joint? What is this? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is, you know? Oh, no, I never touched the stuff.
Takes out his
Those are
cocaine
most
bag.
funny.
When no one's looking.
I've never seen this. In my...
Daffy Duck's about to come up and call his shit out.
Basically. Bugs Bunny definitely knows. If Bugs Bunny hasn't done marijuana, it's only because he started with harder stuff.
Yes.
Like he started with like cocaine and like didn't know what marijuana.
Marijuana
Okay,
can't even
but,
affect him.
like-
He's done so much coke.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but I have a question. Who do you think in the Looney Tunes cast is the biggest pothead, and who's the teetotaler? Wow, I can never do that. Never pronounce that. The teetotaler. Yeah, the one that's like super straight laced and doesn't do anything.
I bet Tweety Bird is the biggest pothead.
I'm gonna say Elmer Fudd is the straight laced one. He would strike me as the only one who hasn't done it. And,
He would get like drunk on a wine cooler probably.
and I think that with
Yeah.
I think that Marvin the Martian is the biggest pothead, but only because on Mars it's like drinking coffee. Like you start your day off. With.
See, I think it's funnier if Bugs is the biggest pothead and Daffy is the most straight laced.
No, Bugs definitely does harder shit.
Yeah, Bugs bypasses marijuana. He goes all the way.
I mean,
No, Pepe Le Pew is just on like wine and Vicodin probably.
Yeah, he's French. That makes sense.
yeah.
this is an awful
We're making funnier-
conversation. I'm
we're
sorry.
making funnier jokes about this damn thing than him now.
Yeah, there we go. All right, let's keep going.
Knows what a joint is, that means he knows what drugs are. If Bugs Bunny knows what drugs are, that means the rest of the Looney Tunes know what drugs are. And if the rest of the Looney Tunes know what drugs are, well that just explains so goddamn much!
Okay, I'll give you that one, Doug.
That was
We'll
funny.
give you that one,
Yeah,
Doug.
we're
We'll give you
together
that one.
yet. All our favorite cartoon characters that we grew up with are coming together to talk to us about
Wait,
drugs.
wait.
Yeah.
Can I read a
This is
super
going to
chat
be a
right
long-
quick?
Yes, go
Because
for it,
I
go for it.
Dearly...
And mind you, all other super chats we're reading at the end of this video. So we'll get to them when it's good.
No, I can't do it. I'm laughing.
All right, what you got? Crim, we've stopped the
Is
video
it the
for you.
Daffy Duck one?
It's the Daffy Duck one, please.
It's
Somebody.
Daffy Duck. The edibles ain't shit.
God, stop.
Don't you hate when chat's funnier than you?
Oh, all the time.
It just reminds me of the I slammed my penis in the car door fucking joke.
Yeah, I
This is
can't
gonna
really
be
do
the
the
entire
Daffy
stream,
Duck
isn't it?
voice.
All right, let's keep going.
Half hour.
Hey,
So
I'm
it turns
so
out the
tired.
special's not even about the cartoon characters, it's about a little twerp named Michael who has a stinking drug problem. He sinks to a new low when he steals his sister Corey's piggy bank. He uses it to get more drugs, which he hides in a box that he keeps under his bed.
What the hell is
But what
shown to
exactly
this
does he
kid?
keep in that box? A silly
I always love the fact that George C.
kid-
Scott is in this special.
How is any drug paraphernalia in there?
I think they've never seen anyone do drugs.
What is that bongo-looking thing? What is that supposed to be?
I also think this kid's very healthy looking for someone
who's like hardcore drugs, but like really need marijuana. He's just a stoner, like, and even then, like a paranoid.
I bet they saw a suburban white boy like him coming and overcharged him.
Yeah, basically.
The egg, 4 turds, and 2 cinnamon buns glued together.
Yeah, right.
Because hey, he was high, and he thought it was a good idea at the time. Corey thinks about telling her father, but he's too busy being an alcoholic and gay. And the brawny man. To make matters worse, Michael is followed around by this obnoxious puff of smoke voiced by George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Hey, he needed me.
What? It's George C. Scott.
The fact that George C. Scott is in this movie is so freaking funny.
But you had so many like really good actors play like these over the top weird ass villains in like the shittiest kids movies.
The fact that they got freaking Patton in this movie is ridiculous. I think.
Okay, I have a challenge. Can you go back just a few frames to the purple smoky guy?
Yeah.
All right, chat. I have a challenge for you.
Oh God.
Make this guy a Tumblr sexy man immediately.
You heard it here.
That's an order. That's an order.
You can pair him with the Tim Curry smoke from Fern Gully.
Have them be boyfriends.
Yes. Perfect.
They're dating. They're on the same page.
Yeah.
Except he's the slightly healthier one because the other one's actual smog.
Yeah, it's true. This guy's just weed smoke. Look at him.
You know, actually, I would believe that George C. Scott never touched marijuana. I would believe that. He probably, I can see that.
People are already thirsting over the smoke guy. What the fuck?
Yes.
You waved your little magic fingers and made it happen.
See, I'm tapped in. I'm tapped into what the modern gay wants.
If you find it on, if you produce it or find it on Tumblr, make sure to put all of our hashtags.
Yes, tag all of us, please.
Tag all of us in there. I must see this. I have to.
Just hashtag Team Tism.
I need to see it. This is beautiful. This is your fault, Crim, ahead of time. Anyway, back to this madness.
All his cares went...
Okay, that was lame, but I like his next speech a whole lot better.
This individuality stuff's a bunch of crap. The bilious bastards who wrote that stuff about individuality don't know anything more about real battle than they do about fornicating.
Now that's a puff of smoke I can follow.
Bizarre.
But tell me, where did this slippery slope of marijuana abuse begin? Well, luckily, Bugs Bunny has a time machine that's able to show us.
I borrowed it from some coyote.
Get a bully come up to him and offer him a joint.
And that's why he started smoking marijuana in the first place. And once you listen to how he talks, can you really blame him?
You guys cruising for lung cancer or what?
Oh,
Somebody give that kid a joint.
Yeah.
After that, we get some more narc speeches from the Ninja Turtles, DuckTales, and the Muppet Babies. Because when I think drug abuse, I think Muppet Babies.
Actually.
Now, after some long-winded speeches, the characters get together and they do the most logical thing they can think of. They have an intervention.
Is fucking Winnie the Pooh there?
Oh yeah, Winnie the Pooh's there.
What? Oh god.
This is pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. This song
Garfield, fucking Garfield, voiced by Bill Murray. You're full of shit.
You know, here's the thing. I don't believe that the turtles haven't done
If you
this.
survived your suicide attempt, the special
I don't believe that.
I mean, they're always eating pizza. They live in New York. They live in the fucking sewer.
Yeah,
and his
seriously.
attentive parents are none the wiser. So, what kind of message are kids supposed to get from this special? That if they smoke weed, all their favorite cartoon characters will appear? Yeah, it's a top-notch moral right there.
Is he kidding?
This is why these drug PSAs didn't work.
Yeah.
Violent. In fact, I was shocked at how cruel some of these cartoon characters really are. I mean, look at this. They lock people in burning buildings, run them over with a roller coaster, blow them up, drown them. Even Winnie the Pooh gets his ass handed to him. Jesus, these suckers are mean. Another problem I have
that
with
from
this
Miss
special is that
Piggy.
everyone
Miss Piggy would
flies
be
at the
a
drop of a hat. Watch.
Oh, he had hair.
So,
Look at that.
okay,
Oh,
exactly
that's
what
so
wow, look
weird.
at all
I'm trying to tell.
That's
Look
the
at
most
all of it.
that's the most haunting part of this.
Nostalgic first, he was already losing it even then, though. Look at him.
Oh,
Poor bastard.
oh, that's rough.
How old was he in this?
20.
He's younger than we are.
No, he's a couple years older than me.
Yeah, so if this is
No, but
yeah, but if this was back in like
How old is
16,
he now?
if this
Yeah,
was
he would have
16
been
years
He's
old-
40
40, he's 43. He's 2 years older than me.
Yes, he's 27.
So- Yeah.
yeah, he's younger than me and Anthony.
I was gonna say 26, but
He is
yeah.
6
Oh, he's younger
years
than you are
younger
now.
than me.
That's what you're saying. I see.
He's 6 years older than me. 6 years younger than me in this scene. Yeah, 6 years younger than me
Yeah.
at this time because I'm 33.
Yeah. Okay. The
we
math
go.
is
Got
math
backwards.
now. I think maybe. Yeah.
My brain went fart from the.
We're all
the drugs
too
and the
gay to
video.
do math.
Yeah, basically. But it is wild, So far, the vibe I'm getting from with this review is he went for the very superficial kind of surface level examination. He sums up the plot, comments on some initial feelings about it, makes some jokes about it. It's very surface level. He hasn't really gone into like.
Well, the thing is, that is how it started, where he would just pick, like, these crazy bad movies, and just the whole bit was, look how crazy this is! Which, that worked for
Oh, it
him.
did.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, there's not a whole lot for this half-hour special we can talk about beyond like, oh hey, isn't it crazy that this character showed up? There was
Yeah, or isn't it crazy Alvin and the Chipmunk said marijuana?
yeah, exactly. Like, there's isn't it crazy that Winnie the Pooh got like shot putted into a shelf? But like, I know that a while back I saw a video. I think Saber Spark was doing like a live where he was watching the whole special, like, and like basically his commentary was not much different than Doug's here. It was like, this is bizarre. These kids need marijuana, something like that.
What else can you say about it, really? It was a corny PSA that was never going to convince anyone to not do drugs.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the Reagans and the Bushes probably thought it was going to stop.
Oh
the
yeah.
drug epidemic.
Well, see, everyone, you saw that like Bush Senior thing. That was very common in the late '80s and the '90s, where you would just have like these really overdone PSAs with like political figures telling us how to be good Americans. It was a little strange, actually.
That or like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah. Or Captain Lou telling us not to do drugs when he's probably drunk off his ass.
Or Michael Jordan just staring at us.
Stop it.
Stop
Get
it.
some
Get
help.
some help. Get some help. All right, let's finish this up. Then we'll move on to some super chats because there's a bunch that piled up while we were talking.
Yeah.
Ellis.
There's nothing cool about a fool on drugs.
Oh, God.
Fair enough, I guess. So the next time the
What's up, Doc, is your life. If you don't cut it out.
They all gotta have a line, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
right.
in their
excellent
contracts.
just the way you are.
got it.
We don't always see things the way they are.
Okay.
Alf is definitely on drugs.
Oh, she's on drugs right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's got problems, kid.
Yeah,
Why don't you just say no?
got it.
You gotta believe in yourself.
Will you shut up?
Listen to us.
Yeah, I heard you.
You use, you lose.
Okay, God! I thought this would be really cool, but you know what? This really blows. All my cartoon characters are fucking narcs. I mean, for crying out loud, how many times do you have to hammer this shit
That's a good
in?
line.
If everyone was jumping off a cliff, would you go too?
Maybe after seeing this shit. I mean, for crying out loud, do you know what
valid.
the irony is? I think
See
that
what he's
all
doing?
these cartoon
Oh, wait.
characters
He's
were
good.
on drugs
Actually, he's not
before
wrong
this
here.
special ever came out. I mean, look at it. Garfield's always hungry, Pooh's happy as hell, Daffy's hyped up on speed, and Michelangelo, well, listen to him.
Your brain must be like really messed up.
I even think our beloved president smoked a doobie before he came out. I mean, look at him. He's looking at Barbara's head like it's a giant cheeseburger. Maybe I'm being too harsh on this special. After all, they are trying to get across a very moral lesson.
Drugs aren't your pal. They're your enemy.
A very sound point. Any objections?
I make them feel
I'm gonna
good.
burn my enemy alive right now as I... Yeah.
That is just a plastic cup.
He's never made a bong out of something. Leave him alone. Look,
At least
look,
it's
he's
an apple or something.
This man has clearly never smoked a bong. Look at him. You don't
That's-
light it from the top, Doug.
That's not how
You
it
don't light
works.
it from the top. Oh, he's such a nerd.
I'm not very experienced with that either. But even I know that.
You know, maybe it's on purpose though that he's doing it wrong. That could be the joke. But you have to wonder.
I
with
don't.
Duke.
I think he just
I
doesn't
don't
have.
think he's that sophisticated. I just don't think he knows.
I don't think you should put a lighter near plastic though, Doug.
That's
That's
really
not very
bad.
good.
You might actually inhale something much worse than marijuana if you burn plastic. I'm just
I don't
saying.
have a bong, unfortunately, Salamander. You just have to have my chillum. You can hear my lighter, maybe. I mean, I don't use bongs regularly, but I know he's doing it wrong.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we'll put Doug Walker aside for right now. Let's read some super chats before we talk about our feelings on this, because I think chat had a lot of
We'll
thoughts.
have to sit down and talk about our feelings.
Let's have some feelings here. Okay, so Nerf Will 666. Thank you for the super chat. Doug seems to care more about making people laugh than making actual interesting points. He also seems to have a problem with artists having intentions at all, like his review of The Cell. Yeah, I would agree that's a fair point. And his problem, I think, too, is that he does. I mentioned before, I think he's very incurious. I think if the message doesn't come out at him at once, he doesn't bother figuring it out. That's
the thing is, I like The Cell.
The Cell's
but
good.
It's kind of crap too, though.
Oh, it's goofy.
I mean, it fucking stars J-Lo. The plot's a little all over the place, so I don't think he was wrong that it was pretentious and up its own ass. I think he's right, even though I like the movie.
It's a very simple movie, I think, too.
It's more spectacle than plot. It's supposed to be, but it is weakened by having fucking J-Lo in the lead.
but it also has Vincent D'Onofrio in it, so that balances out, which is crazy.
I know, but it's like if only the main fucking character could act, it would probably be a better movie.
It's amazing how you have one of the best actors to be working period right now in a movie with J-Lo, and it's just
I know.
Anyway, a pint of Guinness. Thank you for the super chat. I remember idolizing Doug Walker before the Not So Awesome drama, and now I can't help but feel a mix of anger and sadness whenever he's brought up. Yeah, that's a fair feeling, honestly, and that's a valid response. I kind of feel the same way. And I also feel weird nostalgia from some of these old reviews where you didn't think too hard about things, you just had fun with it. But yeah, I agree. There's a lot of weight.
A lot of the Not So Awesome doc has also been called into question in recent years, so it's a lot of he said, she said. There's a lot of finger pointing. There's a lot of exaggeration on both sides.
I would say some things more than others. Some things I think are really, that happened. Other things, it's like the he said, she said, it's a little more nitpicky, but I think the core of it is that he should not be running a business.
No. I mean, yeah. I will fully believe that the Walker brothers are very incompetent filmmakers. You could just tell.
I would say business runners too, as well. They should not be running. I mean, it's been successful as a smaller operation.
I think their biggest crime is just being incompetent. I don't even think it's malicious. I think they're just incompetent. That's all.
I think that's definitely a big factor. I think some malice, but mostly incompetence, I think, is the big thing. But again,
I mean, Rob might be a bit of a bigger asshole, but Doug never really struck me as a bad guy. Just like kind of on the spectrum. He might be undiagnosed autistic.
Oh, after this, I'm positive
he
that.
Definitely. As someone who is autistic, he definitely strikes me like that, especially in his mannerisms and his facial expressions, and his kind of little lisp there that he has. Like, I've always thought he's probably autistic and was never diagnosed personally.
I would not be surprised by that. I feel that's pretty reasonable. All right, a couple more super chats. We got a bunch during that video. Myan, thank you for the super chat. Criticizes Wiseau, gets mad at Wiseau copyright strike, makes bad films and does questionable business and creative practices like Wiseau. Oh, Doug.
Oh, God, you're right. Oh, my God. I never thought about that.
That is funny now that you put it. When you point it out like that.
Yeah, when you put it like that, holy shit. God, you're right.
Mega Ray. What's up? Sorry, I cut you off there, Crim. Sorry.
That's okay. I was going to say that I think something interesting that whenever I revisit Doug that is occurring to me again, and like, obviously, like, that's part of the bit and it was part of the time, but like, God, is he so negative? And like, maybe I'm being a little baby saying that, but I think it kind of set the stage for what honestly I have big problem with modern media criticism right now, where it's just like extremely negative and just very desperately and furiously misses the point, almost to the point where it seems intentionally, and like maybe like they were trying to do something novel there, but I think ultimately that's left its fingerprint on like media discourse online in a very not so good way, like a very bad way.
Well, I agree in that people have taken it seriously, because for a lot of these angry reviewer types, it was supposed to be an over-the-top character, like especially with AVGN. It was, oh, look at this nerd getting unreasonably angry at Nintendo games, and with Doug, it was the same thing. His character is supposed to be a bit of an unreasonable asshole, but I think a lot of people didn't realize that it's a bit, and started, like, taking their kind of criticism literally, you know?
Oh, 100%. And the thing also is that with James, he had balanced it out with his positive stuff. With Doug, there was not really that much balance until much, much later.
I would say that also, unlike James, Doug's main issue is that not only did everybody else start taking it seriously, but I think he started taking it seriously too.
100%.
He tried to work in some nuance to the point that the lines blurred and like the critic just became more of a reflection of his actual own genuine negativity.
And
I think absolutely at the beginning it was a bit, but I don't think later on it was still a bit. You know
well, you see that reflected a lot when he brought back the Nostalgia Critic and how he was talking about it then, where like he started to feel bad about being so negative all the time, and he was like kind of analyzing and criticizing his own work in his own dorky way.
But I don't think he got rid of the negativity, and I think the character itself is birthed from frustration. I think that's whereas like with the AVGN, I think it was birthed from just, you know, James messing around with like a recorder and talking about a game that that no one else cared about. He felt. I feel like Doug drew from a lot of existential, like quarter life crisis kind of stuff, which I think does lead to a more negative outlook. I feel personally. I have a bunch of more super chats I want to get through. So
well, it's kind of like that millennial doomerism humor, though. Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a bunch of super chats I gotta get through. So let me just read through a few before we move on to Linkara's first videos. Mega Ritz, thank you for the super chat. One of my favorite streams of all time was Hazel and May's first 12-hour stream watching all the Channel Awesome movies. Highly recommend. Yeah, 100% with that. Saw's Awesomeness, thank you for super chat. Cinemassacre 200 is the reason I love filmmaking. Also agreed, Cinemassacre in general. James's love of filmmaking is contagious. Like he just did a special on like for Halloween on Roger Corman. You know, a whole month of just talking about Roger Corman. You don't do that unless you're a real film nerd. So I love that stuff. Corins, thank you for the super chat. Someone I know is being cyberbullied by a channel called Fury of Fan Film because they made a video criticizing said channel for defamation. That's awful. I have no idea what's going on with that. I can look it up later and see if there's anything worth discussing on another stream, because that sounds awful. Or I can spread word about it on Blue Sky, what have you. That's rough. That's horrible. I hate when people do that. Gerbert, thank you for super chat. Hi, just dropping in to say Hideaki Anno is writing a Gundam show with the director of Fully Cooley. Wait, seriously? Oh, I love it. That's great.
Whoa. That will be interesting.
You have my attention already.
Yep, I'm definitely going to be normal about this one, you guys.
I will be watching that in a heartbeat. Gavin Kareth, thank you for the super chat. Just joined. Well, not now. You haven't. Are we covering old and new videos from these critics? Mostly old. But analyzing their style, where they came from, all that. By Chiapio Dara, thank you for the super chat. I live and still feeling weird because I buy 2 copies of books, one for my shelf and one to read. I know it's weird, okay? And also from Chiapio Dara. Also, again, I'm only watching these. I'm only watching these now in stream. That's fair. I have the same feeling sometimes because I only buy the 1 copy and my bookshelf is overflowing. Vex Fidel, Daffy Duck. This animal thing fits. I had to try.
You did a better job than me.
Had to make the attempt. It's all in the tongue. Serendipity, thank you for the super chat. Bugs Bunny likely taught Snoop Dogg what a joint is. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Will, thank you for the super chat. Just got here. Are you watching the old stuff? Mostly. The Head Ninja, thank you for the super chat. I'm amazed no one was doing whippets in this special. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. Sorko, this is when we talked about the Daffy Duck quote initially. I slammed my penis in the car door. Because I'm bored, thank you for the super chat. The Smoke Man was once animated by Vizipop. Wait, seriously? I can see that. I can see her being the type of degenerate to want to do that. I love
to
it.
find like a minor character from some random shit thing and make him a Tumblr sexy man. Yeah, she totally would do that.
Love it. Formega, thank you for super chat. I love the implication that Alf doesn't do drugs. Yeah, right, Alf. I love that so much. Wait, I think I missed a few. Oh, here we go. Cool. Annie Nerd, thank you for super chat. Not so fun fact. Did you know that Jim Henson died when the PSA special aired? That's not fun at all, actually. That's really
terrible. I need to smoke more marijuana.
But that does make sense. Also, Muppets Vision 3D is being taken down by Disney. They are terrible. I hate them. The guy 493, thank you for super chat. Hulk Hogan telling kids to do proper exercise while he does all the steroids and cocaine. Yeah, that's what this feels like. I agree.
That's the 80s for you, yeah.
That's the 80s. Masso Mouse, thank you for super chat. Ansai, if this was 07, and then he was going to be maybe 26 because I was 21 going on 22. So he figured I was 27, so that's a pretty close estimate, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say 26 as well. I don't know why. I just...
Feels like it. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. I remember wanting to be an online personality because of the Nostalgia Critic, but whenever I tried thinking of snarky jokes, I now realize I couldn't be that basic. Yeah, I don't do snarky jokes for that reason. I'm not good at it. So I just don't. That's my mindset.
I'm just an automatic snark master for some reason, but I'm only good off the cuff. I can't perform a script.
That's very fair. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Sai, I was also that guy with the glasses premium member back then. So
I saw that when you were also a premium member. I'm not the only one with that shame.
PR Fisher, thank you for super chat. I caught Westside Tyler's coverage of you, Anthony. To be honest, I subbed to you because your voice reminds me of Captain Hawkeye Pierce. Love that cadence. Nice. You are not the first one to say that. I get that surprisingly a lot, and I don't...
It's that Joyzy.
Joyzy, yeah, it's a Joyzy thing.
It's a Joyzy.
A lot of people from New Jersey sound like I do, so we'll go with that. Mystic Minds Analysis, thank you for super chat. For all his faults, Doug isn't an anti-woke grifter. He's not deliberately stoking the fires of hatred, and his old versus new videos were pretty good. Yeah, I agree with you there.
No, he makes solid stuff, but his shortcomings can just be very frustrating.
Exactly.
Like the whole jokes that go on too long and still using camcorder audio for like everything. Like, come on, man.
And keep in mind, we're criticizing the Channel Awesome people. It's not the same way we criticized like friggin' Lily Ellis. Not Lily Ellis, Lily Orchard. Wow, I'm mixing up Lindsay Ellis and Lily Orchard.
Fusion of Lily Orchard and Lindsay Ellis.
That's a disturbing combination. I just hope that Lindsay Ellis's positives outweigh Lily Orchard's negatives, but in that fusion.
I don't know. It'd be like Lindsay Ellis's intellect with Lily's personality. Oh, God.
Oh, God, it's a terrifying combination. I hate it. I hate that I came up with this.
Actually, the most dangerous person you ever met, I guess.
Yeah, right. We'll have to do a little DBZ fusion dance beforehand.
Well, Steven Universe fusion or DBZ fusion? That's the question.
No, DBZ fusion because it's funnier.
That's true. That's a dance to do it. I like that.
Yeah, but yeah. Obviously, we're much harsher on Lily because she doesn't even try. She just forms an idea in her head and won't let it go, and then says she's right about everything. These people, I mean, even if they're dorky or misinformed, they're at least trying to make something.
They're also more professional than Lily is by a mile. Meow Neon, thank you for super chat. Imagine Doug reviewing a Wong Kar-wai film. Yeah, that'd be a rough one. Zorko, thank you for super chat. When Hulk Hogan said, "Say your prayer," why did he become
Macho Man?
Yeah, for a second, I'm like, wait, that's not Hulk Hogan. Brother,
say your prayers and eat your vitamins, brother.
I mean, they were kind of similar, I guess. Yeah.
He clearly meant talk shit and take them roids. Yeah, 100%.
You gotta get lower for Hulk. It's like brother, and then Macho Man is like brother.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
I was always way more of a Macho Man fan than Hulk Hogan.
Why do I know anything about wrestlers? I was never into it.
This is very fair. Anyway, so let's do Linkara then. I think that's the next step from this.
Oh, Linky. Again, I don't hate...
If you're seeing this, we're sorry.
I'm sorry in advance, Linkara.
I do like you, but you're so easy to make fun of, bro.
Now, I will say this, Linkara has technically watched at least one of my videos, so I know he vaguely is aware of me. So I'll go.
I'm never gonna stop making Lightbringer jokes. I'm sorry.
Please
It's
don't
funny
make
if
Lightbringer
it,
jokes.
you didn't let it get to you. People wouldn't do it.
For Omega, thank you for the super chat. Even as a teenager, I always had this feeling that Doug didn't actually enjoy watching movies, intentionally or unintentionally. I feel like it caused a culture that is more interested in being miserable than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's
Agree.
the big issue with Doug Walker's legacy. He inspired a lot of copycats who weren't really good at criticizing. They just wanted to be famous online. And that, I think, is really messy.
Doug maybe started that way a little bit, though, because he was kind of aping James Wolfe. Let's be real.
Yeah, 100%.
And I don't think they mutually started that beef. I think Doug just started doing joke videos beefing with James and got his attention. I don't think they mutually decided to do that at first. That's just the vibe I always got.
I would be inclined to agree there.
So Doug was definitely not only aping his style, but like put his foot directly in the door, but James went for it.
All right, so we're going to dive into Linkara right now, and we're going to skip his Ask That Guy with the Hat video because this is just aping on Doug.
Okay, I was going to say, that wasn't his audition video, though. I think his audition video is lost to time, but I remember seeing it.
Probably. I know that this Spider-Man one is his first official review is on the top of the fourth wall, so we're going to watch that.
Well, the first video one, because he had a blog at first doing the comic reviews. That's where the name came from.
He had a blog for like years, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but well, I mean, written comic reviews were actually kind of popular for a while because like, you had Sean Baby and you had like a lot of stuff like that. So he kind of got in on that sphere, I think.
Well, man, that's how Gail Simone got into writing comics. Yeah. She started as like an online
Really?
blogger. Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
Well, that was the what was it? The Women in Refrigerators like blog post, essentially. That's what started.
Oh yeah, I remember she wrote that, but I thought maybe she had a blog after she had been in comics. Huh.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow, I never knew that. New TLI, TIL, whatever.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
So I'm seeing someone in chat say, "What did Ant mean when he said he didn't criticize Lily like he does Doug?" The difference is that Doug actually has reviews. Lily has unorganized rants. They're different things you have to assess from different perspectives. Anyway, let's watch Linkara's beginning. It's gonna be weird watching this. It's always weird seeing them this young, actually.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Oh my God, he's a child.
This recap, the only way to do it justice was by video. Plus, I wanted to experiment around with a different format than just the text recaps.
Oh God, I just realized he looks like me in this. I can't even see that.
Do you have a trilby? Do you have a
I don't
trilby,
have a
Ant?
trilby. I have a.
Are you
wait,
sure?
Hang on. I have a fedora though. 1 second.
Oh no, Anthony, don't do it! Don't do it!
Someone in the super chat says is hitting on the clone saga.
Don't do it. You'll never live it down. Don't do it. The screenshots are gonna be everywhere. Don't. Anthony!
This is terrible. This hat doesn't even look good on me. My head's not the right shape. It's too freaking big. Not doing it.
God.
Why are you doing this to yourself, Anthony?
He's self-harming on stream.
Nah, the hat's too small.
No, you gotta tip it back. You gotta tip it back.
And say "milady."
No, like it's
this?
well, like people
that look like Isaac from Children of the Corn.
well, because people wear them wrong. Because like fedoras were originally women's hats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the brim is supposed to frame the face. Also, that's not a fedora.
It's not fedora.
Fedoras are wider brims.
No, that's what is that called?
I think it's
Is that a trilby?
I think it's a type of trilby. Yeah.
It was like a relative who died.
Well, every guy in like the early 2000s thought they were wearing a classy fedora, but they were actually wearing a trilby.
It is so terrible. I hate hats. I don't like wearing hats. In case you can't tell.
Yeah.
But it's funny
fedoras were originally women's hats, and they're supposed to like sit slightly further back on your head and frame your face.
There you go.
But you know.
There you go. But this is really surreal, actually. In this one, the lighting is. Anyway, let's keep going because I'm getting really. Here we go.
It's that good early 2000s grain right there, though.
There we go. Good lighting. Good
Look,
lighting.
shitty digital camera. Let's go.
Spider-Man number 56, part 3 of Smoke and Mirrors.
I think I actually have
The
this
cover
comic.
is, well, just kind of meh. Nothing pops out at us, but at least it doesn't seem as busy as the last
Stage and
one.
microphone.
What is weird about it is the Jackal. The angle of the shot may be responsible for this, but he looks really bulky here as opposed to the lean, athletic Jackal who came back last issue. Plus, he's olive green now instead of the lighter green we usually see. The cover promises
I
the
would
triumph of the
never.
Jackal and the return of Gwen Stacy. How much you want to bet neither occurs? Like a modern Venus, she emerges from the swirling mists of a high-tech capsule. Wait, she has arms. I call foul. The image of her standing there stirs the shared memories of Spider-Man and the man called the Scarlet Spider, but they are painful memories.
The tactical
Isn't it
smoke
nice when a bad
is.
comic reminds us of a good comic
Very good tactical smoke there, I think.
we could be reading instead?
For the woman standing before them is Gwen Stacy, and they both know that Gwen is dead. Or is she?
I mean, it's not like the Jackal has already lied to us about other crap.
Honestly, I don't get how anyone could have bought into this, be they Spider-Man or fans. Right as she comes out, she asks, Spider-Man? Peter? What's happened to me?
Gwen never found out Peter was Spider-Man. Never. The clone
Well,
of Gwen Stacy found out
actually-
later, but not the original. That's a warning sign right there. Next, if Gwen Stacy never died, then what the hell was Warren's motivation for becoming the Jackal in the first place? Furthermore, the sheer gall necessary to undo the death of Gwen Stacy and the Green Goblin is just so astronomically...
Don't raise your voice too much
can I
there,
make a-
Lewis.
Can I make
The
a
landlord might get
comment
mad.
on? Yeah, I was actually going to comment on that. So there's this voice that a lot of men in this era made, I noticed. And it's what I like to call, I want to scream, but I'm still living with my mom, so
Yeah.
I have to do a fake scream.
Yep.
That's
I was
what I
thinking the
have
same
Thin
thing.
walls and I must scream.
I was thinking the same thing. You can tell. Again, all
You
the
still live with your
core,
mom, don't ya?
all the core elements of Linkara is right there. It's just he's clearly holding himself back too much, and it's clear he figured out how not to do that after a few videos. Because
Oh yeah, eventually he went with the more bombastic, performance, which which suited him more, and it really set him apart, I think.
100%, he has that like comic booky voice so well. Like he has.
Yeah,
it so...
he is kind of like a comic book announcer voice a bit, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. But you see all the components of what I think is interesting though is that you can see even in this first review the structure of someone who actually understands the medium they're talking about more than Doug does. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, he's
Way
kept
more
the
thoughtful.
same format like the entire time.
Same
you know?
format, just better at doing it. That's how it comes.
Good
down.
on him, yeah. But see, Linkara would upgrade his equipment periodically.
Yeah,
that's the difference too.
He also knew how to get better lighting, better camera, better microphone.
He learned to get better at these things. He actually worked on audio engineering and shit. Unlike Doug and Shane, didn't want to change at all.
No. Already though, like you can see the foundations of what would be a much stronger critical body of work. I feel like.
Yeah, because he was very different from Doug in that he would go over like the history of the thing and kind of curate and present it. He was I think Bennett the Sage kind of followed in his footsteps after a while.
I would say that too. Bennett Sage is more in line with Linkara than Doug.
Bennett started out more as like crass, kind of like internet trolly, but then eventually he started getting more like he would call himself an old curator, like presenting these things to you,
Yeah, still pissed about his original Evangelion review, even though he's blocked it back too. But
I skipped that one because it's just I don't care about Ava, but I'm sure it pissed you off.
Crim, have you heard this Evangelion show before?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Anthony. I avoid the opinions that any straight man has about Evangelion because they're all wrong.
Yes, that's my opinion.
Listen. The only people in that fandom that have sex are the Kawashins. We all know this to be true.
Oh God, what about Misato and Kaji?
I don't think there's. I mean, I think people like them, but I don't think that's a pairing that
like
people
a major
are passionate.
ship.
It's not something people are passionate about.
That's
it's not something people write whole blogs and fan sites and fan shrines about. Yeah,
that's fair. And And I do know Ben Sage walked back his Evangelion review. I'm not gonna like harp on him currently for something he did.
Oh no. Like yeah, I haven't always agreed with his takes, and sometimes he'll go like, yeah, I kind of fucked up on that video. So he'll admit when he has a stumble. He's always been pretty cool though.
Yeah. I that's where even when I disagree with him, I can like get over like any harping because it seems like he's just as self-critical as anyone else, except for the time he promised to review Violence Jack and then walked it back. Don't tease it that much and then like...
He didn't walk it back, he just made like a pretentious short film about not reviewing it, and it was just like, dude, come on.
Like, you could just say, hey, I don't
not what we're here for, man, come on.
Like, you could just cancel it. No one's forcing you to do it.
He tried to get arty with it, and it didn't work.
And I don't think Violence Jack is more violent than some of the things he actually reviewed, too, which is so wild.
Yeah, like he reviewed so much 80s anime that was just like just all over the top violent.
Geno Cyber is, I think, way more violent than Violence Jack, by my personal opinion. But
we should probably get back to Linkar. We're not going to cover Bennett.
No,
he's not one of the more well-known ones, but I still follow him. I even followed him when he was doing video game reviews before he did Anime Abandoned.
Oh,
That's how long I've been following that guy.
I'm more inconsistent with him. I know he announced his retirement, but we'll see if he comes back. Nice, how the police song ends.
Let's just move on. The Jackal has Jack go get some clothes for Gwen, and the two Spider-Men are still flabbergasted. Boys, shall we avert our eyes while our beloved Gwen dresses? Oh, boys, I say boys! No. We never got to sleep with Gwen Stacy when she was alive, so we're gonna look for as long as we can, damn it! Spidey launches himself at the Jackal, having yet another heroic spaz attack, and saying what we all figured. Gwen Stacy died, and this is all a lie. Fake Gwen consoles him, calling him Peter once again. For crying out loud, I thought Spidey was supposed to be intelligent. The Jackal tells him, "There's a good boy, Peter. Do go talk with your dear sweet Gwen. And I'll just watch you from here like a creepy voyeur." Scarlet Spider grabs the constantly grinning Jackal. Did those genetic modifications include Joker gas? And says they're going to talk. At this point, we have a couple of pages of Aunt May in the hospital, but I'm skipping over them since, they're actually good. The Jackal tries to convince the Scarlet Spider that a life with Gwen or Mary Jane, or any woman of his choice, could have been his. During this, Jack keeps interrupting the Jackal so we can learn more about the clone degeneration, but the Jackal just smacks him away. If one annoying character is beating up another annoying character, should I be happy? Not Gwen keeps on yakking about how she's the real Gwen, and Spidey's all, "No, I'm over that and all." And once again, Spidey decides to flip out and start smashing computers. "No, not again! Not again!" "Not another heroic spaz attack! It's not funny anymore!" The Jackal talks to Ben about how he only has himself to blame about all the events in their lives.
Yeah,
I was a pathetic man, searching for power, for love. Well, you certainly were pathetic, I'll give you that. He also starts referring to Ben as his son, and that it was all a game to him. With the mind control and the cloning, and all this serves to remind me of is that the Jackal's plans make no damn sense.
Yeah.
Even if we accept the idea that the Jackal who died in the old Clone Saga was just another clone, and that the real Jackal has been manipulating all these events for years, it still leaves a lingering question. Why? Seriously, he never offers an explanation for all this. The Jackal is just some mustache-twirling villain, and he'd be better off just tying the clone of Gwen Stacy to some railroad tracks. That would at least have some plausible sense than this nonsense. But wait, we're in for another shock. The Jackal leans in close to Ben and says he'll finally tell him the truth. "Yes, Ben, or should I call you Peter? You are the real one." So then we get a page of the Jackal trying to fill in all the plot holes of this crap, like how he made Spider.
What's he gonna do? Dive into the comic there for a second? Like, get a couple extra shots.
I think he accidentally left in a second take, or the start of a second take.
I think he did, just slightly there. Which, hey, you know what? Yep.
Can I say something? I think that there is an art of making a review / reaction to a piece of media that you can still kind of follow even if you haven't seen it, and I don't think that this is a good example of that.
No,
because I'm like, you would have had to have, you'd have had to have read this comic and be up to date on this comic to really be able to talk about the review or really like know what he's getting at or talking about. So like,
I think this was also primarily for his audience that followed his blog, so he's kind of just assuming they know his earlier coverage on this plot line on his blog. So yeah, I mean, obviously this is his first video. He's gonna have some fuck ups.
Also, I want to point out that starting off your review career by going in the middle of the Clone Saga is a choice.
Yeah.
The Clone Saga, and Crim, I think you definitely know this as well. The Clone Saga is one of the most infamously convoluted plot lines in comic book history. Like, because the writers didn't know what they were doing. So they just made shit up as they went along.
Well, the only reason I know that is because of him, though, actually. And actually, it's thanks to Linkara that when Ben Reilly showed up in Across the Spider-Verse, I lost my shit laughing.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
So thanks, Linkara. Thanks for that. My friend had no idea why I was cackling my ass off.
Oh, I love it. When I saw that, I was like, I always love seeing Ben Reilly.
Dying.
But like, that right there, and again, this is something that he did figure out later on to add context. He had so much context at the beginning of every review now.
Oh yeah, he got way, way better at it as he went on. Definitely.
100%. And that's something I do want to praise. I want to point this out too, that we're watching really old videos right now of people who've been working in this industry now for like over a decade and a half in some cases. But Linkara, I think, was very aware in hindsight. Okay, this didn't work this time. What can I do this time to improve it? And you can demonstrably see not only him improve, but him improve upon his improvements.
Oh yeah. Because it's just interesting to go back and watch these first videos. I probably watched this back in the day, even if I don't remember. But yeah, I had followed a lot of these people for a long time, and it's still interesting to see like the DNA of what they became and then their earliest stuff.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting too because you look at like these early details and you see the skeleton of what would come later. And I don't think we need to watch the whole review. I think we got a good idea of where.
No, because it's a little boring.
Yeah, it's a little boring. It is dull. It's very dull.
And he isn't giving enough context here, as we said.
Oh, 100%. But I do want to bring in. I want to be a few super chats. I think the next one we watch should be. I'm not going to tell you who it is until I.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I'm not even going to tell
read
you what
super
it is.
Chat.
Let's read some super chats. Okay, cool. I got it open. Good. So let's read a few super chats real quick. Where are we waiting for? Cool. So, by Champion Dara, thank you for super chats. Hey, I know this Top the Fourth Wall guy from Power Rangers videos. Yeah, his Power Rangers videos are fantastic. If you haven't seen them, they're probably his best work aside from Winter of '86. And we are going to come back to Linkara and Nostalgia Critic. We're going to watch some more of the more recent stuff. Still older stuff, but more recent, older, later. And you'll decide what. But I do want to get a few of the first videos from some of these heavy hitters out of the way first to get a good context for what we're talking about. Nerf Will 666, is Linkara hating on the Clone Saga time? Fun. I had more fun with his later reviews. I will say that. Saw's Awesomeness, thank you for super chat. Did you like the Tap the Fourth Wall movie? I'm gonna be honest with you. I never really personally enjoyed Linkara's lore stuff.
Yeah,
that was never a thing I enjoyed personally. But
I've never seen the movie, but I've watched other people talk about it.
Yeah, and like here's the thing, I give him credit for creating a continuity and a narrative that he followed through pretty faithfully from video to video. But
he usually kept it out of the middle of the videos. You could skip it at the beginning and end if you really wanted to. So I can at least say that's cool. But yeah, he got way up his own ass with those skits.
And but here's the thing also, I've just never liked reviewers with lore dumps. Like when the AVGN does it, it's fun because it's like a one-off. It's like usually a skit that applies to what the topic of the video is.
Yeah, or like what Red Letter Media does, where it's like they have a little bit of a skit, but it's mostly like a shit post they're not taking very seriously, and it's sort of like this a little video introduction before they get into what they're actually talking about.
Agreed. And I will say this sorry.
I don't like skits in these sort of things. I don't like. Maybe this is just a little autist in me wanting things to fit neatly into categories. But I think if you're doing something like a Let's Play or a review or something that's like supposed to be a nonfiction, like a nonfiction interaction with a piece of media, keep it like that. I don't like it.
It was
I
such
don't
a
like
big
it. It
trend,
hurts
though.
me.
It was
It hurts my brain.
like fucking Spoonie did it, Linkara did it,
Oh.
Doug did it, even Lindsay did it.
I will say this though, I'm more tolerant of Linkara's skits than I am Patrick Willem's skits, because the difference there is I feel like Linkara is so excited about his lore and just goes all out with it. It's at least admirable what he's doing. Patrick Willems, I just feel like just make your own movie at a certain point because you clearly want to.
Yeah, he is. Even if it's higher production, he is kind of fallen into that like Channel Awesome cringe, isn't he?
Yeah, it's like just make your own movie. You know, you have the talent to do it. Just make your own start to finish film at this point.
Well, see, that's the thing. Sometimes even if
when-
someone's good at filming, a lot of the times they're not good at writing a movie or directing a movie. I'm just
I know,
gonna say.
but I know he made a movie that was based on his lore, but I feel like he could just make his own original film at this point because he has the crew. I don't know that's the thing.
Even when people that did it on like a high production scale, like Philosophy Tube, I stopped watching when she switched over to like heavy theater influence. I'm like, that's not what I'm here for. Bye bye.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep reading a few more super chats. Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. You should watch one of his PSA Hell comics about weed, just for Psy. It would be hilarious, given people's attitudes back then. Yeah, right? As if Psy needs more weed jokes to bounce off.
He did have a good like Clone Saga in 5 seconds video. I remember being really funny. I don't know if it's still around.
I don't know. That would be. Oh, Nick Wolf.
Or in a nutshell. It was short, but it was pretty funny.
Something like that. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Neuralities and Linkara might be Grumulias. Oh God.
Is it like Michael Cera in the Barbie movie? You all escape from Barbie Land. You're all what's the fuck is it, Alan? You're all Allens.
All Allens. There we go.
You're all Allens.
I'll accept this lore. It's canon now. Although I'm not sure Love Hig's a very like Italian last name.
Okay.
Paige Lego. Thank you for super chat. I used to watch Doug's calmer, non-nostalgia critic videos like Disney Sember and review vlogs, and thinking that I preferred the out-of-character thoughts more than the critic videos. I would agree with that. Like with James and the AVGN, I prefer his stuff where he's just James, way more than the AVGN stuff. I feel like you really see his passion and enthusiasm shine through more. And though he's calmer, there's more involvement there. And that's kind of what I've styled my own review style after. I don't like being grandiose. I don't like putting on a character. I just like being frank and talking. Like, that's just how I feel.
Obviously, on my own streams, I kind of put on a little bit of an exaggeration of myself, but yeah.
But it's not that much of an exaggeration, I feel like.
Yeah, but it's not like a skit, you know?
No.
True.
And I think early AVGN was really good because he just hit at the right time.
Yeah.
That sort of humor, that sort of early 2000s humor. He was gross out, he was loud, he was swearing. That was just what we found funny back then.
Honestly, I still think his Godzilla video is really funny.
Oh, but I did always like his videos as just himself, and honestly, I really think he should just give up AVGN, because he clearly does not have his heart in it anymore.
No.
Like, seriously. It's just like, dude, you don't have to do this. You know, you can just talk about movies. You're so interesting when you just talk about movies. Though I will say, the last AVGN I really, really liked was his one on Polybius. Because it basically just turns into like a short horror film. It is so good.
That was a really good video, I think.
It's so clever. Everybody go watch AVGN's video on Polybius after this.
After the stream. Wait till we're finished.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way to the end.
Damn it. Stay here.
And like the video if you haven't already.
Yes.
Okay, so Saw's awesomeness. Thank you for super chat. Ava's dope, but Love and Pop is Anno's masterpiece. Okay,
you know what?
That's fair.
This is a diverse community, and we also welcome people here with wrong opinions.
Evangelion, listen, the only other option you could have said, well, I'm kidding, I won't go in that. His and Her Circumstances is pretty good, though. I will say that. Gavin Curry.
That was Anno.
What? That was Anno, yeah.
That was Anno.
That was Anno, yeah. That and Nadia of the Blue Water, too, which is basically Nadia is basically what if Shinji but a girl. Gavin Kareth, thank you for super chat. I tend to ignore Linkara's old stuff in favor of his new stuff. Oof, this really proves why. I think I think when he started doing like the Frank Miller stuff, is that when he really hit his stride? I think once he does Batman and Robin.
When he started doing Frank Miller and when he started doing like Marvel and that weird Superman in the Future comic where he has a big bushy beard and there's like androids.
Oh yes,
where you got the man thing from.
yeah. Actually, and again, I'm gonna say this right now. That may come up later potentially. Who knows? If we have enough time, we'll find out.
Yeah, that was like one of his classics, and he would do that meme for it for a while. And it was he got some pretty funny bits out of that one.
Oh, I love it. Okay. Ed Stevens. Oh, Ed Stevens Skew. Thank you for super chat. Will Phalus be included in this? We are strongly considering doing Phalus in this stream if we have enough time.
We can I mean, I don't think there's much to say about Phalus because he's just pretty much been the same. And I still watch him. I haven't watched him recently, but even between doing horror movies and like the kids movie stuff he does now, he's basically had the same format, the same sense of humor, the same style, and he never misses.
We did one recently I saw with him and it was real. I forget the exact movie with him.
Was it?
Yeah, because they're married, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're married.
I think
right?
so. They've been together for a while.
Yeah, they did one recently where they were watching like an old a wrestling movie that was like really funny. I thought something like that.
The two of them off the cuff together are very different than his staged videos, though, which is interesting because you can tell in his stage videos he is putting on more of a character.
But they're both funny though, like just different.
Oh yeah, no, they're
really
fun to listen to as a podcast as well, but it's just very different than his main content.
And I do like Obscurus Lupa's.
I watched her more back in the day. I haven't really kept up with her.
Her Charmed video is really solid. That whole series is great.
I think I've seen part of that.
That's a really great piece of critical analysis.
She was the first one to actually do The Room before Doug. I remember that.
He
didn't really even he gave her a cameo in that video, but he didn't really give her credit for being the one that sort of brought it to the internet, you know?
Yeah, no, never. They never do. What are you talking about? All right, so three more super chats I'll read real quick. Bite Chappie Odera, thank you for super chat again. You haven't lived till you've heard Cruel Angel's thesis in its original city pop version. I'm making a Star Trek reference and saying the city pop version rocks. I love that. You haven't really heard Shakespeare until you've heard the original Klingon. I love that. Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. Wasn't Dominic Noble and Suede part of Channel Awesome too? Yes to both.
Suede, yes, Suede was.
Suede,
I remember Suede.
I owe Suede a lot, actually. I didn't mention this earlier, but Suede is one of the people who helped give me advice when I first started here on YouTube.
What is he doing now?
He's doing videos. He was writing a book
he still
when I
does?
last talked to him.
Yeah, because he did like a Mormon mission and disappeared for a while, and I think a lot of people forgot about him.
Well, because
He's Mormon?
Well, he was.
He was the first time I found out there were Mormons outside of the United States, and I'm still confused at that. But
well, the thing is, Suede actually, when I first started on YouTube, Suede gave me a lot of advice. In fact, if you watch my first video on YouTube, Suede has a voice cameo in it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, he's really chill. I like him a lot. I haven't talked to him in a while.
His videos were always really chill, and he just never was one of like the super mega popular ones. He got that little feature in Suburban Nights though, which was cute, I have to say.
And he had a really good couple of videos with Linkara too. Unfortunately, they are marred because Jiwario is also in those videos, but which is not something you could really control. Like that's something it's like you can't. You know what I mean? Unless someone happened to speak out sooner about it, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But no, yes, Suede I have a lot of respect for. He's pretty chill. I like him a lot. I haven't talked to him in ages though, unfortunately. But he's a cool.
That's good. He always struck me as a cool dude.
Oh, and he was very friendly with someone who's just starting off on YouTube. He was very forthcoming. If he reached out like right now, I'd put him on stream right this second. If he's watching, that's how chill he is. He's a chill dude. The Wave Runners, thank you. But I always feel bad reaching out to people in general because I don't want to bug them. I know they have lives. I'm like, oh hey, I hate being like that guy who like reaches out to people.
It never hurts to try, and if they don't respond, then that's it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Anyway, the Wave Runners, thank you for super chat. Doug got me into anime talking about Cowboy Bebop in one of his side videos. I also remember he got heated criticizing Mako in one video and ended up becoming an Avatar fan from the feedback he got. Oh God, yeah, that's right.
Remember that? Because Mako, one of his last roles was Splinter in one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies.
Oh, and he made a joke about cigarettes. That's
Doug had no idea that Mako had just died of throat cancer, and so he heard the voice and went, "What's this? What did they do to Splinter? He sounds like Mr. Miyagi if he smoked a million Marlboros."
Oh God, I forgot about that.
That's like, Doug, the actor you're talking about just died of throat cancer, Doug, and he's very beloved. He had never seen Samurai Jack. He had never seen Avatar. He had no idea who Mako was. It wasn't his fault exactly, but he made a joke out of, repenting for it. He was genuinely sorry about it.
That stinks though. Like, I've had occasions where I made jokes and
he was just ignorant. He wasn't malicious. He had never heard of Mako. He had no idea the guy had just died.
Yeah, no, 100%. That was a good way of handling that, but that's still that's a rough situation.
Yeah, he got a bit of a running gag out of it, of him just being repentant and like bowing to the audience, like, don't kill me.
Anyway, it's time to go into something that will probably get this video shot off the internet when I play this.
Oh God.
Let's watch Lindsay Ellis's first video.
Oh boy. I like her Pocahontas video. I know she hates it, but I like it.
All right, let's dive in. There's a re-upload with 77 views on it. Let's take a look.
All right, I will be the token.
Please, Lindsay, we all of you don't copyright strike.
Now, first off, Lindsay, please, we really
love and respect you, Lindsay.
We love you, Lindsay. Please don't hate us.
Chick. I remember it because the dudes don't. And I, like most of the world, am an American. And what's more American than sanitizing your own history to the point where it's no longer recognizable? Puppies! But sanitizing your own history comes a close second, and there are none better equipped to do that than the Walt Disney Company. Did you ever wonder what constitutes a blue corn moon? Or ever wonder who the hell would assume that a bobcat is grinning? Or think to ask why he did so? Or just outright like to deny centuries of oppression and genocide? Then have we got a movie for you.
You can see how she started BreadTube.
Yeah, no, already she's leads.
She was always like this, but I liked her really dry, quick shot jokes like that,
Oh, yeah, and 100%, you can, comparing this to the other first videos.
She is so obviously much more educated.
You can tell right away. Decent camera. Good lighting.
Well, she was going to film school at the time, I believe.
Oh,
so
100%.
Yeah.
Good framing, better shot composition. Again, granted, you can tell she's constrained by the format, but still.
Yeah, because she's supposed to be Girl Doug. That was the gimmick, but she kind of never really fell into that ever, and just sort of did her own thing from the beginning. They even made a joke about it when she wanted to talk about Transformers, and they had Doug sorry.
Is Lindsay Ellis attacking us from a distance on this video?
No, but no, she wanted to do Transformers because she really, really likes Transformers, and so they made a big joke about it of Doug chasing her down, saying, "Hey, that's supposed to be like what I cover," and she was like, "No, you can't stop me." It was a nice little joke they got out of it, though.
Yeah.
He basically he didn't constrain her a lot.
As far as we know, I should specify.
Okay, so that was Lindsay Ellis. She told us to stop immediately.
Are you serious?
Well, it was wrong number.
Okay. I was gonna say, Tism moment. Leave me alone. We don't have my stickers on this stream for the Tism moment.
Anyway, let's keep going.
This was the latest big deal to come out of the Disney Renaissance, and it was a big deal, at least in the eyes of Jeffrey Katzenberg, head of the animation department, and convinced that this one was going to get them an Oscar nomination.
Sorry.
You actually have more
Well, I mean, even here, she's trashing him because she was kind of in the know in the industry. She's like, he was convinced it's going to give them an Oscar. He was. He thought Pocahontas. He thought The Lion King was the shitty project, and the Pocahontas was going to get them another Oscar.
Which is insane.
Yeah. Well, when was this video released again? 2008?
Probably 8,
yeah, so this was actually 2 years before I started going to film school. But, Jeffrey Katzenberg is, people are like, oh, but Shrek, he really dunked on Disney, didn't he? Dude, he was the reason Disney was the way it is. He invented the Disney princess. He's the one who came up with that formula. And, like, that was all him. He was the one that made Disney as commercialized as it is. And then he's like, I'm gonna make fun of Disney. Bitch, that was you! What do you mean? You're making... What the fuck are you talking about?
He was just bitter he got passed
on that movie. You know?
He was the one that turned down all of the, like, the artists' more interesting scripts. Like, he's the reason Treasure Planet didn't get made until, like, the mid 2000s, like, because it had been like on the back burner since The Little Mermaid. Like,
oh yeah, she's always kind of hated Katzenberg, so she was ahead of the game on that one.
Can you blame her? Katzenberg
no.
sucks.
But again, she was more wise to the industry than a lot of the other people as well.
Yeah, I think everybody that was involved in film, like, I'm sorry to be like a snob, but I think there are people that are like the people that were kind of more on the like the fake movie snob thing were behind Jeffrey Katzenberg, whereas like people that actually worked in the industry were like, the guy's a douchebag. Like, what? Stop falling for it. But anyway,
such an asshole. Anyway, I'm seeing people go like, "That Katzenberg, that's you. It's you, Jeffrey." Anyway, let's keep going.
Like Beauty and the Beast did. Sure.
There we
This
go.
movie's particularly special
Exactly.
because
Nice.
it was the first proclaimed to be based on any sort of history, though we have to take that word pretty lightly. The movie starts in England, where we are first introduced to our male lead, played by famed anti-Semite Mel Gibson. John Smith, or as his crewmates know him, Captain Amazing, is a man so potent he has to get onto the boat while riding a giant phallic symbol. Now, if you've probably heard a million times, the myth as we know it probably didn't happen, at least as per John Smith's historical accounts. For one thing, he failed to mention them until many, many years after they were supposed to have happened. And needless to say, he was a short, portly brownhead, not the golden-haired Adonis that we see before us in the movie. Also, Pocahontas was 12. After a rather long introduction on the English side of things, the very first thing that John Smith does is jump.
I think they had an early treatment as well.
Yeah, well, she was like much
with
younger.
a child Pocahontas, and they just scrapped that for a generic romance story
To make her sexier, I guess, which is strange to say.
Fritters around on the deck for a few hours, talking and speculating.
And dressing like no Indian in Jamestown ever would.
No, none.
What could possibly be different about this one?
I don't know. Maybe that's where the opening credits are.
Okay.
There we go.
May I?
You go for it.
Yes.
All right. So, as an Indigenous person, I have so many complicated feelings about this movie. And I don't want to get too into the weeds because this is more about her.
I never
video
liked
about
it. I never liked
I've
Pocahontas.
never enjoyed
to be
Pocahontas
honest.
either.
Yeah,
I only like Colors of the Wind. I know how to sing it, but that's it.
Yeah, the plot's not great.
It's not there.
It was nice to see, like, because there wasn't a lot of representation for us at this point.
Yeah, but she learns English from a magic tree.
Yeah, no,
The Winds teaches
absolutely.
it to her.
But on the other hand, I will say I kind of, there's some little subtle things that I like. And that's one of the lines that I do like, where it's like, what could possibly be different about this one? Like, I've been all over the world, and it's kind of seems to be referencing, like, other Disney princesses that come from, like, different backgrounds, and it's like, you know, this movie's gonna be different. So I think that, like,
strong
their brain...
opening, but
Yeah, but yeah, I think that...
It's a very confused film, because, like, it's more realistic, and it's more grounded in a lot of places, but then you have the fucking animal sidekicks and the talking tree, and it's like, it has an identity crisis.
I think maybe about the first 20 minutes is probably about the best part of the movie. As soon as Colors of the Wind is over, it's like, all right, well, it falls apart completely. Yeah, because, like, yeah. But the first 20 minutes-ish, maybe a little bit longer, whenever Colors of the Wind ends.
I mean, it probably had a lot of rewrites, because even back then, Disney was doing this rewriting shit in the middle of production bullshit that they're doing now that's really biting them in the ass by this point.
Well, the thing also is that they, you know, you look at, like, again, Lindsay Ellis did a much better video on Pocahontas, like, years later. when she was as Lindsay Ellis, as herself.
Oh, yeah.
Where she goes into the details of the making of it, of all that. And it's like...
Oh, it's very interesting,
It goes in depth. I think it's a fantastic video.
Oh, yeah, she does a lot of great stuff, especially post Nostalgia Chick. She had a lot of good Nostalgia Chick videos too, but definitely post Nostalgia Chick is where she was completely free of the internet style, and she could do whatever she wanted. Though she did still kind of do gags though, because my favorite gag she ever did is in the Phantom of the Opera movie review, the one with what's his face,
God.
Singer.
Oh yeah, and Leonidas from 300.
Yeah, him. I forget his name.
Butler. There we go. Gerard Butler.
So the Gerard Butler Phantom of the Opera, throughout that video, as she's talking, more and more empty booze bottles start appearing behind her on the set. It's so fucking funny. It's just a really subtle joke, and I love it.
Oh yeah, it's a really good gag. And what's funny too, but even looking at this review, critically, you have an analysis of the visual language of film. You have a discussion of characterization and how it influences the flow of plot. You have a dynamic engagement with what's happening on screen versus what's happening thematically with the film. You're critically assessing the history of it, and it's only 2 minutes into the video.
Yeah, and she's already had all these little jabs about the attitudes behind the movie, the problematic attitudes,
Mm-hmm.
She fit in a lot. She's very clever.
You can clearly see she is head and shoulders above everyone else on this site in terms of talent.
This is how she quickly became the second banana to Doug for a while, because she was just immediately so much better at this than him.
Yeah, God, it's actually funny watching this and seeing just how much better she was at this.
And there were 2 other women who sort of won the Nostalgia Chick contest.
Yeah, Mars
that was Mars Girl and that girl with the goggles. Right? She didn't stick around that long. She did a review on Echo the Dolphin and a few other things. She was very cute and she did a lot of cool stuff, but she didn't really stick around.
And Mars Girl now works in the anime industry, so you got that going for
her. Yeah.
She now works behind the scenes. And that's another person I've actually talked to also. I've talked to Mars Girl.
Cool. I love her Land Before Time videos.
Oh, they're fantastic. I actually interviewed her for something a few years ago, and it was she was very, and again, she was very friendly to me. I was just some guy, and she's always
she's one of the more normal ones.
She seems down to earth. She seems like an actual person as opposed to an internet celebrity, which is fair.
Yeah.
But still, anyway, so that was pretty cool. But so far this review is pretty solid.
I know, I like this review. Like I said, I like it.
Hey, this is pretty good. It's a good video. I think I forgot how good it was. From a standpoint.
She was just immediately
minutes into the movie.
Engaging.
So that's 20%
Also,
of the movie. Meanwhile, on the Virginian side of
I want to say that's okay. Just to quell the argument in chat, I'll be the annoying token Indian for a moment, as they say. There's a lot of problems with Pocahontas. We can all accept that. At the end of the day, it is basically a fairy tale, very loosely based on events that may or may not have happened. So dial it back a little bit, guys.
Yeah, I mean it's already basically folklore. It's American folklore, but there is a lot of cultural insensitivity in the movie. I will say.
Absolutely. But let's take the movie where it is. Instead of arguing about, because we all know it's racist.
We all know still the 90s, guys. This was still the 90s.
We have accepted that. Okay, moving on. Let's actually talk about the review and the movie. You guys are talking in circles. So
yeah, it's gonna end up being one of those conversations that we're just gonna go in circles around.
Yeah.
Much like the other conversation I see starting in chat. I see you there. Don't start that conversation. We ended it.
Let them argue amongst themselves.
We ended that in 2019. But okay.
I will say, Indigenous people don't need you to bitch and whine about Pocahontas. I promise. We don't need you to do that.
Yeah, I see you all in chat. I know what you're saying. Anyway, let's keep going.
We found the Powhatan tribe, makers of smoke bunnies. Chief Powhatan has come back from some nondescript war of some kind and wonders where his daughter is.
Where is my daughter?
I don't know, Russell means. She's probably standing atop her favorite 500-foot cliff, while fluorescent leaves swirl all around her body.
Man, they really, yeah.
Damn!
Yeah.
Pocahontas, who is an expert at posing dramatically, seems to have no real ethnicity.
She makes fun of the cliff heights a lot.
Particularly Native
Seriously.
American. Mostly she just looks like kind of an a-ethnic mush of unparalleled hotness. And this can probably be attributed to the fact that her design was based on the looks of models such as Naomi Campbell, Christy Turlington, Barbie, and Janice from the Muppets. So Pocahontas, to the chagrin of her best friend, dives off the 500-foot cliff, somehow survives the fall.
Sexualized as she is, I do kind of like Pocahontas' facial features. I think they're more.
Yeah,
interesting
like I
and-
do kind of like the style of this movie, the sort of statuesque, more realistic style it goes for.
And the color,
Yeah, the color. And the one
color's
song.
so good.
Yeah.
And that's all it's got going for it, unfortunately, because the plot is a complete mess.
I just like the music. That's about it. I'll be honest.
I like how they color grade like the nighttime scenes. How it's all like purple and blue. It's so good. Visually, again,
I think
there's so
they
many
were.
problems
I
with
think
that,
part
but
of
we know that.
Part of the problem is, though, is Katzenberg wanted it to be Oscar bait, so they were kind of being overly arty and not focusing on making an actual fucking story.
But there is a point, too, to be said that they made her very eroticized, considering...
Which they tend to do to all the brown princesses, yes.
I'm just thinking of the next
and
movie
Megara,
that came out.
does she count as a brown princess?
Megara? I don't know about Megara, but I was thinking more of Esmeralda from, like,
Yeah,
Hunchback,
and
came out
all
the
the
next year.
ethnic princesses got kind of sexualized for me.
Yeah,
The Romanis
I think Pocahontas and Esmeralda were also the oldest.
Yeah.
And Megara was also
because they're
older, but,
adults at least. The other princesses were teenage girls. So
but Jasmine, I think, is the most uncomfortable because she's like 15.
because she's highly sexualized. She's in a fucking Orientalist harem outfit, and she's 16.
And the villain is a much older man who like is thirsty.
Who she makes out with to get out of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, granted, when they did it in Hunchback, it's meant to be creepy. I think in Aladdin, it's meant to be funny, which is one element of the movie that I don't think is
creepy old men writing what they think is funny. Yes.
Yeah. Whereas with Hunchback, it's like, no, actually, this is terrifying. This is actually frightening. And by
Hunchback was one that actually wanted to be artistic for art's sake and got kind of fucked over, whereas this movie was trying to be arty to be Oscar bait.
I think Hunchback's a great example of how Disney like undercuts themselves with corporate interests.
Yeah,
if they just didn't have the company
they took
oversight.
the goddamn movie seriously and not put in those fucking gargoyles, or at least not have them in as much.
Like Howard Ashman and Alan Menken were really fucked over with Hunchback, I think.
Well, Alan
they got fucked over on basically anything they ever did.
Well, Howard Ashman was not fucked over by Hunchback because he was dead at the time. But
but it was just like kind of like you can feel like his soul in some of those songs, and it's like they like executives went into Little Shop of Horrors and they're like, we love what these guys are doing, and they just squeezed the freaking talent out of them, and
kind of like the Little Shop of Horrors movie ending on an idyllic happy ending.
I'm actually kind of amazed. There's a documentary on Disney about Howard Ashman. And they actually do talk shit about Jeffrey Katzenberg on it, because I think they just blame him for all the problems that they had.
Didn't they almost take that off Disney Plus though, and a lot of people got mad?
Yes, I was one of them. I was one of the people mad about that, but they kept it on. They kept it on, at least so far.
I just think it's so frustrating when people are like, these guys have a lot of talent, and then it's like, let's just not use any of it. Why did you bring them on? They made this thing work, but we're not going to let them do what they're good at.
And we're going to question, and us, the businessmen, are going to question their creative decisions every step of the way.
Even though they've made stuff work without us.
Mm-hmm. And even though like we're usually wrong. Listen, Crim, haven't you considered that Jeffrey Katzenberg's the genius behind Quibi? Why would you ever question the genius?
I'm throwing you off of a fucking cliff.
There's plenty in this movie. There's plenty of tall ones.
Maybe we should keep watching.
Let's keep going.
And they proceed to do things that girls do when they're alone, like splash, giggle, have pillow fights, talk about boys.
Oh, he's so handsome.
Mm-hmm. Girlfriend. Powhatan wants her to marry the Olympian sculpted perfection of Kocoum, but Pocahontas' free spirit rejects.
But he's so serious.
Come on, Poke.
Who fucking cares, dude?
Yeah.
Now, if you're wondering where her
Hey, who
mother
fucking
is,
cares? He can have the personality of a brick fucking
You
wall.
were looking disrespectful.
He looks like a brick wall.
No.
Pocahontas needs advice on what to do. So where does she go? She goes to her matronly willow tree.
The thing that fucking cracks me up is like, what would this young, free spirit indigenous woman want more than this big, strong, sexy indigenous guy?
A white man. Mel Gibson.
Belief systems or systematic genocide or ethnocentric legislation. No. All of our problems come from one guy being a greedy douchebag. And what does he want?
Let's not forget what the Spanish found when they came to the New World.
Puppies?
Gold. Mountain.
I'm gonna be watching El Dorado instead.
Seriously.
He's such. I fucking hate him, but he's so
terrible.
well animated and like.
Oh, he's definitely one of those classic fruity villains. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love it, but like you can't talk about him because it's from this movie.
And like he's very
You
frustrating
can
as a
find
character.
good things in otherwise shitty movies sometimes, you know?
Yeah, but I just don't have the energy to have that conversation
That's
all
fair.
the time, you know?
Yeah, especially about Pocahontas. Like,
yeah, it's just not
it's
good.
a personal one for me.
especially considering, like, if you look at the hierarchy of Disney Renaissance villains, you have Bing.
And nobody talks about this guy.
Yeah, he's the weakest link.
You don't even see him on any merch. Nobody cares.
Like, think about, go down the list, right? You got Ursula. You got Gaston. You got the guy from the Rescuers Down Under who also maybe ranks the bottom. But he's still
You got
cool.
Jafar.
You got Scar. You got Frollo. You got Hades. You got Shan Yu and you got Clayton. And then you got this guy. Like
even Clayton is remembered more than this fucking dude.
Like, well, Clayton has one of the most disturbing deaths of any Disney villain.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that when I fucking saw that in theaters the first time, actually.
It's like, what the fuck? Oh, fuck.
Holy shit. Dude got lynched by vines.
Also, Tarzan, maybe controversial opinion, I think it's one of the more underrated 90s Disney films. I think it's really good, but that might be biased. I think
it's really corny. I don't know. I never
like
cared for it. I don't hate it. I did think it was one of the first Disney movies to integrate a lot of like 3D effects though, with the whole like the branching vine sliding shit they did. Like all that, like I like the style of it. All that, the animation innovation they did on it is pretty cool, but it's just kind of meh as a movie to me.
I do like the Phil Collins soundtrack, and I also Trash in the Camp is an interesting piece.
I don't like Phil Collins very much, so that might contribute.
Oh, you see, that's the thing. I like Phil Collins music.
I know I did the meme, the Phil Collins meme, but I don't actually like Phil Collins that much.
Oh, you see, I really like the Phil Collins music, so that's my bias. I remember in I love that music. It's great. I also do have to admit, Tarzan as a character, I like that whole interaction between him and
here we go.
I'll stop myself. If I start in this conversation, it's going to go all day. Maybe I'll do a video on it.
You're thinking about his 8-pack right now, aren't you?
I wasn't, but now I am. I wasn't previously, but now
that's
I
my
am.
fault. Yeah.
Anyway, back to Ratcliffe's not 8-pack.
Form belief that Virginia is full of gold. He also takes the term digging for gold a little too literally.
Break out the tunnels. It's time to start digging.
That is dumb.
Yes, he didn't research
So
how gold
stupid.
is generally discovered. Here's a hint. It generally doesn't involve digging. The film also suffers from multiple sidekick-itis.
Yeah.
Everyone has a
Oh,
sidekick,
yeah.
presumably to cut into the painful dullness of our mains.
And it never got better as Disney went on.
No. I mean,
They just have way too many fucking sidekicks.
I will say this, the horse from Tangled is a good sidekick.
Yeah, I love when they make horses that are basically just dogs.
Yeah.
I hate when they make every animal act like a dog. It's stupid.
But
they did that with the fucking deer and fucking Frozen too.
But
Yeah, I think it
if it's a horse
works
that actually-
for
Frozen
horses.
also needed to pick a fucking mascot. The trolls are the annoying snowman. Pick one.
I will say this too. the horse from Tangled gets into a sword fight. Look,
Okay,
that makes it win.
I can't argue with that, but I still hate when they make every single animal act like a fucking dog. It's
I
boring.
only like it when it's a horse, just because it's so ridiculous. With horses.
Oh, I see horses in
so
particular.
big.
Okay.
Yeah, they're so big and spindly that it looks so strange. And I just as somebody that's been around horses my whole life, it's just really funny to me.
No, agreed. But also, sword fight with horse. I just love that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
3 if you conclude her friend with a kicky little midriff.
Well, you're a strange-looking fellow.
I'm just going to say right now, I think Lindsay's being a bicon in this video too. I'm just saying that right now.
A little bit.
I just want to point it out. Just pointing it out there.
I never noticed it as much back in the day, but yeah.
Because I think the problem was there was a time where there still is, but queerness was very overtly sexualized in terms of online media spaces. It was fetishized, I should say. Girls kissing was ooh, how hot, cool, kinky.
Mm-hmm.
And not actually discussed as an actual identity with personality traits and cultural dynamics. And
I feel no, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's funny in hindsight how normalized that was and how uncomfortable it is to think about that in hindsight.
I think if Lindsay had been openly bi at the time, then Doug would have pressured her into doing something horny with another of the female cast.
Yeah, he might have thinking it's a funny joke, but yeah, and also the male fan base would have been fucking insufferable.
Do you remember they almost did that?
What do you mean?
Do you remember the Spoonie thing?
Oh, that was a whole different.
Yeah, that
was a whole different.
Video.
Yeah, but see, at the time, that was considered edgy funny, but even back then, I was kind of I don't know about those guys.
Wait, remind me?
Spooning with Spoonie, it was a bit they would do when they were all at cons, where it would be everyone woke up after a night of drinking and had the Spoonie in a smoking jacket. It was supposed to be kind of a date rape joke.
And the whole
again, it was the time, but I'm not even saying it was okay at the time, to be honest.
No.
And it would just be the girls sobbing while he was making
yeah, Lindsay was she was doing some scarily realistic sobbing in that one video though. It was girl, are you having flashbacks? It
was deeply
he did one with all the guys that was a little funnier. Because, at one point, Sage just pops up from the bottom of the screen as if he was just, giving him a blowjob, and it's oh, hi! But,
it's funny if
but the first one was more disturbing than funny. Yeah.
Well, the joke is if it's if they're all in on it, that's funny.
Yeah.
If they're
They
sobbing,
were all
it's
in
not
on
funny.
it, but the first one was just super uncomfortable anyway. I don't know.
I read a chat that I want to read it out loud so badly.
Go for it. Go for
it. Girls can kiss other girls, and no one bats an eye. But when I kiss my homies goodnight, society calls me gay.
Yeah, basically.
It's not gay. It's guy love. Jesus.
Men
Come on.
holding hands is not gay unless they kiss. I'm kidding. Unless they
if their socks are on,
yeah, exactly. If they're holding gloves in the
yeah.
Is that the rule? Yeah.
Let's keep going with this. This is actually pretty decent, actually.
Almost like we
Yeah,
have
it's
been
such a good
exploring
video.
Scotland for the last 100 years or so. Governor Ratcliffe gets also not one but two.
I love this guy.
He's such a
and
twink.
This guy.
You can't convince me that they're not gay.
This is definitely his boyfriend.
It's very Smithers and Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
Cheerio
It's a
and all
little
that
extra
wash.
gay.
Wiggins, as this stalwart fellow is called, seems
Well, his name is
primarily
even
to serve
Wiggins,
only
like
the
William-
purposes
Will-
of Ratcliffe
Will
bouncing his
Smith.
bad ideas off of him, and also to make Ratcliffe look slightly less fey by comparison.
There
He's
we
like
go.
the mouse from the mouse bad guy from the Great
Not
Mouse
an easy
Detective.
task.
You mean Vincent Price?
Yeah.
I like you.
The mini sidekicks
He's so
even
gay.
get their own subplot. Miko the raccoon and Percy the dog more or less serve as a clumsy microcosm of the whole Native American-European conflict, right down to the time the Indians stole our bowl of cherries!
True evil.
Those red-skinned bastards.
Whoa,
Wait a minute, a little too much of a joke there, Lindsay.
Yeah, it was a little.
It was the time, though.
The time. It
So
was the
Howazins
style
observe
at the time.
dancing, singing Englishmen and wonder, what the hell are they doing?
We were being casually racist, but ironically, you know.
What white people do best.
That was what they did.
Blow shit up.
Accurate.
She's right, though. That's what white people are for.
White
Just
people
blowing
do
shit up.
blow everything up.
That's what we do best.
Poor lifting weights.
This movie's clearly pre 9/11, though.
Get shot.
I'm sorry.
This world is strange to me.
Oh, you simple natives. Just take out the offending metal object. He'll be fine. So, as is the wont of the squaw, Pocahontas falls in love with the first white guy she sees.
That's a
was
rough
spicy, too.
That's a rough one.
She ain't wrong, though.
Finally gets sick of this shit and prepares for
That's
attack.
rough
But
right there.
Pocahontas is ready. With
She's obviously criticizing the attitude of the movie, though.
Pretty,
Yeah.
you guys. She ends racism by being pretty.
That actually makes sense.
If she wasn't hot, he would have shot her, though.
True. Oh no. Yeah, that's how that works, I guess.
He's like, oh, she's too hot to shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I guess Indians don't suck.
I guess we can't be racist now.
So she runs away, but uh-oh, there's a language barrier.
Let me help you out of this.
This is the most bullshit part of the movie right here.
I
Yeah.
wonder how we're gonna cross this one.
I hate it.
And the wind comes and they manage to speak English all of a sudden.
Ah, noble savage stereotypes.
That's not at all problematic at all.
My name is Pocahontas.
Yep,
I'd
there
like
we
to
go.
thank the raccoon for channeling the audience's reaction. So Pocahontas and
I think it would have been more interesting if we did have
decide to get to know each other
a
and discover that they are
teaching
magical.
each other
Extreme
a
power.
common language.
Just a montage
Yeah.
of them learning to speak to get to each other. It wouldn't have to be much, like 2-minute montage. You could have done better than just, oh, she
Simple.
listens to the spirit of the forest and magically learns English.
It would
I
be
bet
easy.
that was in the original script. I bet the original script.
I bet fucking Katzenberg probably made them do it.
Well, that's what they did with that's what they did with Tarzan. They have a language
Yeah,
teaching
exactly.
montage in Tarzan.
Yeah,
I mean, I
Tarzan's
wouldn't-
the better version of this.
Listen,
I guess Tarzan's
I
underrated.
didn't- Hey,
I will argue
hey.
this.
I didn't want to say it because, you know, a little bit. You shouldn't be comparing quote unquote ethnic people with
Actual
apes,
animals.
but yeah.
Oh no! But I'm just saying, it's just two people meeting, one person who's more from like the wild, and they have to have a language barrier.
Oh,
That's the better
the
version
plot
of it.
structure of different worlds connecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna save you. Pull you out of this one.
No, that's what I was saying. Like the whole learning English montage is a better version of this.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's that whole thing. Yeah, because we're veering on we're veering on the cliff.
Yeah.
I-
Let's.
Some of the phrases.
It's not my fault. Tarzan is inherently racist.
That's not what it is. Okay, let's keep going. I feel like we were like just teetering over the edge there a little bit. Let's just keep going.
Well,
You have the most unusual name, too. John Smith.
but while John Smith is willing to at least talk to her, he's not what you'd call the sensitive type.
We've improved the lives of savages all over the world.
Savages?
If by helped you mean enslaved and genocided. Why is genocide not a verb? So now we get into the Academy Award-winning musical centerpiece, in which Pocahontas demonstrates how very
I'm going to skip ahead of because I feel the copyright gods will strike me.
Climb cliffs that are thousands of feet high, all in the state of Virginia, and hoarded it all
Still
for
bitching
themselves.
about the cliff heights.
Why
Yeah.
do you think those insolent heathens attacked us?
Because we invaded their land and cut down their trees and dug up their earth.
You really
That's
gotta
funny.
love this movie's brief moments of clarity. So one day, John Smith goes back to find Pocahontas, and apparently listening with the
But okay, so I think we've gotten enough for what we have to deal with
Yeah.
right now. But the point is, structurally wise, she's the best so far of all of them.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
these. Now,
She came right out the gate better than most people on the site.
yeah, by a mile. Really good in general.
And that's really what drew me into her work too, because she was so just clearly more intelligent and informed and had better sense of timing and humor and just everything.
Mm-hmm. Now, the next video will be a surprise to everyone as well. Unfortunately, it won't be the first video of a person, but it will be a video of them.
Okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, you're up to some mischief, I can just tell.
Yes,
I can tell from that little boyish giggle of yours.
What? Madness. We're gonna read some super chats. Wholesome family super chats. I have more wrong opinions. Okay, so Sawesomeness, thank you for super chat. I have more wrong opinions. Pocahontas is the best looking Disney film. That is wrong. I would say Beauty and the Beast is really beautiful. Also Hunchback.
Hunchback. Oh, yeah, I mean, watch Hunchback again. It is artistically, it is fucking impressive.
If you ignore all the scenes with the gargoyles, even like most of them,
I did say I like Pocahontas' style. I like what they were going for.
Yeah.
Just the movie wasn't worth it.
I don't like the style even. I think it just doesn't.
Really? I like that more. I like that more angular style with the more kind of like bright pastel colors. I don't know. It's something about it I dig.
I like it, but I don't love
that's
it.
The Steven Universe and that's Steven
Oh,
Universe.
probably.
That's
Yeah, it's
fair.
probably. You know what? It was probably early digital color too with Pocahontas.
That makes a lot of sense.
I will. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Continue on.
If it comes to you, just interrupt me and we'll be good.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
Okay, good. John Williams, thank you for super chat. Strangely enough, this film is pretty accurate to what Smith claimed happened, but no one believed him. Yeah, I can't imagine why no one believed him. Rachel Bernatowisk, thank you for super chat. My favorite thing Lindsay Ellis ever did. Oh, this is great. It's a flashback right here. Was make a series of videos crowdsourcing a Twilight-esque YA novel starring Cthulhu as the love interest. I have read this book.
I have also read it. Actually, it was pretty funny.
I laughed my ass off reading it. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a very good satiric book making fun of like YA novels,
especially at the time. Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Apophis, who is coming to blow up our planet in 2027, apparently. Thank you for super chat. They gave Pocahontas the anime treatment, and Apophis also said, "It's homosexual, damn it." I think in reference to Ratcliffe and his
I
twink.
kissed the homies. Yeah.
Myeon, thank you for super chat. Christian Bale is in fact not one, but two Pocahontas adaptations. I also believe they got Mel Gibson's brother to play John Smith in the sequel. That is
true. Oh, that's right. He's one of the younger guys in Pocahontas, Christian Bale, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the twink.
Yeah, he's Thomas. No, or isn't he?
He's Thomas. Yeah, he's Thomas. Yeah, he's the twink.
He's like a minor character.
I love how he just call him, oh, he's the twink. It's fine. As if that narrows it down in this movie.
Yeah, right. There's lots of twinks in that movie.
Also, Lilo and Stitch was also a beautiful movie too. I will say that, but that was in Disney Renaissance. And the next victim of Disney's live action.
Yeah, it doesn't really fall into the Renaissance, does it? It's kind of like shortly after it.
No, yeah. So I'm gonna ask a question. Should we go with Spoonie or Cinema Snob for the next first quote unquote first video?
I mean, I know a lot about Spoonie. I know a lot about Spoonie personally, so that's what I'm biased.
We're gonna do both, but I want to see who you go first.
I think you can make a poll in the YouTube chat if you want to poll chat.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Chat. What do we go for? And since they're both kind of connected in some ways, it actually feels fitting. And unfortunately, we don't have. I don't know what the first Cinema Snob video is, but I have a early Cinema Snob video on.
Yeah, I don't see. I was telling you this earlier. Like with Cinema Snob, I didn't watch much of his main stuff. I actually liked his vlogs he would do in the parking lot of movie theaters, like right after he saw a movie, and sometimes he'd have some of his friends with him, and they just talk about the movie they just watched, and they were great.
Those are solid. Actually, it's really close. I'm actually surprised how close it is. They're going back and forth in the poll.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Anyone's game.
No, Spoonie, I definitely followed before he was part of Channel Awesome. I followed his website and everything that he had back in the day. I think it was his Final Fantasy VIII reviews that got me into him, probably.
The Spoonie thing is just sad, though. Like, that's really
depressing. He had a lot of talent. He was very, very popular back in the day. He was like one of the first major like internet, stars. But he has a lot of issues. So unfortunately, he's been hampered by them for a while. But like his classics, though, the FF8 reviews, the Ultima retrospective,
his Highlander reviews.
The Phasmagoria review, which is hysterical. He did so many classic things, and a lot of people. I mean, I probably took a lot of influence from Spoonie personally. Now that I've said that, you guys are going to start seeing it.
Yeah, no,
But-
same. I would say Spoonie I liked more when I liked it more when Spoonie uploaded than when Doug uploaded.
Yeah,
back when I was
like
a
my
full fan of
performance on stream is like an amalgamation of a lot of people I've liked and watched for a while, and I did watch Spoonie for a long, long time and loved his stuff back in the day.
The only thing too with Spoonie is the thing. I think he authentically felt like the media he loved was being taken away from him. Like there's a sense of like projection in some of his reviews, like a real hurt. Like the companies were like actually like hurting you and injure, which I get. You know, I get that. You know, you put a lot of yourself into the art you consume, and like there's a sense of real deep betrayal he felt, at least on screen, with some of his reviews. Like with other ones, it's like you can tell they're playing a character. With Spoonie, it felt sometimes like he was blurring the character a little too much.
Yeah, I think that was probably his biggest problem, was he wasn't really playing a character. I think he even said that. I distinctly recall him saying that in a commentary when he did a crossover with Doug and Linkara, where he said, "Oh, Doug and Linkara, you know, they got their costumes, they got their armor on. I'm just kind of myself." You know, I think that he got very popular very quickly. He wasn't always the most mentally stable person, let's be real. He probably has something. I'm not going to speculate too much, but he has something there, and I think that's in a lot of creative people, though. Most creative people you meet are going to have something fucking wrong with them. You know, that's how it is. And I think because he didn't really have a character to hide behind, I think that definitely added to his mental instability, unfortunately.
It's very depressing. Like, it is really sad to watch, because whereas like I think like Brad, Cinema Snob, he was purely a character. Like
and Brad is happy where he is. He likes his shot on shitio indie film lifestyle, I think. So he's cool with where he is.
and what sucks is that with Spoonie is that like you kind of wish he made a comeback, but like he was just it's really sad. Like there was the one down the rabbit hole video about him that I didn't even realize all the stuff that was going on until I saw that, and it was like heartbreaking to watch.
I kind of was there while it all went down, to be honest. I remember a lot of what happened with him. It is sad, but unfortunately, I guess it just is what it is.
Yeah, it just sucks. Like, because like, you know, online especially, people have a lot of mental issues. You know what I mean?
And he got popular in a way you more see today. So for the time, that was very unprecedented, I think, and people couldn't handle being an online personality as much, and there was less of a rule book and less of a structure for it as well at the time. And a lot of people, I mean, I don't think people were even getting monetized on YouTube per se at the time. He was making money through his own personal website. That's what he started on, and a lot of people had their own personal sites for a while. That's become less and less viable for a lot of people, especially for video.
Oh yeah, that's died off. That's an ancient art, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like all the Channel Awesome tried to go with Blip for a while because they thought maybe that would be a viable competitor to YouTube, and no, it fucking never was. It was never gonna be. YouTube won in the end.
Yeah, the film studio I worked at was on Blip for a little while, actually.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like, some of our audience, it'd be hard for them to imagine a time where people didn't want to be on YouTube. We're like, YouTube, that's old hat. We're going to move on to this next thing, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. Like, YouTube really dominated the sphere for a while.
Well, now it's because Google owns it, and they're the only ones who can fucking, like, afford to.
Oh, 100%. Okay, so it looks like Spoonie wins. I'm going to end the poll right here.
Okay.
Let's go with... Now, Crim, do you want to go with his actual first review, or do you want to go with his Final Fantasy VIII first episode?
I think what I sent you in the DMs is like maybe his first Final Fantasy VIII episode, or maybe like the fake Final Fantasy VII one that ends with him waking up to Final Fantasy X too, because that always cracked me the fuck up.
Oh god.
His first actual review was by you, Billy, which it did kind of launch him into popularity, but I'm not sure if anybody is really interested.
I feel like that might not be as compelling as his Final Fantasy.
Yeah, because this is really what put him on the map, and he was so fucking influential with these. He was the first one to kind of do this sort of half Let's Play, half review type thing. I don't think a lot of other people were doing this.
No, yeah. Okay, so we read a few super chats before we get started. Jacked Thorso, thank you for super chat. Cinema Snob, nah, bro. Midnight screenings where he and his friends sat in a car talking about the movie they just saw was peak. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
100% agree with that. Though I do like Brad's Rocket Your Decision review. I think that's authentically a really good review.
Well, you also are into a lot of like the really like art house filmophile films he is.
Oh yeah, but I also love the sleazy trash that he reviewed too. Like that, I dig that stuff. I really like that more than I probably should. Meow Nyan, thank you for super chat. Spoonie v Snob is the Aunt G YouTube equivalent Samantha to Bush v Gore. What a closest count. Yeah, right. Really, I had to call that at a certain point. Nick Wolf, looking back, I'm quite annoyed with how many second chances I gave Spoonie and Doug. I convinced myself I was thin-skinned, but I was just too forgiving. That's fair, and I think especially with both, it's frustrating because...
I guess maybe it's my nostalgia goggles, but I still feel a lot of sympathy for Spoonie, especially.
I feel more sympathy for Spoonie than Doug by a mile.
Doug's fine. He's doing fine. He's trucking on. He's got a career.
I said, I don't feel
He's
sympathy
all
for
right.
him. Like I said, I don't feel sympathy for him. He has a job. He has a career. Spoonie kind of, his whole thing imploded, and that's really upsetting to watch. Like, I feel really, and I think I'm not alone in saying this. I think a lot of people authentically would like to see him get his,
I don't know if he could have kept up with modern YouTube trends, though, to be honest.
Neither do I, but a part of you always hopes someone can pull through with that. But it is so hard.
I mean, even just his stories of being a D&D DM were fascinating.
100%.
And he could make a career being like a professional DM if he wanted, probably.
He's certainly funny enough for that and creative enough for that. I think that, but bipolar depression, that's...
If those things fuck with you, it's true. Yeah. It's hard.
Let's be honest, Spoonie's implosion does not compare to... Let's also be fair about this also. None of the implosions of anyone on Channel Awesome compares to the implosions at Normal Boots.
Oh my god!
I'm just putting that right now.
Oh, dude. We're due.
The Channel Awesome beefs are pretty fucking normal when you get down to it.
Yeah,
to Normal Boots, especially.
Maybe one day we'll have to do a Normal Boots.
That'll be you guys having to explain the drama lore to me because I have no fucking idea.
That means I'll have to look at fucking
that could be a fun stream. You two explaining something to me I've never fucking heard of.
All right, what if I told you this involved millions of dollars of scams and a sex scandal where someone cosplayed as Sailor Mercury with no pants on in front of minors?
Yeah, see, Channel Awesome ain't so bad compared to this shit.
Right? By comparison, it's normal.
Geez, they just had normal coworker falling out for really.
And what if I told you Wizards of the Coast gets involved at one point?
Peanut Butter Gamer is like the Guru Larry of Normal Boots.
The fact that
they're the only ones that were untouched and were not.
Which two? Which ones?
Peanut Butter Gamer and Guru Larry.
Also, don't forget what's his name? Normal Brutal Moose as well. They're the only normal ones out of all of them.
Brutal Moose is more like Lindsay Ellis, I think.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that Peanut Butter Gamer is the only one who isn't either involved with massive.
I hope chat is following this.
Because it's either they ended up either being massive financial scandals or weird sex things, or it was JonTron.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Let's move on.
Anyway,
let's move
so
on.
let me read the other super chats. Meow Neon, thank you for super chat. Thanks, Predictive Text, for ruining my super chat. Yeah, it's all good. Awesomeness. I really like Brad's no budget movies. Yeah, I agree. I think Brad has and also he has some lost films too, which are just pure schlock, which I think are interesting concepts. Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. You sure watched some Escapist spin-offs. Oh yeah, we definitely watched Escapist back in the day. Yep. WC Witt, Spoonie was one of those more likely among the Channel Awesome reviewers to recognize when schlock was achieving what it set out to do. Like his Reb Brown reviews, or when he defended the live-action Tekken Dead or Alive. Yeah, 100%. Spoonie appreciated cheese. That was what was so great. It was a fun time. Nick Wolf, thanks for Super Chat. In Spoonie's words, he has bipolar 2, the quickening. It's terrible. I love it.
Call it that?
I love it. Apparently so. I love it.
I thought it might have been bipolar, but I didn't want to say because I wasn't sure.
I love it. That's great. Sweet Tea Gamer, thank you for Super Chat. I was wondering if I could ask you for some writing advice. I have a lot of questions, but not enough space. Would you be willing to talk over Discord? Yeah, tag me on my Discord. I don't know if I can immediately respond. I am slow to respond sometimes on Discord because I'm working constantly. But if I have the time, I can definitely offer you some feedback. And a lot of my videos do offer some general writing advice from my perspective. But again, my Discord does have some writing channels, I think, as well. We can talk there as well. So just tag me there. It should be perfect.
I will request that people, because my server isn't pay gated, and this has happened a few times in the past. Don't come to my server to tag Ant or Sai. They're there as guests. Like,
yeah.
If you want to talk to them,
I don't mind if someone tags me in your server just to ask me a question. But yeah, if they're coming to your server just to talk to me, that's a bit shitty.
And also just keep in mind that I don't have a ton of time in real life. Like, I'm constantly working. So I don't want to be impolite. I want to give everyone the time they deserve, but sometimes I'm just physically not able to because I'm just so busy. Which is also a factor as well. Anyway, but not to make you feel bad or anything. I would be happy to help you out, but just know I may not be able to reach you in a timely manner. Sauciness, thank you for Super Chat. I want to love Final Fantasy VIII, but its problems are too much. Hey, that's fair. It's not one of my favorites.
I love Final Fantasy VIII.
I know.
I love these reviews. I love these reviews trashing it, but I also love the game. And my best friend and I still to this day make monsters on the moon and time compression jokes.
Time compression.
I love Squall.
I love it because it's a mess. I love it because
Squall was made for me in a lab.
This is actually for you specifically, Crim, especially.
Squall is the more emo cloud. It's amazing.
I was always more of a 7 and 9 fan myself, personally.
I mean, I was Squeenix dork. Like, I like
This
all
is
of
fair.
them.
I don't dislike any Final Fantasies. I should say that right now. I've liked most of them.
I dislike 10 and 13.
I like 10. 13 I don't like. I will say that. 13 I'm not a big fan of, but I like 10.
I like 10-2 more than I like 10.
Well, that's because it's
10-2 is such a wild concept. You can't really even get mad at it.
Well, 10-2 is what happens when your Mormon friend who's been sex repressed all her life goes to college and goes wild.
I mean, yeah, but it's like it's its own thing, kind of, and it was like a wild decision, but it knows what it is, you know?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, like, you play dress up, and if you play dress up enough times in one battle, you become God, so...
I do love that.
Like...
All right,
couple of girlies, yeah.
I want to get through these super chats before we move on. Mega Ritz, thank you for super chat. I saw Spoonie's playthrough of Phantasmagoria 2. The game has an openly bisexual protagonist, Curtis, in 1996. The actor interviewed Spoonie recently.
Oh, I did hear about that. I think another super chat asked about that. I did hear about him interviewing the Phantasmagoria 2 guy, which is kind of going back to his roots. I hadn't watched it though. Maybe that's terrible of me.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
All right, so the guy 493, thank you super chat. Spoonie genuinely needed help, but was too stubborn to actually commit to it. I do hope he's in a better place now off the internet. That's the problem with mental health issues.
Yeah, that's the problem, especially with mental health issues like BPD. Like, even if you really, really want to try to get better, your brain might sabotage yourself.
Which is really rough, and that's not cool. It sucks. Nicholas,
it's a struggle. I mean, they call it mental health for a reason. It is a affliction.
That's when you talk to a therapist. If you're having trouble, please talk to someone. They can help you. Even if you think you can handle it yourself, it doesn't hurt to talk to someone. You know, that's a real, just a general thing you gotta keep in mind. And one last super chat, Nicholas May Souls, thank you for super chat. Has anyone seen the interview Spoonie did a year ago with the main actor from Phantasmagoria 2?
That's what I just mentioned, yeah.
Evidently we haven't. So we clearly haven't. But yeah, no, that's
cool though that he's doing stuff again.
I'm glad because he is a talent. I really am glad he's doing better. Or at least to some degree. All right, let's make fun of his first video.
On that note,
these videos were great. These videos are great.
These are also fantastic.
games where you either loved it or you hated it. And if you ask me, it didn't even really start getting bad till Final Fantasy X. But this one was where it all started going wrong. It seems like they wanted to change everything from the last Final Fantasy game. The characters, the look, the feel, the sound, even the focus. They decided to change the plot completely into one based more around a central love story than any kind of plot that centers
I
on
want to say
saving...
something.
Go for it.
Final Fantasy VII was also very unlike earlier because Final Fantasy originally started as like it had this like high fantasy dungeon crawler sort of aesthetic, like
yes, but for most American kids at the time, FF7 was their first Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, most people didn't play Final Fantasy 3. Oh, I'm sorry, Final Fantasy 6. Exactly my point.
But Final Fantasy has always kind of shifted around in genre a lot. But like if you're not familiar with early Final Fantasy games, look at games like Crystal Chronicles and even Final Fantasy XIV, like the MMO. That was more what Final Fantasy was originally like.
That's the weird part, though, is he has played older Final Fantasy games. He's mentioned it a few times in his videos.
Also,
so I don't know why he's acting like, oh, well, this is so different from other Final Fantasy games. All Final Fantasy games are different from other Final Fantasy games.
I mean,
maybe he's just reflecting the mood of like the gaming culture at the time. Like, why is this so different than Final Fantasy? Because Final Fantasy VII was like the peak RPG. Back then. It totally was.
There's also been a time that Final Fantasy IX was seen as the black sheep of the family for being not like Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, because they tried to go back to its roots in FF9 and everybody hated it.
Exactly. All right, let's keep going.
The world. I mean, see if you can even spot what's going on here from the subtitles. These really weird cryptic subtitles that appear all over these Japanese games, and I can't imagine they make much more sense in Japanese than they do in English. But I always like the air quotes, and I'll be waiting here. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. But if there's one thing Square does well, it's making really awesome trailers that overhype the shit out of the game for fanboys who will buy anything Square puts out and consider it a masterpiece.
That hasn't changed.
Have you considered it looks fucking cool? Who cares?
Final Fantasy 15 Versus comes to mind.
Oh, you mean Final Fantasy 13 Versus? The game that...
never was.
What are you talking about? That's Final Fantasy 15. You mean the games with four
you can tell Final Fantasy 15 was completely rewritten, though. You can fucking tell. I watched my friend play the entire thing.
Yeah, poor Nomura, his poor baby.
It became 4 twinks in the car.
Beautiful boys simulator, as I believe somebody said.
Honestly,
once.
though, they are all beautiful boys. They're all gorgeous. I don't care what
Final Fantasy is for the gays.
Yeah.
Let's just let's be real here.
Actually, I would say the buys more than anything else.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But that's just Japanese. That's just Japanese masculinity. It's very fruity.
Here's I think there's a little bit more going on with Final Fantasy and
not
Square
according
Enix
to people
in general.
who only type in like very simple Japanese. I'm kidding.
But I will say that you know what? There are two kinds of Final Fantasy fans. Either you're LGBT or you're lying.
Accurate. Okay, let's keep going. I can't wait to hear you had to say it with the Gunblade.
Oh, Westside Tyler's in chat.
Good game.
What?
Hey,
he's in chat.
Hey, Westside Tyler. What up, dude?
Oh, there you go. Final Fantasy 13 should have ended at the first Final Fantasy 10. Oh, that's what everyone in chat's saying. That being said, though, Final Fantasy 14 is really good. I will argue that.
I will never play it. My friends have tried to get me into it for years. I'm not going to, but I appreciate that people like it.
There was a summer.
I do MMOs. I piss and shit and cry, and I don't like it.
I play them for like 3 months and then get bored.
There was a summer where I just played that the entire summer.
Of course.
That and Dead by Daylight.
Well, if you ever want to get back into it, my friends are super into it, Ant.
That's fair. Maybe I'll just do it on stream one day. I'll just stream Final Fantasy. If I forget let go of my day job, I'll just stream Final Fantasy 14 in the morning.
There you go. Getting paid to play video games is fun. I've done it on my channel.
There we go. Anyway, let's get back into this.
Anyway, there's no real point in trying to piece together what the fuck is going on with the plot, because this video makes absolutely no sense. As far as you can tell, There's some queen chick with huge boobs.
Doesn't need to make sense. It looks cool. Who cares?
Oh,
Stop
actually,
thinking about it so
a Shannon
hard.
Doherty joke about boobs, though, is very, in hindsight, uncomfortable. But beyond that...
There's gonna be a few problematic jokes in Spoonie's repertoire. I'm sure it was like 2008, guys.
No, I mean like she died of breast cancer.
Oh yeah, well,
that's what I'm talking about.
I don't think she did at the time.
No, she was not dying of breast cancer. And when was this?
Yeah.
Like 17 years. 17 years ago.
Oh my god, Jesus.
Oh god. Okay.
Let's check into the retirement home, guys.
These two are trying to work out their unresolved homosexual issues by sissy fighting with two of the stupidest weapons in history.
Hey, Crim, he agrees with you.
Ha, pull my finger. Now you might think there's something epic going on here, like there's some kind of world-shattering event that warrants this duel because of all the Carmina Burana music with the God chorus and the
I mean, bye, whatever.
But no, these guys are really just sissy fighting in training. I'm serious. They're just sparring. And from here he moves on to play a card battle game. Facepalm, baby. Oh.
Okay, I kind of love this already. It's terrible.
This is why he got popular.
I'm gonna harm you.
Wait, but Ryder was in this?
No, he's making jokes about the cast.
He's messing with it.
Okay.
So he's just calling things gay because it's 2008.
I mean, it is, but like that's I'm enjoying it. Spoonie, your brain is tiny.
He's just doing it to be goofy, is the thing. And you know what? That whole thing.
The thing is, though, she's just making the same joke we just made, just with slightly less, like...
Yeah, he's like mad about it.
He's making the same joke you guys just made, except he's a straight guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing, like,
exactly.
it's the same
joke. He doesn't appreciate real art. He doesn't appreciate real art.
Yeah, we'd be a little hypocritical when we say, well, he can't say it.
No, it's the same joke, it's fine.
No, yeah, it's very obviously a joke. You know.
Who the fuck said I was joking?
And that's the thing
Who the fuck said I was joking?
And that's the thing
You're
too,
very
with a lot of
serious
jokes
about
from
your
that
Final
era.
Fantasy twinks.
And that's the thing too with like Final Fantasy, a lot of the jokes back in the day. Like, you know, a lot of the humor was like people didn't really associate the word gay with like actual people, which is in a lot of ways
it was like
really
a
fucked up
slang thing at the time, and like it was just, again, this is millennial humor. It was very in your face, very gross, very taboo. But most of the time, the people saying it weren't even. They were just like, oh, what crazy thing can I say that's like, hee hee, you know, a little spicy. Is really all they were thinking.
And a lot of people back then didn't even know. It's so weird, like the divide between like a person making that kind of joke and like them with a friend who they know is gay. Like, it's so surreal in hindsight, especially because of how things have changed so much in our language today. Like, I think
it shows you how much has changed in the last just 17 years. Yeah.
Yeah, not that much time, which is funny, I'd say. And it's not just like Tumblr; it's like real like momentum, you know.
I can't say for other people, but I know that my being like, haha, that's so gay, but like in a reclaiming way definitely comes from this kind of millennial humor.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, I'm going to make everything gay and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
I think it might have been you that said that, Crim, where like the jokes back then were haha, you're gay, and now the jokes are haha, I'm gay.
Yeah, basically.
So I'm gonna. It's like, being gay isn't your choice. It's mine. You're gay now. Like, you know.
Basically. Yeah, I've just noticed how much wine I've had over the course of this video.
Or I was just remembering Elvira Kurt's joke when she reveals she's a lesbian in her stand-up routine, and she's like, I know what you're all thinking. If you're a lesbian, and we were all laughing at you, does that make us gay? She goes, I just want to reassure you that yes, it does. Let the Pride Parade begin!
There we go.
Fucking love her.
Love it. Alright, let's keep going.
Okay, I'm done. I'm not gonna harp on the gay thing. I was just fucking around.
I know you
really,
were.
They're more emo
We're
than
not
gay
offended.
anyway. And sissies, leather-wearing sissies too.
Hello?
My forehead hurts. And now you gotta name him, so let's see. I wonder if sawed-off Winona-looking too much leather-wearing, whiny, mumbling, girl-hating emo shitbird will fit. Well, that's the only 7 letters. I love it when they let you name the characters, because it lets you pick something appropriate. I mean, for Squall, you got the stupid hair in his eyes, the mumbling, the ellipses all the time. I know, let's just go with Emo Git.
Yeah, you could do that a lot back in the day.
That could have gone way worse.
Yeah, Vincent is also right fucking there. How dare you?
I was afraid he was going to choose a different letter to start and go with.
Oh yeah, me too.
I think, you're not going to go F, are you? You're not going to go with that word.
Yeah, I was worried for a second.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
He was never that bad.
No, but still.
Is our brave hero getting himself stitched up in the school nurse's office. There's just something amusing about that. He's like, oh, it's gonna leave a scar. And not only that, he's such a wuss. He has to be picked up by his teacher. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. You want to
In
call
fairness,
your
though,
mommy?
his teacher's gorgeous.
No, he's about to make that joke.
Hold on.
I will also say that, like, no offense, but if you had a big cut across the front of your face, you'd probably not be happy about it either.
Or maybe no, I would be
Cutting to
really
himself
happy.
playing was also something a lot of people didn't do yet.
I know she's
You
a
know.
cartoon and all, but god damn!
Unless there we go. That's what I was talking for.
She's a teacher with a whip.
Oh my god.
Can't get away with this now.
My god.
Stay late for a cram session. Look at 7 orgasms.
I forgot about this part.
Oh, spank me now.
Oh my god.
Well, I hope you guys leave super chats because this video is going to be demonetized most likely.
Yeah, need to please fund
This is
my
too
therapy.
hot for
Count me
YouTube.
in, honey. I gotta stay after school. Come on, you're my new girlfriend now.
This is why I don't like straight men.
That hair smells good. I'm back into this right here, right now. I don't care who's watching.
If you're a straight man, send me $100 right now. Hello? Get that out of here.
I'll be in my bunk.
Emo Git, you're forgetting.
Okay, I will say that was funny.
That was very
This is
funny.
why people liked his videos.
Well, the thing
It
that's
was
also,
funny. It
the thing
was
that's-
funny.
The thing that's also funny about it is that he's also the butt end of the joke.
Yeah, it's a self-deprecating joke in the end. So that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the balance you have to find.
Mm-hmm. That's why this joke works, because it's like he is at the end of the day the target of the joke.
Yeah,
more than anything else.
he is. Yeah, he's admitting he's being a creep, and you know.
And that's the gag. Whereas today, someone would just make a joke like, "Oh, that's hot boobs," and then the fact that they're the ones that are like saying something ridiculous would go over their heads.
Yeah.
I think, or they'd be offended by saying, "Oh, you could make this joke back in the day, but now you can't." Like, no, because you're not the target of the joke.
You're not funny enough.
Yeah,
that's why you can't make it.
You want to make the joke funny. That joke is still funny, and like the fact that it's making like a bunch of not straight people laugh their butts off, like in the face of it.
Oh yeah, like even back in the day, like I just like I knew it was a joke he was making. You know,
it's not. Here's the thing: some humor is offensive and they are justifiably offended, and some jokes don't work because they're poorly constructed. Some jokes are just funny, I think personally.
Yeah, even if they're a little crass and edgy, they could still be fucking funny.
You gotta take it into context.
I still laugh at offensive jokes. It just need to be funny. That's my only rule. Just make sure they're funny if you're gonna tell them.
Just be actually funny. Don't just be punching down and pretending that's a joke.
Yeah. Again, the fact that he's the target of the joke really
exactly.
makes it funny.
He's the butt of the joke in the end, so he's not punching down. He's punching himself in the face, and it's funny.
Which is great. That's what you gotta do. Anyway, that's and people who like get offended that people don't laugh at their jokes are always the ones who can't
They're
take
the
a
worst
joke.
ones.
They can never take a joke, and that's why they suck at jokes.
But they all yeah.
No, go for it. I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
Well, they're also people that get offended when somebody thinks their joke isn't funny are usually just not funny at all.
Yeah.
100%.
It's like no, people aren't gonna laugh politely for you just because your mom does.
Jeez, sigh.
100%.
Just like cut his dick off while you're at it. Goddamn.
Just chopped up and served it.
This hypothetical guy we're insulting, yeah.
I mean, like I could think of a few people, but like,
Several.
yeah, no.
Some we've talked about too on streams previously.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep
But
going.
anyway.
Baby, you're my girlfriend. Anyway, you gotta name your GF, which is kind of like your Espers. I don't like the name they give me, and so they give you a lot bigger one. This kind of looks like an ass pickle to me, so I'm gonna name that. And,
In fairness, he's not wrong.
I guess Miss Bukaki will do.
That's not how you spell it,
I really
but
started
okay.
taking issue with the game, because after you do this, Quistis starts giving you tutorials on every single thing in the game, and it's so involved. They changed everything from the ground up, and they made it so needlessly abstract.
Well, he's got a point. The battle system was very different.
You have to
Yeah,
link
it was
your
complicated.
magic to your given attributes, and the different kinds of magic you link to your different attributes increase them in different ways. But not
See, my
only that,
brother
you can
understood
link your
all this
magic
shit,
to
and I could
everything
never wrap
else.
my head around
Not
it.
just your attributes,
No, I
but
never.
Your various items, your attack.
I
your
think I
defense,
figured it out
your
enough
luck,
to play, but I never
everything.
mastered it.
But not only that,
Yeah, I mean, I limped my way through the game back in the day. I mean, I do enjoy the story just because it's crazy.
When did this come out? When did Final Fantasy VIII come out?
Oh Jesus! Let me look it up.
A year after Final Fantasy VII, I think. So
Was it a
98?
year after?
I think it was
No, it was
98.
99. 2 years.
Oh, okay.
And if you want magic, you
Oh,
have to
because
draw it from
9
enemies
came
to
out the year after Final
combat
Fantasy VIII, I
And
think,
to
right?
do that, you do
Okay.
nothing but draw. Basically meaning, if you
think
want
people-
magic, you have to do this for every spell, for every enemy you meet.
I think he is
Do that.
exaggerating how
You have to-
complicated this was, though. I think he is.
Yeah, I think it's a
Yeah, I
little
don't-
less difficult than that.
It's been
My
a while
brother,
since I
my brother
played
was
it,
always
but-
like mass linking materia and doing this crazy shit with it. I remember that.
Yeah, this was a weird one. I don't get what they were cooking.
You had to link materia to like your attributes though in order to like level them up basically or buff yourself. It was really strange. He's not wrong there.
I will say this: it's not as bad as the system for Final Fantasy II, which you could
No,
cheese
probably
so
not.
easily.
Enemy mercilessly wail on you while you draw hundreds upon hundreds of magic spells just so you can be competitive in combat and cast the magic you want to cast. You will spend so many untold hours doing nothing but drawing magic and getting yourself abused it'll drive you batshit insane. I just want to fight. And let's not forget the tutorials on the Gunblade.
The fucking Gunblade. I sound like such a fucking retard
fucking
when I have to
love
bitch about the Gunblade. And
Oh, he said the Riri word.
He said your word, Sai.
And
He
idiots
said the
who
gamer
defend
word.
it. Do I even really need to explain to you in how many ways the Gunblade is stupid? You can't tell. I get the concept. I really do. I mean, really big swords are cool. Guns are cool. But when you mix them both together, you're not always going to get Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the fuck is it? It's a 4-foot sword, duct tape onto a fucking pistol grip. What the hell does it do? If you
not
swing
wrong.
something this heavy with such an inappropriate grip, all you gotta do is break your fucking wrist. I mean,
He's not
does it have
wrong,
ammo?
but it's so
do you need to
cool.
reload it? What does the ammo do?
Is it Final
What actually
Fantasy
happens when you pull
is
the
one of
trigger?
those
There's a
games where
sword.
it's like it's also very it's not the trigger thing. It sends a vibration through the blade. It's not a actual. Anyway, my
It's not a
point
rifle,
is
no.
that
It's not
yeah, it's not a rifle. It's stated pretty clearly in the game what it does. But anyway, my point is that Final Fantasy is one of those games where it's like just stop thinking too hard about it. People think too hard about like what's literally going on in a lot of like.
I'm pretty
games
sure
and media
they
that
come
you
up with a lot. I'm pretty sure they come up with a lot of this stuff by just dumping like magnetic poetry on the floor.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's absolute bullshit. None of it makes
Seeing
any
what
sense.
comes up.
I mean, like, but again, like, who fucking cares? Like, are you really, like, playing Final Fantasy for the scientific explanation of how things work? Like, just fucking relax. It's fine. It really is fine.
Yeah, none of this is super difficult.
Yeah, but being nitpicky was also the style of the time, you know?
It still
Yeah, that's true.
is the problem.
little bit, yeah. But like
Yeah, but
people
it's not
who were doing it
ironic
were-
anymore.
Yeah, the people doing it like Spoonie were being nerds on purpose, you know?
The thing also with Spoonie is he's being pedantic about it for the fun.
And he knows he's being pedantic. He clearly in his performance knows he's being pedantic.
He's self-aware enough to go like, this is ridiculous, but also like, and granted, we said before he's not really playing a character. He's not, but he is
No, but he's still doing a bit. He's still doing a bit.
Yeah, and he clearly understands the parameters of the bit because he stops. That's the key thing. he knows
That's what Doug
when
Walker doesn't understand.
Exactly.
He doesn't know when to stop the fucking bit.
Exactly, because he knows when the bits run out and he ends it and moves on to the next point. Whereas you have the 7-hour like right-wing reactionaries where they talk about Star Wars for
not,
5 hours.
It wasn't a skill a lot of people had back then either, to know when to stop a fucking joke. I think that's also what made Spoonie stand out.
Yeah.
He actually had comedic timing, like really, really good comedic timing.
100%. But it was so natural, though. That's the crazy thing. He just sounds like he's just talking, but you know he's...
Because he was. He most likely was.
He was, but you also know that when he was editing, he knew, okay, we cut the joke. Maybe he had like 15 hours of rambling on video, but like he knew, okay,
he would cut it.
We need
oh
to
yeah,
this
that's me with my streams. I gotta very objectively cut myself.
Exactly, 100%. That's what you got. That's always the toughest part. Anyway, back to this.
Hurt more when you load it with bullets? I just don't get it. And here it comes. The cries of the fanboys. Oh, you're bringing up realism in a Final Fantasy game.
Here we are.
Not only does the Gunblade look stupid, but Final Fantasy VIII marked the transitional point in the series.
Fuck you.
You could argue that I like Final Fantasy VII, and the hero there had a 6-foot Buster Sword that was bigger than him and probably weighed upward of 200 pounds. Did I have a problem with that? Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, but with Final Fantasy VIII, the games changed to a more realistic look. They actually looked like people and not super deformed anime characters. Was it really so out of line to expect them to have more realistic weapons? I mean, everyone else does. And is this the chosen weapon of an entire class of soldiers? I mean, somebody really just miscalculated the coolness factor of the Gunblade. I mean, I could combine random
Little
shit
mean
too
to show bad
and come up with
cosplay.
better stuff than that. I mean, like the Sharkzooka.
All the Gunblade does is add a timing puzzle to the fucking game, and I hate timing puzzles. I mean, it's the future. You're a soldier. Get a gun. Why do you need a sword? Anyway, you go to
That's
the fire
fair.
cave as your final exam, and so you have to choose a time limit. I choose 10 minutes.
His audio
'cause I'm
mixing
fucking
is really
hardcore,
bad,
and
though.
That's how I roll. And if it doesn't seem annoying yet, it will, because one of the fastest ways to beat the bad guys is to summon your GFs, or your Guardian Forces. And this is kind of cool until you realize you can never skip these animations. And they only get longer from here. This is the shortest one. We're going to get so sick of seeing these during the course of the game, and you'll summon them 5, 6, 10 times a game. Oh yeah, I'm
Right,
serious.
wrong, but-
It just gets so annoying and repetitive. And so I finally just get sick of it, and I decide the much better option is to try to whack it to death with my sword. And I haven't even bothered drawing magic, so this is taking way longer than it should. Luckily, my girlfriend is there with her whip and beats the shit out of this guy. And somehow this is the standard final exam for the special class of soldiers. They put you in a fiery magma cave where they make you fight a summoned demon. I mean, there's a written exam.
See, this is the kind of pedantry he was good at.
This is great.
Truly, this is the future! Oh, I know it seems like I'm nitpicking, but I ain't even gotten
Now, I
started
kind
yet
of
on
wanted
them.
you to skip ahead to the last one, number 6, just because it has a really funny ending joke.
Okay, here we go.
And it's a shit post about Final Fantasy 7, I think.
And then we'll do the Cinema Snob, and then we'll go with the polls in chat after that.
Yeah.
They did want to cover
There's
one
a
specific
little bit of a
video.
skit here, I guess, yeah, but...
And more him on camera.
Hi, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, he switched to being on camera more at this point.
He had his on-camera stuff, especially for Highlander, I thought. That's why I watched him first, the Highlander review.
Well, and I think that's another thing that made him really popular, because again, he was like one of the first people to do this whole cutting between him and live action and the game he was playing and stuff. And he had really good facial expressions. He was very, very expressive, which made his videos very funny.
Oh, 100%. He was very animated. And again, his humor was so natural, like naturally paced, Like, there's so much good here, too. You can see.
Yeah, like, he was, like, a decent actor, too, in a way, even though he was mostly playing himself. He was still, like, better than a lot of the other guys.
And again, a lot of his jokes now, some of them age really badly, but, like, you heard Lindsay Ellis. All of them, a lot of the
It
jokes
was
have aged
the
badly.
time. It was the time. That's
Yeah.
all you can say about it.
So, like, you can only imagine how much better he could have gotten had he, like, been consistent with this, I feel like. That's my takeaway.
It's yeah, it'd be interesting to imagine like a timeline where he kept at it and maybe evolved his content, but I'm not sure he would be able to keep up with internet trends.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Unfortunately,
He was kind of an old school kind of guy in the end.
That's true. Maybe that's why I like
A lot of his interests were from the 80s and 90s as well. But that did eventually come back into popularity. Like all the Zoomers love 90s shit now.
Apparently, it's just wild to think.
Crazy to me. Somebody. Oh god, I saw somebody in a short being like, "I just got my vintage Juicy Couture tracksuit," and I was like, I almost threw up in my mouth.
How do you think our parents felt when we were like wearing poodle skirts and shit? Yeah.
I was not wearing poodle skirts in the 2000s. I will say that. I don't know why. I just wasn't.
Are you sure?
Not that you'd know about anyway. Not any photos floating online in any case.
No embarrassing photos.
Welcome to my first in a long-running series, I hope, of Final Fantasy games. Right now I'm here to talk to you about Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, this is the joke.
Final Fantasy VII is actually a pretty good game, especially for its time.
This is a shitpost, this whole video.
I love it.
Why? Well, for one, I enjoy pissing creepy fanboys off, but there are a lot of legitimate reasons to hate Final Fantasy VII. Not necessarily for what it is, but what it did to gaming culture at large.
Of course, evolution was inevitable. I can't grudge the game for changing with the times, and I don't necessarily hate Final Fantasy VII. I just hate the people who obsess over it. Before with Final Fantasy, it was gamers only. Then when 7 came out, all of a sudden the game became something else. It started attracting a new kind of fan. Really, really creepy anime freaks. All of a sudden, liking Final Fantasy put otherwise respectable gamers on the same bandwagon as people who feel compelled to dress like idiots and who think Neon Genesis Evangelion was really deep.
It
I'm sorry, I
was.
just never understood cosplay.
Again, this is a
Cosplay was never meant to be
Goody.
seen.
I'm coming to your house with knives.
It's a satire, Crim. We probably meant some of this. He never really liked anime that much.
I'm killing him in Minecraft.
Killing him in Ultima.
Okay.
Ant thinks this is great.
I think it's hilarious, but let's keep going.
In actual 3 dimensions, and nobody in the history of ever has looked cool carrying a 6-foot foam buster sword. It's just childish. But I'm not just picking on cosplayers. Honestly, you guys kind of weird me out. But hey, it's your money. After all, we let Trekkies get away with it. It's just that anime does weird things to people sometimes, you know? You could pervert anything, I suppose, but otaku are capable of some weird shit. You want to see what I mean? Go to Google image search and just type
you might
in
want to skip
Tifa
this
or
part.
Selfie or any other woman in
He's
the Final
talking
Fantasy
about
universe.
NSFW for a bit there.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna work on YouTube.
And that's not even getting to the other
Not
movie,
YouTube today.
The Spirits Within.
No.
A movie so bad it sank the entire production company, probably because...
Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasy's The Spirits Within?
Yeah.
Because I actually mentioned this in my video on Friday.
Yeah, it was still kind of a sore spot at the time because you see the cutscenes they make for the games and the movie just was not that.
Well, it was all motion capture. It was the same thing they did with the Polar Express movie.
Yeah.
Which is
Except
what my
this
video
one
is
looked
about.
even more uncanny, and yeah, it sunk the production company. And actually, this movie is why Square had to merge with Enix.
Mm-hmm.
And that is terrible because they have sucked ever since.
It's actually wild how rarely I get to talk about Final Fantasy Spirits Within. I actually... Okay. Do you want to know something embarrassing about me?
Yeah. Always.
I saw this in theaters.
Oh, that is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I could tell it looked like shit from the trailers.
I was like a kid, but I thought it looked cool because it had ghost monsters in it.
So you didn't even know what I was looking about?
I didn't even know
I
what the
got
plot
confused. I got confused because I could at that point I couldn't really tell if it was live action or not because back in the day we didn't really have any 3D movies that were on that level of quality.
Yeah, it
so
was the
freaked me
first
out.
one on that level. Just the movie itself was not very good.
No, it's a garbage film. It's not good at all. I see in chat people saying, "Oh, Ant likes Spirits Within." No, No, I don't. But I saw it in theaters because the commercial looked cool. It's not a good movie whatsoever, but I did pay. But my parents paid money to see this. Let's be blunt.
He didn't even spend money on it. Who's the real loser here?
Yeah, I was not. I was. When did this come out? 2000, 2001. I was like I was like 9 or 10. So I'm not saying I was like an informed viewer of the movie, but I thought it was cool when I was like.
Here's cool looking sci-fi stuff.
Well, I got to see. Oh, look, there's a person. Oh, look, it's Hades from Hercules. He gets killed. That honestly maybe was not a bad mentality. I always forget James Woods in this movie. It's like so weird. Some of the cast
James Wood would only be Hades to you. That's weird.
That's only it. He is only Hades. Because if I think about James Woods as a person, it gets worse.
That's true.
Anyway.
Because it had nothing whatsoever to do with any aspect of the game. Talk about a bait and switch. Advent Children was loud, dumb, and obnoxious, but at least it was modeled after the game. I don't know which is worse, the official movies or the fan-made porn. At least with the porn, you spend 10 minutes or so, jerk off, and you're done, and you got something out of it. I feel sorrier for the sad saps who rushed out to get a first-run copy of Advent Children on UMD. Yeah, that's a format that'll last. I just got 3 words.
I'm not going to say anything about
this one. Bought a PSP. Second analog stick. Enjoy your bad camera controls and rearview mirror on Gran Turismo, cocksuckers. Anyway, I guess this all comes across as a bit of a rant. After all, this is like saying I don't like cats and owls because people are putting lolcats pictures all over the place, or denouncing Bill Cosby because Carlos Mencia steals all his jokes.
Oh, well, that joke hasn't aged well for other reasons.
That aged poorly on so many levels. No!
That's
no, it's going to be problematic in 17 years!
That's not why they're bad!
Topical! I just was not expecting that!
That's great!
How it hit all 3 of us like a bag of fucking
truck! We've been isekai'd!
Oh my god. That joke's aged wonderfully, but not for the reasons he thought.
I just wanted this one for the funny ending, god damn it, Noah.
So far, Spoody is top tier, right? We all agree? Best.
Yeah.
There we go.
Alright, I guess I ought to at least explain how the game sucks. People always compliment the plot, but it really boils down to an angsty, long-haired emo punk tart with a 7-foot sword and an Oedipus complex, wanting to drop a big fucking meteor on the planet for no real reason. Of course, to do this, he has to collect a bunch of magic rocks, and only a group of terrorists rebelling against the oppressive Shinra Corporation, known as Avalanche, can stop him. I don't think anyone really knows what Avalanche stands for, but I think that's just the long name for the A-Team, because it's led by some guy named Barrett, a foul-mouthed black dude played by Mr.
We all
T.
called him Mr. T back in the day.
Yeah.
The working man is to hire mercenaries to blow
Clearly
up the
who he's muckled up.
causing untold
Seriously.
people go without heat. Truly, these men are heroes to the Republic. One that weighs more than he does. Of course, this is the future.
Oh, did you click
so
back?
Almost everyone decides to blow
I went
it out
ahead
with
because I think it was
melee
going to be
weapons
copyright
instead of carrying
music.
firearms.
Oh, okay.
That won't save
Sure,
me.
you have
I
the
think
right
this
idea
video is
by
already
strapping
screwed
a
from that, but we'll
cannon
go
to
with it
it.
anyway.
I pity the fool who gets in his way. Hey, you're really a fan. I also can't say I really understand some of the characters in this game either. For instance, there's Vincent Valentine,
Well,
who I
Vincent
think is
makes
a
total
vampire,
sense.
despite the fact I can
He's the
never
most normal
remember
one
him
of all
drinking
of them.
any blood.
He's
And he got his own
Mercer,
horrible
did you win?
spin-off game called Dirge of Cerberus. Then there's some kind of sentient
Oh god,
dog
remember Dirge of
creature.
Cerberus?
And
That game
dumbest of all
sucked.
is Kate Sith, a secret double agent who works for Shinra. He infiltrates the group by employing
And
a
he's
robotic
great in the
cat with a
remakes.
Scottish accent.
Oh,
who
Kate
rides
Sith?
on the back
Oh, yeah.
of
Yeah.
another
Oh,
huge
he's really
robotic
good.
Moogle,
Which is
like
surprising,
Master
'cause I
Blaster
couldn't
from
stand the
Beyond
character originally.
Thunderdome. And
I
seriously,
know.
this is the
I
guy's
just want to
plan.
believe it's
He's
Reeve
gonna
doing a
trick
funny
them into
voice.
allowing a robot
Seriously.
fortune-telling cat with a megaphone to be a part of their group, and it works. The one that always chat my
They
ass
don't even
off was
explain it in the
the
remakes.
resident
They're just like,
Lolita
okay.
character solely
None
for
of it
a little
makes sense.
underage
It's
fan
fantastic.
service with a little lemon twist. And get this, she's supposed to be a ninja. Let me tell you something, okay? This is a ninja. This is a ninja. Even this is a ninja. This is not a ninja. And while
Yeah.
we're at it,
Neither is this.
He's not wrong.
Old man yells at Cloud.
Seriously,
He's not
folks,
wrong.
What the fuck? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I like Yuffie in the
really
remake,
fucking
though. He's
perfect
hilarious.
I like
was
Yuffie
the
in
relatively
general.
new concept
great
that
character.
you
I always
could
found her
settle
a
on
little
one of the
more
many,
annoying.
many trashy chicks as your girlfriend. Although no matter who you chose, Cloud basically settled on Eris. You get to know her for about 2 hours before Sephiroth stabs her in the heart. Hey, come on, man, hit her with a Phoenix down.
Spoiler
She'll get
alert.
better.
Seriously, I knew
Just
grown
spoiler
men
alert
who
for Final
admitted to
Fantasy.
weeping
Wow.
openly at that scene. A bunch of pussies.
This is a funny little bit.
Again, he's the butt of the joke in this one.
Yeah, you're right. He's the butt of the joke again. Like, oh yeah, you're a pussy for crying at that, and then
And he cries Final Fantasy
flashes
6.
back to himself.
Final Fantasy 6.
The baseball cap on, so you know it's him when he was a kid.
Yeah, right? I do love this scene, though. But yeah. And that's why his humor actually works in today's standard. Like, some of the jokes have aged badly, but
He's the butt of the joke. Yeah.
he always made sure he tied it back to himself, so it wasn't like the audience who was the one being mocked entirely. He'd always laugh at himself at the end, which I think was one of the elements that, like, benefited him in the long run, I feel like. As
Oh,
a
yeah.
viewer.
And of course, it's to ruin the beautiful
I'll tell you
scene.
where all this
Yeah,
madness
right?
started. I just figured it out. There's one really cracked out scene in this game where you spend the better part of an hour trying to rescue one of your friends
Oh,
from a
this
pimp lord
scene.
named Don Corneo,
The gay scene.
a tubby crime boss who
Which they
routinely selects
doubled
one foxy woman to
quadrupled
make
down in the
his,
remake.
God.
special friend. And women line up for this. Even weirder is that everyone decides it'd be a really great idea if Cloud dresses in drag and volunteers for a night of sex with this man. And he agrees. You then proceed to wander around town collecting the best clothes you can find for the job. Like makeup,
It is great.
perfume, frilly lingerie, stuff from a vending
Or
machine,
like I said,
and
they
a
fucking
sexy
quadrupled
dress.
down on it in the
Not only
remake.
that,
So
while
far
wandering
down.
around Don Corneo's club,
Oh, it's
you become
great.
cornered by a pack of large,
They didn't have
muscular,
this part,
oiled
though.
gay wrestlers
I love
with
this.
porn mustaches who drag you into a hot tub for a massage. Oh, by looking at this, the only way I think you can interpret this scene is that Cloud is getting systematically gangbanged by every one of these men.
Yes!
They're literally pulling a train on him. Oh, man! Were parents warned about this game? Anyway,
I mean,
surprised
like-
to learn that the already androgynous Cloud makes a pretty sexy chick. And if you're disturbed enough to have tracked down all the best items, you win. If you call this winning.
I certainly do.
Oh, this is sick. What kind of perverted
You
game is
win.
this? I
You
can't think
do
of
win.
anything more
I think this is where it
confusing
goes
and
into the
emotionally
final
scarring
joke,
to a
though.
kid.
This part.
How do you think he felt about the remake?
Probably not good. There we go.
Alright, now it's fun.
There we go.
I just love that he passes out, does a shitpost review of FF7, and then wakes up from his fever dream to Final Fantasy X-2, which was the next review.
Which is a
And
mess.
So many people weren't making videos this way back then, you know?
There was a sense of continuity and cleverness. I'm going
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, Sai, I'm gonna let you take Crim. I'm gonna let you take control of the stream for a second.
Oh
I
dear.
gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't let me regret this. Don't leak my social security number too much. I know I told you in text messages before the stream started. Don't tell my home address or my credit card numbers as well. Thank you. I'll trust you.
We won't tell any more embarrassing stories about your youth seeing terrible movies.
Is he gone?
I think he's gone. It's our stream now.
Okay, so Anthony lives at no.
I mean, we should talk more about Spoonie, I suppose. I was a really big fan of his.
Yeah. I honestly, yeah, I have watched some of his stuff, but I think like a lot of, I was very sensitive when I was younger, and I think that a lot of
it is a lot of old internet bro humor a bit. But the thing is, with him, it seemed like it was always a gag, you know?
Yeah.
And like Ant was saying, he knew how to tie it back into him being the butt of the joke at the end of the day. which is kind of important for that sort of thing. I've said before, if you want to play like a funny asshole type of character, that character needs to get its comeuppance, in order to be enjoyable.
Yeah.
You can't just have an asshole character be an asshole.
Yeah, he was funny. I'll give him that. Even if when I was younger, yeah,
very funny and charismatic, and like I said, he could act a bit, unlike the others.
I'm also like, he's one of the people that like really like, it just makes me kind of roll my eyes when it's like, do you think that this stuff is unintentional? Like, it's like, oh, it's so gay. Why would they do that? Do they not get how it looks? Yeah, they get how it looks. I'm pretty like no. I think Final Fantasy VII was one of Nomura's first big final like projects in that, and like the guy pretty explicitly has a type of guy that he likes, and it never came across. It never came across as completely platonic. Like I'm pretty sure the dude is like a little bi. It just is wild that people think it's an accident. You know what I mean? As if somebody wouldn't do that sort of thing on purpose. But...
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to tell, because like I said, sometimes a lot of the over-the-top macho man masculinity in Japanese media can look really, really fruity to us.
Yes. Like the wrestling, like the thing in the bathtub, I've never read as particularly homoerotic, because like,
I mean, he's in a hot tub
a little bit.
Crim, he's in a hot tub with a bunch of shirtless men with handlebar mustaches getting a massage.
I'm sorry,
it's pretty blatant what's going on here.
That's true.
We're talking about Cloud with the gay village people in the hot tub.
It's very gay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that, like, necessarily, maybe not that specific scene, but, like, a lot of, like, bathing scenes in Japanese media aren't gay. Like, that's just...
Oh, yeah, but that one...
That's just a part of that one, yeah.
Just because they're muscly men with handlebar mustaches in the brothel.
And loving him, and it's like... And Cloud's like, no, you're hurting me. Like,
yeah, or he just says it hurts.
Listen, it's tastefully homoerotic.
Yeah.
Now
it's
listen,
not very tasteful.
I have
we're just talking about like how people. I mean, I know that he was joking around, but like we were talking about how people like Linkara seem to not get that homoeroticism is oftentimes intentional. Like it's not an
Linkara
accident.
Or Spoonie?
Spoonie. Wow.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say
Sorry.
Linkara really. I think he understood that a little bit. I think
They did some crossovers.
They did a lot of crossovers, and again, like I think that was also
actually their crossover on the Warrior comics were very, very funny.
Oh yeah, I think the thing too is like, and again, this is kind of funny too. I think culturally too, we're at a different stage now where people are actually more aware of that stuff.
Oh yeah, because like back then it was very like, oh, that's gay, you know, but people didn't really think about it that hard, you know.
Well, you think about like also with like Nightmare on Elm Street, people were like, "Can you believe this movie was so gay?" Well, the second one, I mean, when like all the visuals screamed at that being homoerotic. Like it's one of those things where it's like at the time there was the one Cracked article of the gayest horror films of all time. It was like, can you believe these movies are gay?
Yeah, it's almost like
because a lot of the times it was just like, oh, that's gay was a punchline, and that was it. Kind of a lazy punchline. But I think a lot of the guys doing it at the time weren't really thinking about the ramifications of it. They just that was just the humor they have experienced being like the status quo, and they just didn't even question it. A lot of those guys, of course, backed off from doing that sort of thing later because they realized, oh, hey, this is actually pretty shitty. But I think at the time, I don't think it was malicious, is what I'm saying, you know?
I also think it's important to note that, like, we should celebrate people learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, people who make
you can't be like, oh, you said a problematic thing 15 years ago. And it's like, well, obviously they probably have grown and changed since then, you fucking idiot. You know?
Yeah, I think that's important.
True.
I think growth.
He was like in his 20s. You know?
And like the problem also is when I was in my 20s and when he's in his 20s, it's two different eras, basically. When he was in his 20s, I was in high school. You know, so my perspectives are very different on that front. Okay, so let's do Cinema Snob now, and I have something that's not whatsoever remotely as bad as your review, Sai. Nothing as inappropriate at all.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know.
What?
I did do a little, like, something that we were talking about earlier inspired me to make a little picture that I put in the group chat.
Oh.
Let me play this. Let me put this up. 1 second. Oh, what? Oh,
You
God.
probably put it in the browser.
Yeah,
Let me
let me open up Link. Here we go. This is beautiful.
Yes.
This is beautiful. I love it.
This will be our future podcast. We're the two devils on Ant's shoulder.
This is amazing. I love it. I love everything about this. This look of just pure horror.
It's so funny that we both just happen to have like demon devil type characters.
I love the eyelid twitching right here. It's great.
And how you always draw Ant's eyes as part of his glasses.
I love that bit. It's one of my favorite bits.
I have a few super chats I want to read.
I stole it for one thumbnail. Yeah.
A few quick super chats. Meow, thank you for super chat. Spoonie sounding like Plinkett pre-Red Letter Media. Groovy. Oh my god, it does.
Wow. The claws retract a little bit.
I wonder if those guys were inspired by him a bit.
It wouldn't shock me. They came up around the same time. Which is
He
the
was.
crazy thing.
You guys have no idea how fucking popular Spoonie was for like 2008 internet. It was crazy.
He was everywhere for a very long time. WC Wit, thank you. Oh, sorry.
People are wondering why I was so quiet during certain parts, and I'm going to be honest. It's because my experience with Channel Awesome was mostly limited to Doug and Lindsay, and occasionally dipping into some of the other ones. So I don't have as much experiences with these specific videos.
After this next Cinema Snob video we're gonna jump right back to Doug. So we're gonna go right back into field. This one's short.
I do know Cinema Snob.
This one, even if you don't know the movie or the context, you'll get the joke, which is why I selected it. WC Wit, thank you for super chat. And Final Fantasy II was a game he was fairly positive to in his review. That's fair. All right, now time for a wholesome family review. Now I must warn you, Sallow is a film that is I'm going to click out of this. This is beautiful, by the way, Crim.
I need to get food. I'll be right back.
Go get food. While I'm talking, while Crim's grabbing food, Sallow is a film that is very wholesome and family-friendly and not in the least bit terrifying or disturbing whatsoever. So know that going in.
No wonder you like his stuff.
Sallow is a movie I saw at the wholesome age of 15 and didn't screw me up at all.
Uh-huh.
If people in chat who know what Sallow is, there's nothing wrong happening now. You're fine. Yeah, Crim's getting food for a Sallow review. This is a bad choice on his part.
It's unwise, yeah.
Not the smartest timing.
Let's see, he has an iron stomach.
Just skip ahead here. This might not be a good idea. I don't know.
I don't think he shows anything, because I think a lot of the time he would mostly describe things, if I recall
I think he
correctly.
cuts away from the real awful stuff.
Yeah, he likes to do like shock humor, but he never would show like any of the really gross stuff, I don't think.
No, but Sallow, I think they hide most of it. Yeah, they hide most of it. There we go. Cool. Good. All right, cool. I think he hid most of it. So for those,
even before extreme YouTube censorship, I think he was usually pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, the cats are like knocking over something. I had to go take care of that.
Sallow's a lot. I hope I might be going too far.
If it gets a little too much, we can just stop watching it.
Yeah, if it gets
it gives you an idea, because this was Brad's wheelhouse. He would do like borderline pornographic Criterion Collection films and shot on shitty, exploitation films and shit like that. That was his bread and butter.
So, Sai, let me give you some background on Sallow while Crim is getting food. The director was murdered shortly before this film came out.
Jesus. That's a good sign.
Pier Pasolini in the 70s was murdered he got into a severe car accident that involved deliberate aiming right before the film came out.
Yeah, I was going to say, he happened to crash into a bunch of bullets on the road, maybe?
It was, I think it was ruled as a murder, I'm pretty sure.
It was, okay.
Pierre Pasolini's adaptation of Marquis de Sade's 120 Days of Sodom, is a critique of Italian fascism. The film was almost not so. You know how England during the 70s and 80s was extremely strong in censorship. England refused to allow certain films in the country, but they allowed Salò in the country because it was deemed as an artistic achievement. This is one of those films that I have a book called The 1000.
You gotta love that though. It's like, you can be as gross as you want to as long as you say it's art.
Yeah, that's the thing with this film, where like a lot of like exploitation fans are like, this film really gets a pass for the shit it pulls. Like it's actually not counted among the video nasties that England had, which like 80 something films were like that England would not let in the country because they were deemed too disturbing, and most of them were far milder than Salò, which is crazy.
This is a country that would have bare tits in the newspaper. Okay.
Yeah, no. So this came out in the video nasties era, and they still allowed it uncensored in England, which is crazy. But like Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
The 70s was a wild fucking time.
Well, this came out 75, 73, I want to say. So Saucimus, thank you for Super Chat. Salò is a brilliant work of art, and I love and hate it. Yeah, that sums up my feelings too. I both love this film and I hate everything about it at the same time. It's brilliant and beautiful and clever.
I'm imagining that's also Brad's take.
It basically is. So his whole character, for those who don't know in chat, he played a film snob, like a super film critic, who was forced to watch sleazy crap. And like, this is a film.
But he also had a bit of that like sleaze producer persona to him.
Yeah.
You know?
100%.
And Brad was always like the king of the shit-eating grin.
Oh yeah, it's great. All right, maybe we should start with this without Crim, because I think Crim will enjoy the process he's about to...
Walking back into this.
I'm back. Oh, you're back. Good. So
you're ready to eat your food for Salò?
Is this the right? Is this the wrong time to say that horror and gore movies make me hungry?
Wait, I don't think we have time to unpack that statement.
Crim, you're gonna hate what I'm about. Crim, do you know what happens in Salò?
I vaguely remember it. I don't think I've watched it, but
do you remember the meal scene in Salò?
I'm excited.
Oh.
Don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil it for me.
Let's do it.
It's hard to turn my stomach, my friend.
I forgot he used to call himself Stoned Gremlin. Maybe
His
that's where I get it
channel's
from.
still called Stoned Gremlin. This is making fun of the credits of Salò.
He is
too.
a gremlin. He is a gremlin, Brad Jones. He's a tiny man. Is this his old opening?
This is the opening for. This is him making fun of the opening for Salò. This is how Salò.
Ah,
opens.
gotcha.
Like
I think he would do that. He would imitate the credits.
Finally, a film
no beard,
truly
Brad!
graphic, pretentious, and amazing sensationalism that I can fully get behind it.
No, he can
sure.
act. That's the
Perhaps
thing.
Pasolini's Salò may gross us out from time to time, but here is a film that shows us the depths of human depravity and the corruption of power at the hands of fascists and Salò is the anti-happiness, the anti-joy.
He was way more over the top at first.
Right?
Sadism with lovely
He actually went less over the top over time.
That thing was what's with Brad. He actually toned it back a lot.
Yeah, because he's really playing like a more cartoonish caricature of a snob here.
Yeah, no,
you know?
he actually backed off the character more than went
Yeah,
into
well, I
it.
mean, he was still playing the character, but he definitely got much more subtle over time. I think to the benefit, but this is still pretty funny.
Oh yeah, I think this is his funniest of his older reviews because it's like he's clearly
his classic era, his beardless era.
His beardless era, exactly. It's so surreal.
Beautiful shot.
Somebody in chat said Brad's hair traveled from his head to his chin. Love you, Brad.
Oh, they really did cut out most of the gory stuff. Okay, that's good.
Sallow takes place in 1944 during Nazi-occupied Italy. 4 libertines, the Duke, the Magistrate, the Bishop, and the President, along with several guardsmen and some elderly prostitutes, kidnap 9 adolescent boys and 9 adolescent girls and hold them under their strict and forceful rule in a palace near the countryside. Here, they are subjected to mental and sexual torture, which at the hands of master director Pasolini shows us these 4 men's determination to modify the human body, taking away shame and dignity and turning it into a harmful temple with absolutely no value to its owner.
Okay, actually, maybe he will show shit. Let's skip ahead.
To 3 portions. In the Circle of Obsessions, we are first introduced to the deviations which will exceed tenfold as the movie continues. Each section of the movie starts out with graphic storytelling from the prostitutes concerning their own brush with sexual extremes and human cruelty, all told with a nice smile on their face.
I think that something might
pretty
be fishy
poignant,
in the
yeah.
DVD subtitles for this film, but no matter, the depth and art of Sallow is still present.
Nello stesso istante mi sentii completamente immersa in uno spruzzo bianco.
È solo così che possiamo trarre dalle sue storie.
This is fake subtitles, I imagine.
Actually, no.
Oh. I
No,
thought this was a joke he was making.
That's just actually in the
And
film.
is that the shit is a metaphor. It isn't to be taken as literally.
Actually,
in
you know
the
what?
Circle of Shit, surely the most notorious segment of the movie, the libertines and their captives all dine on a hot, steaming feast of...
I definitely can't watch this movie.
I think I communicated the point of this video.
Yeah.
Any more and I get demonetized. So that was that one.
Are we gonna do another cinema snob or hop back to Doug?
I think we're hopping back to Doug. I think I could go with that, but I think that's enough.
Yeah,
for this one.
not a lot grosses me out, but feces, yeah, I can't do that. Can't do that. Especially eating them. Can't
Like
do
I
it.
said, that's what I was thinking of when Crim got his food.
I thought you were talking about when she ate the nails.
That too was pretty extreme, but it's very different.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. But
Fingernails or nails?
No, like nails, like.
Oh.
Yeah, she was forced to chew
See,
on
that
nails.
would not bother me as much as the feces, oddly enough.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, me
there's a
too,
lot
me
of
too.
gross stuff in that. In Sallow has a lot of gross stuff. I think that and the nipple scene grosses me out too much.
The nipples.
There's brands involved.
Okay, yeah.
So, chat, we're going to go back to Doug Walker on this one. Back to the familiar territory.
Back to the dorky dad humor after that.
Yeah, so that was a taste of most of Channel Awesome at the time. That was the vibe. That was
the big hitters anyway.
I'm trying to see what I recommended before. Okay.
I would say Phalus was pretty popular, but again, he's basically been pretty solid his entire fucking career. There's really nothing to say.
Yes, yeah, Phalus hasn't changed, which I'm down for. I'm okay with
Which is
that.
good. Like his format works for him, and he's funny. That's what he needs to be.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it up to you all.
Oh, and chat, if you've never seen Phalus's video on all the early censorship in Dragon Ball Z, please do so. It's very funny.
Seriously. All right, so chat. I'm gonna leave it up to chaos today. Choose the
what do you
form of
wanna-
the destructor.
Here we go.
Choose our fate.
Oh, you know what? I still think the It review was kind of funny.
The It
There's
review is
places
pretty
where it's
solid.
very, very funny.
There are some bits of the review though.
Even though his fake drunk acting is bad, he still lands some jokes.
I mean, the Batman and Robin has one of the most iconic bits from.
Oh yeah, the bad
yeah.
credit card. Keep telling my fucking fans they ain't turning me into Doug Walker. God damn it.
But no, Sallow is clearly a work of art and cinema, the likes of which so many people just don't understand. It's also Italian cinema, so I'm biased. But It also has,
like I said, if you just say it's art, you could be as fucking gross as you want. Apparently, especially in Europe.
Well, that's what Martyrs basically is. Martyrs is intense. Y'all have seen Martyrs? That's a rough movie.
I know, I'm kind of a basic bitch. I'm not a big cinephile. Everybody kind of expects me to be, but I'm really not.
Well, it's not even
though
cinema.
My favorite movies are all like pretty odd ones, though. I will say. My favorite movies are like Hot Fuzz, Sunshine, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Those are all great movies. What are you talking about?
I know, but they're odd choices. Most people wouldn't pick for their favorite movies, but I'm not that much of a cinephile seeking out like all these rare like European art pieces.
I don't know. I think Hot Fuzz is really good. So I'm not going to
Hot Fuzz is like a perfect comedy.
It's one of the funniest movies. I think up there.
And I love Edgar Wright's directing. He's like one of my favorite directors.
God, yeah. Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. It's amazing that those were like his two like debut films. Like
I know. God, what a strong fucking start. I still need to see World's End. I got to finish the Cornetto trilogy. Every time I get in the mood to watch it, it's not on streaming.
It's funny, but it's not as funny. Like I think
I know it's not as funny. I know the basic overview of the plot. It's more of a serious movie, but it sounds good. I just never got around to watching it.
I think I liked it more the second time I saw it than the first. Is what I'm saying.
That's fair. I've got movies like that. You gotta have them. You gotta sit on them. You gotta chew on them a little bit.
Yeah, because when I first saw it, I was thinking, it's gonna be like Hot Fuzz, and it wasn't quite like that, and I was disappointed.
Oh no, I know the mood and everything is definitely not anything like Hot Fuzz or Shaun of the Dead. I just haven't gotten around. And it's like also Scott Pilgrim. Like I still haven't decided if I actually like that movie or not. But I think if anybody could have pulled off a live action video game, it was Edgar Wright.
I think I like Scott Pilgrim, but I do hear what you're saying.
I think overall I like it. I do.
Yeah, it looks like Batman and Robin's winning. It looks like that's
expected.
Just going to be the winner. So we're going to just jump into that.
Nobody talks enough about how Batman and Robin does Bane dirty.
God, yeah, no.
He's just Uma Thurman's sidekick, and he doesn't even talk. He's just like a monster.
That's like the worst depiction of Bane. It's horrible.
A lot of movies have done pretty shit stuff to Bane. We're not going to go into fucking...
But I think I'm in the same boat as you with Crim.
I'm a mask.
I'm thinking of the same thing you are.
I famously don't like the Nolan Batman movies very much. I
don't think any of us do.
No,
yeah.
I think
good. Y'all could argue with my brother someday because he gives me shit for not liking the Nolan movies.
Listen, I like the Nolan movies. I don't love the Nolan movies, and I'm honestly going to tell you this hot take. Over time, I've come back to the Tim Burton movies, and I've come back to the Matt Reeves movie way more than the Nolan movies.
Hell yeah, I love the Burton ones.
Yeah,
the Nolan movies are fine movies. They are not good Batman adaptations.
Yeah,
100% agree with that. They're
like
good.
like Heath Ledger's Joker. I think a very interesting interpretation of the character, but definitely not like the quintessential Joker. God damn it, no.
Even like Heath Ledger's Joker is really good, but like the problem.
It's like that's a cool alternate take on the Joker. Not like I don't know why that became the image of the Joker. Like no,
I don't like how that changed how the Joker's written in comics. Because he became way too like. The writers are trying to one up each other after a certain point of how.
And I'm sorry, I can't help but hear and see fucking Beetlejuice when it comes to Heath Ledger's Joker.
Wait, what? I don't see that.
Just listen to him and just look at the green hair. He comes across as fucking Beetlejuice.
You're right.
Now you're saying that, and
these scars. Nice fucking model.
I actually hate how I can see that. Actually, now you're saying
I've ruined it for you now, and I hate the Batman voice, so I can't take those movies fucking seriously. And they wasted Two-Face.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm bitter. Anyway, we should probably watch the fucking video.
So
that's my ranting about the Nolan Batman films. This is definitely the worst one, though. The Schumacher one is the worst.
I'm going to read a few super chats before we get started. Gavin Carrot, thank you for super chat. Great thing about internet shows is that more than any other mediums, you can see the improvement over the years. Link Cara related here. Example is Death Battle. Gap between 2010 and 2024 is crazy. 100% agree.
Oh yeah,
and that's why I'm doing this.
It's great to see people people advance. It's like the Team 4-Star guys. They went from just dudes doing a parody in their basements to like full-on professional voice actors over the years they did that. It's wonderful to see. It's fantastic. That is the power of transformative work, I think.
And that's the power of giving people who would never ordinarily have the chance to produce work on their own an outlet to do it in.
Yeah,
that's the great thing with the internet.
Like these are people who would never have been discovered and given TV shows, but if they can just get out there on their own and on their own merit, entertain people.
Hell, look at the first video Markiplier.
Well, look what we're doing.
Yeah, look what we're doing. But look at the first video.
Nobody would have given any of us a talk show in the old days.
I think a great example with I use Markiplier as an example. Look at Markiplier's first video, and now he's doing a TV show for Amazon Prime. You know, like. There is no
funding
way.
His own dream movie. Like, dude, 100%. Love him.
He's great. There's no way he could have ever have gotten that without the internet. Like, there's just no way. It's impossible. People have no idea how powerful the internet has become at, like, being the great equalizer. Way more than anything else, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and the entertainment industry is struggling to keep up with YouTubers.
100%. You know, here's the thing I found out. This is disturbing, but I'll tell you it real fast. I have friends who are writers in traditionally published mediums, and you know, we were talking about how many. Because I'm writing a book, obviously. It's almost done.
Are you writing a book? You haven't mentioned.
I haven't mentioned it before, right? So it's in the proofing phase. I know. I hear you. It's in the proofing phase right now. I was talking to my friend about like how traditionally published books sell and all that. And the average, you know how much the average book in traditional publishers sells? How many copies it sells? The
like
average
10,
book,
isn't it?
It's 12.
Few thousand, probably.
It's 12.
Yeah, 12. Yeah.
12, just 12?
12.
A dozen?
Yeah. A dozen.
Totally. I knew it was really low.
It's minuscule. From traditionally published, that's the average book sale. 12 copies.
And it's so funny because back in the day, be like, oh, you had to self-publish. You couldn't get a real publisher to do this. But now it doesn't even fucking matter.
Actually, it does. Actually, it does matter, Sai, but not in the way you think.
Oh?
The average self-published book is 20.
Are you going to do a Kindle edition?
That's how it is. That's how it be. Because people are more like, and then keep in mind, this is counting the books that like you publish with no cover. The average is 20. The average is brought down by like the real lackluster, like no.
Oh yeah.
But that being said, even with that, that's the average. Keep on, we're talking like all books ever. We're not talking like the block.
The average of like everything.
Yeah, which is a lot of books, but like it's crazy. No one realizes how difficult it is to succeed in traditional media space.
And I think going with Kindle is a good idea too, because people don't have the space for a lot of books, you know. And people who do, they'll sell them off or give them away afterward or put them in a book exchange.
Like I'm clearly not. The bookshelves are overflowing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
As everyone observes.
I still prefer reading paper books, but it's like they are becoming less viable and less economical and less environmentally friendly. So
yeah, and quite frankly, a lot of people just don't want to have hardcovers because they break. Anyway, so I'm going to read 2 more super chats and we get started with the back credit card. The Wave Runners, thank you for the super chat. Doug also introduced me to Hot Fuzz. That's great.
Well, he does like that movie. I think also Noah Antwire, Spoonie likes that movie as well.
Most
but yeah,
comedians like that movie. It's really funny.
So it's a perfect comedy. I'm telling you, it's so good.
I agree. I'm with you. I agree. You don't sell me on, and I'm with you.
I know. I'm preaching to the choir here.
Lightning Tiger. I almost said Lightbringer there by accident. Thank you for the chat.
It was you that did it.
Yeah, right. What's the worst Nostalgia Critic review? The Wall. Easily.
Wall.
That's not even a question.
The Wall. The Wall.
We're all in agreement there. It's like one of the worst things ever made by a human being.
It's bad because he doesn't get it. And he could so easily have gotten it. You can easily look up what that album is about. And I don't even think he watched the movie, because he didn't even show any footage from it. He just showed, like, very artifacted JPEGs. And I think he just thought the movie is weird for the sake of being weird. He didn't even understand that the animations were representing, like, the real people acting in the movie.
He didn't understand the thematic components of it. It's not even, like, that... Like,
how are you in your 40s and you still think Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 is a school sucks song? How?
It's not even like subtle is the crazy thing.
When I first saw him doing that, I thought, okay, are you making? I think I might have said this earlier, but it's like, are you making fun of the people that think that, or do you actually just think that? And he doesn't get it.
It's crazy to me because like I was in high school and I got the core idea. I mean, I get the nuances, sure, but I got the core ideas. He didn't
even recognize it in the fucking music video. The kids are being shipped to a fucking meat factory. He didn't realize that.
I think that also he doesn't. I hate to say this, but I think that like his view on the wall is very like American centric. It's so painfully obvious when it's like,
because it's like, why would you be talking about high school at the same time as World War II? It's like, gee, I wonder. Maybe it's because like after World War II in Britain, they thought beating kids in school was a good idea.
But what also got me too is the fact that when he does the trial at the end of the wall, the trial being like a really surreal one, his takeaway is that, ooh, creepy monsters are cool. I'm like,
yeah, he just thinks, oh, it's just random creepiness to be weird, and so he just had fucking Fenna come in and have his fetish furries acted out.
It's like, that's not the point of that sequence.
No, Doug. It's like, no, every monster you see there represents the mother, the teacher, the wife,
lover,
you know?
the society, the isolation from everyone. Like,
and then the judge, it's a big asshole.
Yeah, it's not subtle.
It's not subtle at all.
It's not random, the imagery. It's very cleverly
he
chosen.
He very clearly thought it all was just random.
And he
didn't even bother to like fucking. And why? I don't know why he decided to do the wall when he had Corey Taylor and his son guest starring. Is it because it's music? Was that his logic?
I don't
Why
know.
The wall? What does that have to do with Corey Taylor?
It's like, you have Slipknot there. Do something.
It's just so
spooky.
Confusing.
Why not do a spooky thing with them around? Like, you could do.
I don't even know. I don't even understand why he wanted to review the movie.
It doesn't make any sense.
Or talk about the album.
Oh, and why call fucking Comfortably Numb an Oscar bait song?
I know. It's like, bro, the album came first. And this is another reason I don't think he actually watched the movie. Because he does the songs in, like, album order in his video.
Which is not how they are in the movie.
No, they're not.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. I think I did. I think I was so flabbergasted I didn't connect that detail.
But no, it's like the more I listened to people complain about it, the more I thought, I don't think he even fucking watched it. He just thinks, it's just weird. We'll just make fun of how weird it is.
Or maybe he watched like the music video sequences like once and then like went back to the album. Because the album was everywhere for a while. Like,
I know, he is only a couple of years older than me, and it was all over the fucking radio when we were growing up. He has no excuse.
Oh, Goodbye Blue Sky is the Oscar bait one. I'm sorry. What do you
yeah. I think you said Comfortably Numb. Whatever.
What do you do with Comfortably?
He kind of blew through a bunch of songs right all in a row there.
That's true. I only watched the review once. I think I blurred this. What do you say?
I don't think I've ever watched the full review on my own, only through streams and people bitching about it.
Enjoyed it.
We want to do it. If we want to do it, I'd be down.
If you request it, we will do it.
Obviously, not tonight.
No.
If you request it, we will do it. Yeah, but we could do another stream that's just the wall because it's going to take a while.
Just for us to
it's a big one.
I'll be sobbing in pain.
I'll have to call off work the next day because I won't be able to function. Actually,
I will have to remove all the sharp objects from my apartment.
Maybe I'll just get high instead of drinking alcohol. Because if I drink alcohol, it would just be painful. That might be the only option.
And then afterward, we can just play Dark Side of the Moon with the Wizard of Oz to calm down.
The only solution. W.C. Witt, thank you for Super Chat. He joked about reviewing The Wall for years before actually doing it. Yeah, it's fair.
So he had years to prepare, and he never even found out what the fucking album is about.
Oh, Comfortably Dumb. He calls it Comfortably Dumb.
And then at the end, he's just like,
so
isn't it weird that he's dressed up like a Nazi?
That's where Comfortably Doug comes from. I'm so stupid.
That's maybe dumber. Comfortably Numb. Okay.
Wasn't that Folding Ideas as Dan Olsen's?
Yeah.
Comfortably Doug.
I'm gonna just throw this out there right now. Comfortably Numb has the best guitar solo in any song from the 70s and 80s.
You could say that about like the entire fucking album.
Right, but Comfortably Numb has that like beautiful. I mean, it's not really a true guitar solo. I think it's like there's some other instruments going on too, but like there's that beautiful freaking like sequence in there that's just absolutely stunning.
Someone in chat is saying sync up Dark Side of the Moon to Doug's Wall review.
Wouldn't maybe it might work? I don't know.
Maybe, who knows?
Anyway, let's dive into Batman and Robin.
Let's go.
You know, honestly, I'm kind of stunned. It has fewer views than Lily Orchard's.
This was a pretty popular one. This was a pretty popular one back in the day because it is a universally hated movie.
Yeah. What's funny is that I've seen people try to reclaim it, like try to go back and like say it's not that bad.
Oh, yeah, people try to do the fucking Mario movie too, and they're wrong.
I mean, look. I'll say this: the Mario movie, at least you can make the argument it's so strange, it's like entertaining.
Even Bob Hoskins said the fucking directors were assholes. The fucking nicest man who has ever lived.
Bob Hoskins had to get drunk with John Leguizamo to finish the movie. Like,
yes.
Listen, are you saying you have a problem? Do you have a problem with bat nipples?
No, that's the
he goes
least of
on
my
about
problems.
he goes on about the bat nipples. That's true, but he does make a good point there. You don't usually see men sexualized that way in a film. You know,
the problem also is that it wasn't Schumacher; it's the studio. The problem I have with Batman and Robin hate is that Schumacher got blamed more than Warner Brothers did.
He directed it.
He did, but he was pressured to change it. Like, you ever see the things Batman Forever was going to have before the studio stepped in?
Maybe that's another one I kind of block out of my memory.
He was originally going to have like Two-Face be like actually a vicious killer. He was going to have.
I mean, they're actually going to take Two-Face seriously, which nobody ever does with the fucking cartoon.
Well, they were going to, but then the studio was like, no, make it more kid friendly. Because you ever see?
Wasn't that Tommy Lee Jones?
Yeah, well, because he was going to make it darker at first, like more. Well, not
probably
darker.
Probably when he cast Tommy Lee Jones.
Well, I don't mean darker as in he was going to actually have Billy D. Lando Calrissian play Two-Face like he was supposed to.
Willie D. Williams. Yeah, right. Willie D. Williams.
I was like second guessing myself when I was saying that. It's terrible. Anyway, back to this. Let's just jump into the back credit card.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it, so you don't have to.
Oh, the cream wall.
Guys,
there we go.
The big one. The shit.
Why is it French?
The constipation of American cinema.
The subtitles are French for
He has
some
no
reason.
tie.
He still has no tie. You're right. What the fuck? When did he start wearing the tie? We need to investigate this after the video.
I have to know.
I think it really started coming around when he had the intro and stuff.
This is fair.
We need to go hunt down the first video with the tie after this.
Yeah, seriously. Anyway.
Nothing of any value can possibly be removed. What is said to be one of the worst films of all time.
Well,
I'm of course talking about the indescribable terror that is Joel Schumacher's Batman.
It was really hated when it came out, though. Really, really hated.
Batman and Robin? Yeah. It's stunning how much it was hated. And, like, nowadays everyone complains about superhero films, but no one had... This was another level.
And this was after the fucking Burton ones, which were dark and gross and weird and cool.
And I will be a defender of Batman Forever. I think there's merit to that film, even though I'm sure some don't like it. But, like, this was a lot.
We are talking about a movie that's so bad that lawyers are actually making reasonable arguments that their client's crime may be horrible, but at least they didn't make Batman and Robin. And in the remotest parts of Southeast Asia, it is still considered the number one preferred form of execution.
This joke's not...
Oh, that didn't age well.
Oh, that joke's bad.
So as you can tell, I am not looking forward to reviewing this stinker. However, before I review it, let's take a look at the declining history of these Batman movies. The first Batman film was released in 1989 under the direction of then newcomer Tim Burton. It was edgy, dark, and made just as much for adults as it was for children. In fact, it was made more for adults, and continues to be the highest-grossing Batman movie to date.
Not anymore.
Batman Returns was
Not
also
anymore.
very edgy and dark, but maybe
I even like Batman Returns, even though it's not as good. I know it isn't, but it's weirder. It's weirder, and I like it for that.
All right, Sai, question: is Batman Returns a Christmas movie?
Oh God, I guess it is, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, See,
I don't hate Michelle Pfeiffer in this movie. Her character has no point, but I like looking at her.
Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, I think, is one of the best
Catwoman outfit. Best Catwoman outfit, I will say.
The outfit's perfect, but Eartha Kitt also is a pretty.
Oh god,
cool
Eartha Kitt was put Eartha Kitt in that outfit. Eartha Kitt back in the day, and we got it.
Okay, I hear your argument, but I will say I do think the Matt Reeves Catwoman is pretty solid. I think her plotline that would be the most recent one, who was played by I'm drawing a blank on the name.
No.
That
was Nolan. I haven't seen the recent. Is that the one with Robert Pattinson?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. Yeah,
she was pretty good too.
Yeah,
I heard he was actually good. I mean, I don't think he's a bad actor. He got trapped in Twilight.
No, he's a really good Batman. He's excellent as Batman.
Yeah, maybe I need to watch that.
Actually, I think everyone is. Zoe Kravitz. There we go. Zoe Kravitz is Catwoman from Batman. Is really good.
I'm familiar with the actor, at least. Yeah.
The new Batman is very much like it's a deconstruction of the Christopher Nolan films and why they're bad.
Not only I should watch that.
Not only in plot, but in the cinematography. Whereas like Christopher Nolan likes. This is me being a film nerd, shooting and coloring and editing. Where like Christopher Nolan does very like straight lines and framing. This one is like Baroque in its like.
Okay,
like,
definitely telling me. I just couldn't picture Pattinson as Batman, but I mean, maybe I need to fucking watch. Maybe I need to fucking watch it. You tell me it shits on the Nolan movies. I'm all for that.
No, well, the thing is,
I think you'd like it.
It's like, what if Batman was actually a detective?
Oh, we're going back to his roots because he's supposed to be the world's greatest detective, and even the fucking comics have forgotten about that.
This movie is it is a mystery. Like, it is a crime mystery. And he's a detective, like that. In fact,
and it's all.
Sorry, I cut you off there.
It also like the villain. I won't spoil too much, but the villain is directly making fun and mocking and vilifying people that idolize the Joker from the Nolan movies.
100%.
Okay, you're selling me on this now, Crim. Definitely.
Oh, it's so good, and there's actually a few different. And I think what's so good about it is there's actually a few different villains in the movie, but they're all balanced.
There's two of those movies, right?
There's only one so far. The Matt Reeves one just came out, and the Penguin show came out, which is also really good, but different.
Is it?
The Penguin show was superb, I thought. It's only like 8 episodes, but it was fantastic, but very different. It felt more Sopranos-esque.
Yeah, I kind of got that from like the pictures I've seen of it.
Yeah.
The new Batman movie also leans more into like, we're fighting low-level crime rather than supervillains.
I have to admit, my favorite penguins are the one in the Arkham Asylum games and the angry little twink from Gotham.
That's fair. I always like Burgess Meredith as the Penguin. I'm not gonna lie.
I love Penguin in Caped Crusader, like the new cartoon.
Oh yeah,
what a fun take on Penguin!
What a
fun take on Penguin!
Is that the like the 30s noir one?
Yeah. I just like Caped Crusader in general.
Caped Crusader's really good.
It's Bruce Timm, right?
Bruce Timm back at. Yeah, he's back at his roots, and it's like
it instantly interests me that it's him. Yeah,
but it's also like his take on what a darker Harley Quinn would be. He doesn't like what became of Harley Quinn, and if you watch Gods and Monsters, he actually makes fun of modern Harley Quinn. She
has definitely drifted really far from what she originally was. He is the one who invented her. She came about in the cartoon.
Also, Sai, let me put it this way: they have Renee Montoya in the series. And every single lesbian I've ever met really likes Renee Montoya in this series.
Fair enough.
So
it's like catnip.
Oh yeah, you are going to be like, I'm going to get an uncomfortable message from you at like 5 a.m. in the morning when you watch this and go like, actually, Renee Montoya.
As I heard you hear me out, but maybe we should get back to Duke now.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's go.
Gravitate towards the often disgusting Penguin or the exceptionally depressing storyline. While the first Batman ended on a triumphant note, Batman Returns ending was more bittersweet and left a lot of people feeling kind of empty. While still a big hit, Batman Returns wasn't the mega blockbuster Warner Brothers was hoping
That's fair.
for.
That's
So
a fair
Burton was
assessment.
booted off the movie
Yeah, it was
sequels and
too
replaced
weird
with another
for people.
director.
It was very
Enter
strange.
Joel Schumacher, director of the third Batman film, Batman Forever, which was definitely more kid-friendly, bringing in stars like Jim Carrey, some bright flashy colors, and some really corny
Killed the
one-liners.
superhero genre for a while.
It wasn't good, but it certainly wasn't horrible.
I
It was
like
the
Batman
Batman
Forever.
film studios always wanted,
Biased.
safe and marketable.
You can't
And as
go
you
wrong
would
with Jim
imagine, it was
Carrey
a big
Riddler,
hit.
though.
So logically, Schumacher was called in to
Not at
direct
all.
the next one. And seeing how
Fantastic.
this is one of the worst films
I
of
think
all
Jim
time,
Carrey would also be an
special
interesting
precautions
Joker.
have been made
Who
today.
was?
I think Jim Carrey would make an interesting Joker as well.
Maybe 10, 15 years ago. I'm not
No,
sure
not
about
now, not
but
now,
yeah.
not
No.
now.
Well, now he's
but-
Robotnik, so that's his
Yeah.
career now, which is
I
great.
mean, I think that he could do like
he
a
has been
interesting like.
surprisingly good as Robotnik, especially after they let him have more of the crazy scientist look.
Agreed.
And then his
I
like
mean,
his
if-
little
if he-
gay henchman is so funny.
Same.
If he brought that energy to the Joker, I think that would be pretty fun.
I also love the idea that at one point they were considering, and I'm not sure how true this is. I think it's just a rumor. They were considering putting Robin Williams as the Riddler because he's.
That could
see
go
that. I can
either.
see
That
that.
could go either way. I think.
It depends on what kind of what energy Robin Williams brings. 'Cause
Yeah,
he
because
could be
which Robert Williams? He was
could
in
be
some stinkers. Let's
scary.
be real.
But he could be scary when he wants
That's
to.
true. If he could like go, if he could go between like him at his best comedy and him as like 1 hour photo.
Be. Yeah, I was just thinking that or Insomnia, one of those two. Because he's 1 hour photo. People don't realize how deeply
1 hour
disturbing that is.
If you do, everybody in the chat, if you've ever seen like any of Robin Williams's like dramatic roles, please at least watch 1 hour photo. It's amazing. He is like so good in a horror movie.
and it's not just like, oh, it's a little spooky.
He's the main scary guy too.
He is the source of all your terror in that film. Like that is frightening.
My favorite Robin Williams serious role is Final Cut.
That's
I really
great,
love that
too.
movie.
I don't think I've seen that. I would say either Good Will Hunting or The Fisher King for me.
Good Will Hunting is probably the best role he's been
One of
in.
my favorite comedic roles for him is probably still Death to Smoochie.
That's such a goofy movie. I love it.
I've still got a soft spot in my heart for Flubber.
Flubber's great.
If you want to see a hilarious dark comedy written and directed by Danny DeVito, go watch Death to Smoochie. It has Ed Norton in it. It has Robin Williams in it. It has a bunch of people.
It's a surprisingly good movie.
It's so good.
I also will say another great Robin Williams movie is Dead Poet Society. I think that's a great movie.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is more of a dramatic role too.
We're getting off topic.
Yeah,
We are. I'm sorry. We this is what we do sometimes.
At least it's not Star Trek.
Team-tism.
We got sidetracked for like 2 hours on Star Trek the last time.
At least it was relevant to the content of
This
what
is
we
true.
were watching, though.
All right, back to this.
To prevent me from killing myself. For example, all sharp objects have been removed from the building. They
said
took
that.
away my ties. so
Oh,
I
it's a
don't hang
joke!
myself.
Oh, he took away the tie as a gag.
Suicide jokes were definitely more liberal back in the day. People
Way
don't
more.
do that as much anymore.
Because YouTube demonetizes us. Like, this stream will be demonetized, so if you haven't already,
Well,
please
I
leave a
think-
super chat. I'm kidding.
I think a lot of people like didn't. Again, it was one of those things where you made a funny joke, like, haha, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, you didn't really think about the ramifications, and now it's seen as a little crass, you know.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I mean, people still make it. They just say in Minecraft at the end.
Yeah,
or if you're like
exactly. In
Malcolm, you
Minecraft.
say you're microdosing on euthanasia.
There we go.
And, they also padded the edge of my glasses so that I don't jab them in the sides of my throat. But they didn't count on my cyanide pills. So let's take a look and see just how bad Batman Robin
When he does a quick joke, he's funny.
Well,
This
again,
doesn't seem too bad.
just
They're
wait to
suiting
hold that
up,
thought
there's the
side.
Batmobile, the music's nice. Maybe this won't be so horrible after all.
I want a car. Chicks dig the car. This is why
I love you, George Clooney, but you were a terrible Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Seriously.
He was so miscast. He was so miscast.
I think George Clooney could have been a really good Bruce Wayne if he was given a good script.
Yeah, and good
So, okay.
direction and
Yeah.
good anything.
Bruce Wayne with he could be Bruce Wayne, but with like a Terry McGinnis as his protege. Like if he was no longer in the Batman mantle anymore, I think that would have been better.
He could have been old man. He could have been old man Batman easily.
I think he can be old man Batman. At the time, he was like our age, which is crazy.
We're never gonna get a Batman Beyond movie, are we?
We almost did 5 times in the past.
We almost got one in the style of Spider-Verse. I mean, it basically is already
that hurts me
2D.
so much. But there was gonna be one back in the 2000s too, but they backed out of it. I think they're even planning on having like Clint Eastwood involved somewhere. Which would have been weird.
Clint Eastwood as old man Batman would have been fucking hilarious.
That would have been great. Or terrible, depending. I don't know which. I don't know.
Could have gone either way.
Because Warner Brothers loves Clint Eastwood loved Clint Eastwood for some reason.
I don't like him as an actor, but I think as a curmudgeonly old Bruce Wayne, he could just be himself.
I think as a director, I think he's a better director than an actor. I think personally.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, there's a few guys like that.
Yeah, and Unforgiven I think is great, but I don't know. Anyway, back to
yeah, let's not get off topic again.
Yeah, seriously.
There's only 167 billion more of them.
You lie!
So the story centers around our main heroes, Batman.
Freeze is the best part of this movie.
Played by Chris O'Donnell.
Agreed.
As they plan to stop the evil Mr. Freeze from, you guessed it, taking over the
Arnold
world.
Schwarzenegger eating the scenery.
Freeze
Chewing every inch.
This entire movie.
Apparently, it's one of his favorite roles to have ever played.
He was obviously having a good time.
He was having so much fun.
He doesn't care about the movie around him. He's just doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Apparently, Apparently, someone in an interview asked him, like, "What's one of your favorite roles of all time?" He's like, "Oh, Mr. Freeze. I loved him."
Simple man.
That already fucking impression was.
Somebody a member for 3 months has said Uma Thurman hot. Yes, you are correct.
Iron. Thank you for saying a member for 3 months.
Even in this movie where they dress her like a drag queen.
No, especially in this movie where she dresses as a drag queen. That's like part of the plus.
This movie also like redefined who Poison Ivy was as a character. So
yes,
yeah, actually, yeah, it kind of gave her that whole like botanist background / eco-terrorist thing.
I also have another trivia fact about this movie.
Is that first in the cartoon or this?
Well, no, the cartoon did all of that first and better. Definitely Mr. Freeze was the cartoon.
The cartoon gave Mr. Freeze his tragic backstory. Bruce Timm's cartoon introduced so much that's like just comics canon now. It's unbelievable.
I do have one actually awful bit of trivia about this movie that I'll save for when this one actor shows up. But there is one bit of trivia about Batman and Robin I actually hate knowing about, but I'll share that.
You're gonna inflict it on us.
Yeah, when it comes to it.
Played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, robbing the Gotham Museum. So our heroes suit up for battle for the opening fight scene. And yes, those costumes come complete, with bat nipples and bat asses.
Yes.
Alright, y'all know what's coming. Now that we got that joke out of the way, let's continue. Mr. Freeze is stealing a diamond.
I knew that reference.
Yeah, right. Suit. Apart from that, his only goal seems to be making jokes about a subject matter that unfortunately lends itself to a lot of insufferable puns. And I'll give you 4 guesses as to what that subject matter is. A. Celebrity gossip. B. Political satire. C. Family dilemmas. Or D. Ice.
Iceman cometh. Kick some ice. Can you be cold, Jill? Freeze where? Cool
man is having the time of his life.
Schwarzenegger is loving every second on screen.
Good to see.
Do you think that he like came up to the fucking directors like, okay, but what about in this part I say nice to meet you?
I have a few buttons that I'd like to say, and he's like towering over Joel Schumacher. He's not gonna say no to him.
In full-blown glowing Iceman.
In the costume, he just skips up to him. Oh, I had a new idea, Joel.
Joel, I was writing this on my trailer. What if I say what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age? And it's like, but oh no, the dinosaurs were killed millions of years before the Ice Age. I don't care.
I'm the highest grossing actor on this movie. You do what I say.
What's George Clooney going to do? Bring his science degree?
I can break George Clooney like a twig.
I fucking love it. But all joking aside, he's clearly having more fun than anyone else in this movie.
Oh
by a
yeah, I
mile.
love him. I love movies where you can tell the cast was having a good time on set. You
I
know?
think just Arnold Schwarzenegger was having fun. I think everyone else was miserable.
Probably he's at his own personal playground. He don't give a fuck.
I think everyone else is miserable.
I wish more people looked at comic book movies like that. Like sometimes comic books are so silly. Sometimes stop taking themselves so
And yes,
seriously.
Chloe, we are still going at it. We got to Mr.
The
Freeze.
early Marvel movies that got it. My brother was always saying, "Oh, they're a little too goofy." I'm like, I want my comic book movies to be like comic books. Duh.
There is no denying that Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze is having a blast.
Yeah,
Like,
he understood the assignment.
I think
Oh, yeah.
Uma Thurman got
More
it.
than
but
even
wasn't having-
Joel Schumacher.
I think also Uma Thurman got it, but wasn't having as much fun about it.
I don't think she was well directed. She was trying to be like really theatrical and over the top, and I don't think she was well directed.
No, I agree. But Arnold was just able to have the free reign to do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, and like it's Arnold. You don't expect good acting out of Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger.
Well, there was the one movie where there's a zombie apocalypse, his daughter's infected, that was pretty decent. But I forget what it was called. And it's it was like fairly recent that he was actually decent in. Like not like great in, but like, competent, I should say.
Yeah, but you never expected good acting out of him, really.
No, you
he's
expect him
just
to
there
rip
to be
someone's head off.
Arnold. He's just there to be Arnold.
He's gonna punch a reindeer in the face in your Christmas movie. Exactly. There we go.
If your answer was D, no fucking shit!
Thanks for playing.
So Batman comes busting in along with his sidekick Robin on his motorcycle. As the fight scene rages, we get an onslaught of lame lines and over-the-top stunts.
Nice catch.
You break it, you buy it.
In fact,
Now, the
you may
stunts
notice a
and stuff were
similarity
not
to
the
another
problem.
familiar
No,
style.
it's
Can't
everything
quite
else.
put your finger on it?
At
Maybe
this point he makes is absolutely correct.
And that's a fair point, but I don't see that as a bad thing. That's actually a positive, I feel.
Following the Burton movie?
No, following. I don't care about following the Burton movies. I'm saying in hindsight, it's the best part.
I mean, you could do if they didn't push it far enough, though. If you wanted to do like a pure like Adam West fucking Batman movie, that's what Batman the Brave and the Bold was basically.
And Batman the Brave and the Bold's really good. That's the
It's so
thing.
funny.
It's so funny. This was like the problem here was that it was just dumb. Like there wasn't the
And it wasn't
campiness.
what the audience wanted at the time either.
No. Does an audience ever want it though? Like that's the problem. Like that will never be what the
Yeah, sometimes you have to give the audience what they don't think they want, but even so, it's like I don't know.
Yeah, no, it just wasn't.
I don't think this was it though.
No, I mean Batman the Brave and the Bold wasn't what the audience wanted either at the time. It just happened to be.
Oh,
really
but it
fucking
had good writing. It was fucking hysterical. It has the best Aquaman ever put to screen.
Agreed. It just happened to be amazing, is what it was. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's right. This Batman movie has stopped moving forward with its dark storyline and complex character development, and has instead gone back to the campy, bright, and colorful style of the original Adam West TV show.
It's too
So
close,
that's the
Doug. It's too close, Doug.
I never want to be that close to you, Doug.
No, really.
Batman and Robin
white ass
literally
out of my
skate
face.
across the icy floor playing hockey with a valuable hunk of diamond. Do I even have to make fun of this? Meanwhile, Freeze manages to hook up a rocket that'll launch him into space.
Also, I want to point out that they forgot to mention the fact that when they rammed through the wall, they made a perfect Robin logo. There's so much he could have made fun of in this scene that just chose not to. Which is fine.
You want to make fun of? He was trying to make fun of how gay and weird it is.
Exactly how gay it is. That's the main problem.
Gay is the punchline. It's 2010 or something.
The thing that really grinds my gears is that this is,
okay.
This is clearly Nightwing. Why are we calling him Robin?
Because Joel Schumacher
Well, he's
doesn't know
got
what Nightwing
Robin's
is.
colors though, so they call him Robin. I think, but yeah, he should be
But it
Nightwing.
should be
You're right. It should be
Yeah,
Nightwing.
Nightwing did wear red and black sometimes.
A lot of people at this time would not have known who Nightwing is, though.
Yeah, they just if you think this is bad, wait till you get to Batgirl, which is where my trivia fact
Oh
comes in.
god, fucking
And
Alicia Silverstone.
It's
yeah.
actually my trivia fact is about Batgirl, so I'll save it for when she shows up.
It's Bryce face.
You're gonna hate this trivia fact too when I tell you it.
Gee, is it something having to do with ice?
Ice Age!
Batman works his way up the rocket where the villain freezes him to the wall.
Freeze, you're mad.
Yes, listen to the sane man in the bat suit.
Yeah,
I think not.
Robin comes to rescue him as they surf their way down to the ground off the doors of the rocket. The only thing that would make this scene lamer is if Robin actually shouted Cowabunga.
Cowabunga!
As if this
Also,
scene
why
couldn't-
was Mr. Freeze having butterfly wings?
I blame Joel Schumacher. You can't stop me.
Yeah, that's fair.
possibly be any longer, Batman and Robin chase Freeze into another building, where Robin gets frozen by the ray gun.
Stay cool, bird boy.
God, how much longer is this
So
movie?
stupid.
10 minutes? We're only 10 minutes in! Oh, this film is gonna be the end of me.
Show some mercy.
Alright, so after Freeze gets the diamond back, Batman stays behind to thaw out Bird Boy.
Your emotions make you weak. That's why this day's mine. I'll kill you next time.
I just love how he walks away.
As you can tell, Schwarzenegger is easily by far the worst actor in this movie.
The worst of
He's also having the most fun.
He's the best part of the movie. Everyone else sucks.
Not Uma Thurman's strongest role, no.
No, it's
Bitch,
not.
you were in Pulp Fiction.
She was in frickin' Kill Bill after this.
Mm-hmm.
Just so.
Until this person came along. And you are?
Poison Ivy.
Ah, yes, Poison Ivy, the woman who started off as a nerdy environmental scientist who works in the most cliched of evil laboratories. Seriously, this place is so cliched, all you need is a strike of lightning on the building.
Oh, there you go.
She's shocked to find out that her boss is turning people into Mexican wrestlers to auction off to power-hungry dictators.
Oh yeah, this is how Bane came about. Bane is just like a fucking science experiment in this one. Why does no one ever do Bane right? Except the Arkham games!
Honestly, even the Arkham games don't do Bane totally right.
Well, the first one, no, he's just a big dumb oaf in the first one. But at least in City, he's fucking got a personality, and he can talk.
Agreed. I just... It's amazing, because, like, they said Bane is, like, such a... I think Gail Simone...
He's such an interesting character, and everybody just fucking wastes him.
I think Gail Simone's Secret Six did a great job with Bane, and then they just forgot how to write him after that point. After the first run. It's just awful. Anyway.
Finding out that his diabolical plan is revealed, her boss takes it well.
I'm afraid you'll
Someone says they forgot Bane was even in the movie, yeah, because he's just a...
Yeah, I always
just,
forget
he's
too.
he's just a mindless, voiceless thug creature that follows Poison Ivy around.
Also, I will point this out. That actor has a career of inventing DC villains.
Yeah.
The actor who played the head scientist was also Lionel Luthor in Smallville. And then he played the villain from Shazam's dad in the movie Shazam. So it's like they keep casting him to be like the person who
Like,
spurs on
evil guys, yeah.
Like, it's just really funny whenever he shows up. Like, oh, you're gonna whoever your kid or your employee is, they're gonna be evil now. That's just how it is.
From all the toxins and chemicals arises a flowery femme fatale known as Poison Ivy, who kills people by giving them venom-filled smooches. Talk about the kiss of death.
Why are all the gorgeous ones homicidal maniacs?
By using her love of deadly plants, Poison Ivy's diabolical goal is to, you guessed it, take over the world.
Of course!
Meanwhile, back at Wayne...
I feel like they missed a lot of
The
opportunities.
of course joke, of course. You ran that one into the ground.
Yeah, right?
Manor, Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson get a visit from an unlikely visitor. Alfred's niece, Barbara, come all the way from Britain.
Okay, so here's my trivia fact about this movie involving
Okay,
Alicia
is it gonna
Silverstone.
piss me off?
Oh, you're both gonna hate this fact. Apparently, Alicia Silverstone was body shamed the entire time while producing this film. And they had so many.
Oh, now I can't be annoyed at her presence.
I know. The level of like vitriol given to her physical body was so horrible. Like, it actually gave her an eating disorder as a result of this.
Like, from who? Just the entire production,
Well,
or
everyone. The costume designer had to make slight adjustments to the costume on periodic tables because people's bodies fluctuate at a regular basis.
Yeah, no shit.
And because of that, they had to make constant adjustments to it, and we're basically convincing her to starve herself so she wouldn't like cause more problems for production.
Yeah, being female in Hollywood.
Damn it.
Yeah, it was just like genuinely awful. I'm obviously.
Can I still
playing it down
complain
a
about
little
her
bit, but-
acting? Is
Oh
that
God,
still
yeah, go
is
for
that
it.
still ethical?
Oh, go for it. I don't give a crap. You can complain about that. But like the level of so Joel Schumacher was kind to her. Chat's pointing out, but like but the production would.
All right, Iron. That's not Iron.
Why is she Alfred's niece?
No, that's just
to be Batgirl.
That's just ridiculous. She should
ridiculous.
be.
I think like
Gordon's.
I think that also, Chat, we should probably not make comments of her body either. Like, come on, we just got finished saying that, you know.
Wait.
Come on, you guys.
Wait, what?
No,
yeah, don't make
like, she has a mustache. Fucking stop.
Oh, God, no.
You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem.
No, make fun of her acting ability because it is very poor.
Yeah, no. Let's not make fun of any physical appearance of Alicia Silverstone. Like, we can make fun of her like weird actions after the movie, but not during it, because she's a lot of. I mean, maybe it makes sense that she's not like Commissioner Gordon's daughter because like Commissioner Gordon sucks in these movies.
No, yeah, but still, it's just like why? Yeah. But they make a show of her being from England, and then she doesn't have a fucking English accent.
That's the strangest part.
It's like, why even bother?
It's so strange. She's fine.
Just say she's American, and she can still be his niece.
I think Alicia Silverstone's fine in like Clueless, but that's kind of it.
I never thought she was a very good actor, to be honest.
Well, Clueless isn't exactly like a movie defined by its acting.
I'm sure if I went back and watched that movie, it would be pretty problematic today anyway, or something.
Oh, actually, no. Chat is pointing out something very important. She was in the greatest scene from Scooby-Doo 2, where I think Coolsville sucks.
Oh God!
Oh yeah, that was her. She was the interviewer, right?
Yeah, she was the interviewer. So that's fine. That's okay. Okay, that makes up for everything else.
1 W for Alicia Silverstone.
And Clueless. So 2 W's, but that's it. I think Coolsville. You're gonna make it sound like I say I think Coolsville sucks. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
The new computer sciences division.
I'm sorry, I just can't understand you under that incredibly thick British accent.
Yeah, he says the same jokes.
All
there you
this
go.
luxury really isn't my style.
Definitely Liverpool.
London's kind of rough.
Meanwhile, we discover that the villainous Mr. Freeze actually has a wife who has an incurable disease. So he keeps her frozen in the comfort and hidden safety of a neon-lit ice cream pub.
This is the greatest thing ever. What are you talking about?
It's so great.
I can't believe this is what
I'm Mr. fucking Ice. Not the fucking Reagan Bass song.
Yep.
God damn it.
I can't believe that Arnold Schwarzenegger just lives in a place like this.
Wait, guys.
What did you if you were watching?
Wait, guys, we're talking this behind the scenes stuff. This is how he prepared for the character.
I let them use my actual apartment. This is my 12th one.
I love how like there's a scene in the movie where like he's watching like a movie, a henchman walks in to talk to him, and he just kills him. He's like, I hate when people interrupt the show.
He's not even really Mr. Freeze here. He's just some kind of Arnold villain.
He's just Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like none of it.
Arnold, but blue.
Yeah, he's just blue Arnold. Arnold.
Don't you think somebody would take a look?
It's really ridiculous.
While trying to figure out a cure for his beloved wife, Freeze spends most of his time conducting an orchestra of Eskimos to sing I'm Mr. White Christmas, I'm Mr. Snow. That's just stupid. Meanwhile, the Batman who used to hide from the limelight and steal any
if the movie had pushed
photographs
itself
taken
even
of
further, it could have been great.
They push it pretty far. All it's missing is a cosplay event, and it's all that matters. It's all that stops him.
Well, there's gonna be like a I don't know, a dating cell thing later.
That's right now. We're
He's
here
now
now.
making public appearances at a sexist auction where men bid on good-looking women to take out on a date. While there,
Why
they come
is
across
this in
the
the movie?
seductive Poison Ivy, who blows a hypnotizing perfume that makes men bow to her every will. And as you sadly might have guessed, Batman and Robin actually start bidding on her.
$1 million.
$2 million.
Oh, here it comes,
$3
guys.
million.
$4 million.
$7
Here
million.
it comes.
Never leave the cave without it.
A Bat credit card?
Here we go.
They gave
Here we
him
go.
a Bat credit card? They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a Bat credit card?
Here it comes.
No! No! Does not compute! Does not compute! Does not compute! It's inside! I apologize for that outrage. It was childish and immature. I just get a little peeved when I see one of my childhood icons carrying a bad credit card, you bastards! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you will die!
A bad credit card! He said the thing!
Rape my childhood!
It actually works because he doesn't let it go on too long. Rule of threes, Doug. Rule of threes. There you go, boy.
Okay, yeah,
I'm cool. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's what's so praising for a joke.
After Batman uses
I will say
that all the time.
I will say this is probably the funniest. This is probably the peak of his career.
Yeah, this was the funniest thing he ever did.
Doug today would have had that joke go on for like 10 minutes, and Malcolm would have cameoed as some kind of character.
And then the shot would have lingered a little too long. Like some of his editing choices are really strange now.
Like it just coming back to him all downtrodden, and then he just immediately starts screaming and ranting again. That's good timing.
Yeah, it's so weird comparing his editing now to then, because like now a shot will linger.
For whatever reason he thinks it's the funniest shit to just make jokes go on too long. It's just, oh god, why, dude?
He just wants to run it into the ground.
He's gonna fucking drive it to the ground with this rate.
It's not fucking funny, bro.
It's kind of wild. Like that joke is so well timed, and he just doesn't build on that.
Should we go through the whole thing again without pausing or talking this time?
Let's do the whole
bask
gag.
in it.
That's like, I love how like it's the most replayed section of the video. Here we go. Y'all, let's do it again.
Blows a hypnotizing perfume that makes men bow to her.
No interruptions.
And as you sadly might have guessed, Batman and Robin actually start bidding on her.
$1 million.
$2 million.
$3 million.
$4 million.
$7 million. Never leave the cave without it.
A Bat credit card? They gave him a Bat credit card? They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a Bat credit card? No! No! Does not compute! Does not compute! Does not compute! I can't sign! I apologize for that outrage. It was childish and immature. I just get a little peeved when I see one of my childhood icons carrying a Bat credit card, you bastards! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you will die! You'll get the gas! Rape my childhood! You will die! Okay. I'm fine. I'm cool. I'm fine.
I like how the orderly is like covered in blood.
After Batman uses the...
That is
the what?
Again, that is the funniest gag
Subtle
he's ever
joke.
pulled.
Subtle joke. Yeah, and in good timing. He didn't let it go on for too fucking long. Dog, why can't you just do this all the time?
Well, how did he get worse at comedy?
I
know! Anyway.
Mr. Freeze busts in and ruins the party. But through an exciting chase, Batman catches Mr. Freeze doing God knows what to him under that cape and places him in Arkham Asylum.
Hello?
But Robin is angry because he was...
What was that?
He was like,
just
doing God knows what to him under that cape. What the fuck does that supposed to mean?
I mean, listen.
Diddling him, obviously, of course. Why not? Sure.
They were having an intense game of patty cake, and Mr. Freeze lost. That's how it was.
I see, yes.
Where Batman was patting Mr. Freeze's cake.
Oh,
he just baked it a few hours ago. I'm not sure what the fun.
How long were you waiting to say that? What?
Well, as long as it took for Mr. Freeze to bake his cake, it was quite a big cake. Had to round itself out of the tin.
Also, like, I think people are wondering, like, how can, like, he has a Bat credit card, wouldn't that dox himself? I need you guys to understand how easy it was to get a credit card under assumed name back in the day. Like, the bar for getting a credit card was very low.
Also, if you're
before the recession.
If you're rich.
Also helps if you're rich. Yeah.
I guess it would be a credit card with, like, Wayne Enterprises, but that would kind of out him too, wouldn't it?
Batman,
maybe it's one of his shell companies.
Master Wayne, why does Batman have a Wayne Enterprises card to him? I can't do that voice. I'm so sorry.
I didn't think
Master
it through.
Wayne. Master Wayne.
to get Mr. Freeze.
Could have made that jump. Sometimes counting on someone else is the only way you win.
In fact, most of Robin's dialogue is just bitching and moaning.
She loves me and not you. This is no partnership. I want a Robin signal in the sky. It's Batman and Robin, not Robin and Batman.
You could pretty much just replace his dialogue with...
Look, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, in story number 12, we see that...
this movie is why Dick Grayson hasn't shown up in live action in 20 years.
You say 20 years? Yeah, they don't do Robin anymore.
He's been in live action. He was in the Titans live action series. He's actually pretty good in that.
That's a fair point. Live action films, cinematic live action.
Yeah,
like a Batman film. Robin did a Batman film. Yeah.
Yeah. So not
They've
counting
avoided
Titans,
it like the
good.
plague.
Yeah. So not counting Titans, which is good. He hasn't shown up in 27 years.
I will say that in the Titans film, I don't know what they did to that poor woman, but the freaking makeup they put on Starfire, atrocious. She does not, like, that actress does not look like that. Why did you do that to her?
It was very unnecessary.
But anyway.
She's a gorgeous woman.
Well, like she is, and she has, like, this warm brown skin, which Starfire has, like, this orangey brown skin. Why did you put her in cooler graded makeup? I don't understand. Like, why would you change your skin tone? Her skin tone was fine. Anyway, sorry. I'll be fine.
That's
Fair
your
enough.
back credit card.
Barbara gets out all her rage and emotions by partaking in pointless motorcycle chases.
It was the 90s.
After Dick Grayson saves her from the world's worst blue
Oh,
screen
God,
effect,
that is
Barbara
bad.
reveals a stunning secret about Alfred.
How he's hiding the pain all the time. Alfred's sick.
Oh, that's right. He's dying for no
Alfred is
reason.
sick. Alfred is sick. I mean, do we really have to concern ourselves with the butler in
Alfred
this
is actually
movie?
immortal.
Yeah. Don't you badmouth Alfred. Alfred's the best part of any of these movies. Master Wayne. I'll stop.
Who fucking played him in this one?
I'm Michael White.
Gough.
Oh, okay.
He played the same guy who played him in the other Tim Burton Schumacher films.
Oh. That's a little odd bit of continuity there.
Well, that and Pat Hingle was Commissioner Gordon.
Is Alfred just replacing the old Batman with a new Batman when he dies? Is he the one behind it? Kind of brainwashes them?
That's the secret. You
The
figured it
Michael
out.
Keaton Batman died, and he had to go find the George Clooney one and convince him he's always been Batman.
Well, no. First he had to find Val Kilmer. Then Val Kilmer just left, and then he had to find George Clooney. I'm kind of convinced Val Kilmer just got lost on set one day and never came back.
Oh, he got lost. Gotta get a new Batman.
Master Wayne.
I'm
You're
being
Master Wayne now.
I'm being Gotham Alfred, who's like former MI6 and shit.
Basically, right? Son of the doctor and all that. Anyway.
Come on, how sick could he possibly be?
He's dying.
Awkward. So Bruce and Dick decide to give him a leave of absence due to reasons of dying. Here, Bruce and Alfred have a very heartfelt talk. He also reveals his personal appreciation for Alfred, but maybe a little too much.
I love you, woman. And I love you.
Okay, that's like a father-son kind of thing. That's a little ridiculous.
Oh, but two guys are showing affection for each other. It's gay.
Hey guys,
Gay.
is it gay if two men hold each other?
Is it gay to hug your dad, guys?
Yeah. Is it gay if you hug your dad? Well, it's not gay if you have gloves on.
No, the most you can ever expect from your dad is like just a hearty pat on the back. Is it?
A firm handshake.
Meanwhile, Poison Ivy breaks Freeze out of prison and steals his Sub-Zero
I do
suit.
love this
By the way,
hair.
the Riddler suit here is kind of clever. But Freeze needs his diamonds
Wait a
from his
second. He missed. He sees the Riddler outfit, but misses the
Freeze
Two-Face
needs his
outfit?
diamonds from his headquarters to keep his
Right here. What is it?
prison and steals his Sub-Zero suit. By the way, the Riddler.
Yeah, the Two-Face outfit's right here.
Yeah.
That's the Two-Face
yeah.
outfit.
We
But
like
the
to forget about Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, though.
Yeah, you know what? You're not missing anything with that.
suit here is kind of clever. But Freeze needs his diamonds from his headquarters to keep his suit active.
I'll help you grab your rocks.
Ha 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 ha. Ivy agrees
Also,
to pick them
doesn't
up.
she look kind of like have you both seen Sailor Moon?
She does. She looks like a Sailor Moon villain. You're right.
She looks like a black lady from Sailor Moon.
Or she looks like a reject from the Amazon Quartet or something.
No, but like let me get the picture of this. 1 second. So.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Like Chibiu says, adult form.
Yeah, well, I'm going up for so chat knows what I'm talking about. But just gonna bring this up right here. Open up image new tab. That's too small.
Gee, Anthony, aren't you supposed to be a professional? Get your shit together!
I know, right? I'm sorry. A
little bit with the pointy buns, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like look right here. Like look at that. It's like basically the same, but without the twin.
She got addicted to meth.
Yeah, basically.
Katya could rock that look. You mean like Katya, like the drag queen? Because I agree. I think this is such a drag queen look, but I also
know, like I said, they just took a woman and dressed her like a drag queen.
People are saying it looks like Jury. I'm guessing from Utena.
Not quite. I wouldn't say.
From the fighting game.
Oh no, Jury from Street Fighter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying there.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, it does. Let me bring this up. It actually does look a lot like Jury, who also, yeah, definitely, I can see that.
Slightly, yeah.
Slightly, but like longer hair.
That's the modern.
It's just like a 90s thing. Yeah.
We should bring back the era of like weird cylindrical buns in hair. I'm just saying for objective reasons.
Also victory rolls. Victory rolls are epic.
Yes, agreed. All right, back to this.
Up while also pulling the plug on Frieza's wife, leaving her to die. I wish I was in that jar.
Say that.
The Kid Crusaders try to stop her, but are turned against one another because of their lust for Ivy.
She wants to kill you, dick.
You watch your language. Ivy escapes and leaves Batman and Robin to fight over her.
What happened? How'd they get away?
How dare you didn't stop them? It's not like this is a job for the police. How dare you didn't stop them? As Ivy returns, she tells Freeze that Batman killed his wife. So Freeze vows to take vengeance on society. Sheesh, all that's missing is for Freeze to shout out first Gotham, then the world.
First Gotham, and then the world!
I thought that was a little forced.
That is very forced. He's really stretching it right now. That's
like, oh wow, what a cliche line, but it's not kind of not though.
And he kind of pulled that same gag already with the cowabunga thing. Yeah. It's the same joke, just a second time.
He's gonna do it again, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, this is kind of a funny gag.
It's so ridiculous. It's kind of like.
I hate this. Look at that. That's so lame. This is idiotic. I really hate this. This is so stupid. I wish I could kill myself. Wow, that's horrible. Oh my god.
He overplays it again.
This is. I wish I could kill myself.
So while Freeze tries...
Like, the problem is, it's a funny setup, but he doesn't... He just milks it too much.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Doug would be hilarious as, like, the sort of, like, oh god, what's his name? The one who did, like, all the voices for, like the Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry streams.
Mel Blanc?
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc.
Like, he could be the spiritual successor to Mel Blanc and, like, do just for, like, Tom and Jerry, where it's just the screaming.
Oh, that's good.
Well, he does take a lot of influence from things like Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes.
The nostalgia critic is basically Daffy Duck.
Yeah, that's what he said himself.
Yeah.
I just think it would be funny to watch a little cartoon guy to get electrocuted and to hear Doug Walker screaming like that. That would tickle my funny bone.
He sounds like a screaming goat, yeah.
I know Team 4. I know Team 4 stars
like his balls are being snapped whenever he screams. It kills me.
Like, I know that Team 4-Star used both him and Linkara in a couple things. I know that.
Oh yeah, Linkara's cameoed in a few Team 4-Star things.
Yeah, I know that. It's why I feel like that works though when they use him there because they actually.
Well, you're cutting out a little bit, Ant.
Oh, sorry. I know, like at least I feel like know how to use his voice properly. You know?
Oh yeah,
they're talented, extremely talented. But yeah. Anyway, I'm being sidetracked.
freezing the
Oh,
world,
Doug was
Ivy
in
tries
Smiling
to seduce the
Friends. Oh my god, I forgot.
Oh yeah, they did. A bunch of people got pissed about it. It was like, why?
I mean, like,
funny.
I think it's I think it's after the change of the channel thing. I think that
I was
really-
after change the channel, yeah.
Like, it was just,
like I said,
recently, so.
a lot of that stuff is being a little re-examined these days, you know.
Anyway, back to this.
But we won't get into that.
duo.
Yeah, let's go into
I'm
it.
not
Here's
getting- that's
something
a
you
whole
never
other-
thought you'd see in this movie: a man kissing a woman. No, Robin, no, you're just confused. But rubber lips
Okay, it's
sink
funny.
ships as Batman and Robin put their feud behind them and are ready to kick some green thumbs. Meanwhile, Barbara finds out what anyone with a brain cell could, that Bruce and Dick are Batman and Robin. And you gotta love her expression when she finds it out. She finds the Batcave where a virtual reality Alfred, I know, just go with it, tells her that he knew she would find out who they were, discover the Batcave, and has even prepared a batsuit for her to go out and
This
fight
is pretty
crime.
stupid.
It's so dumb.
I'm also disappointed neither of you two picked up on the peg thing, but it's fine.
What? What?
The thing she searched, the thing she searched up on the computer was peg, and I giggled about it.
I
Oh,
think it was
God.
it's the password, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, I missed that.
Alfred was the first
So Barbara helps her
VTuber.
colleagues.
That's funny. That is actually funny.
It was peg for Peggy for a woman, but yeah.
No, but like Alfred being the first VTuber is pretty great.
Yeah.
By becoming the fearsome Batgirl, the only character in this movie who should have bat nipples but doesn't seem to have them. I never thought a catfight between Uma Thurman and Alicia Silverstone could be so boring.
What does that
so
mean?
she defeats Poison Ivy by
What?
knocking her into her own man-eating.
What was that?
The nipples thing. Why?
Well, she's saying that Batman and Robin's suits have fucking nipples on them, but hers doesn't. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Because he'd like to see the
Yeah,
nipples.
because he wants to see her nipples.
That's
I
the
see.
joke. He
Yeah.
wants to see her nipples. That's just the straight
Okay.
bro dude joke that he just
Okay.
did.
Heterosexual response.
Disgusting.
Foul. Can you imagine wanting to see someone's nipples? Disgusting. Anyway.
I'm just mad that he wants to take away George Clooney's nipples away from us. What did he
Yes.
ever do to you?
Truly the most selfish response. Wants to have them all to himself.
I gotta fucking die.
Anyway.
Alright.
Gender equality.
I think the only thing missing here is for Poison Ivy to shout out curses.
He did the same joke 3 times.
Yeah,
in
there
the
he
same video.
goes, the dog.
Go ahead, say it. I dare
You're
you.
doing
I
so
don't
fucking
dare you,
well.
motherfucker. You know you want to. You know you want
He's
to. And
dragging
you're
it out
in the
Stop
book.
so
You're not allowed to
long.
say motherfucker like that.
Curses!
God damn this movie!
Oh,
That's not even like a huge deal, you know?
It's not that. That's like the least big problem in the whole movie. Like that's. Like
Yeah, like, if I were him, I would have cut those jokes out. That's just me.
Especially when
Yeah,
it's
like,
so
even after the
long. Like, it's such a long joke too.
It's just a stretch, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's really forcing it now. Is the problem.
Yeah. You're just jingling keys at us, Snap Dog.
Yeah, no, that went on for too long.
Tranquilizers. Always come prepared when Joel Schumacher's involved.
Yippee, ketamine.
So Batgirl saved the dynamic duo and
Now, see, you just made a funnier joke than him.
Right? But that's
So
the
you
problem.
don't need to.
But the problem
Don't
is
need to drag it out.
No, it's just he goes on for too long. Like
And that's still a problem he has today. It's even worse today.
He never figured it out. Like that's the problem. Like we've looked at so many different viewers in like this short period of time, and all of them knew when to cut the joke, when the joke was going too long, and go, okay, we're done. Moving on to the next point.
The bit is over, yeah.
This is going on for too long at some of these, and it's a short review. You don't have a lot of time to make points.
reveals her secret identity.
Bruce, it's me, Barbara.
Barbara? Who would have guessed? That mask just hides your face so well.
I find that unlikely.
So the three of them set out to stop Freeze after having a change of wardrobe, apparently, and plan to unfreeze the city.
Sunlight could reverse the freezing process.
Sunrise in for 5 hours.
Here,
But it's morning in the Congo.
we could relay the sunlight.
From the other side of the equator.
It'll take the satellites about a minute to realign.
Satellites could be positioned to thaw the city directly, but that'd take a computer genius.
I'm on it.
All right, I'll set the telescope. You thaw the mirrors.
Oh,
This is
thank
a
God
lot
I
of
don't
bullshit.
care. So through a
That's just bullshit.
That
such
was
nonsense.
a good punchline. Oh, thank God I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. That's a funny one. I'll give him that. I'll give him
series
that.
of lame lines, ridiculous stunts, and over-the-top effects, our heroes defeat Mr. Freeze and blow up his giant ray gun. Wow. Just think about how many starving children we could have saved with the money used for these effects.
Talk about your cold shoulder.
That's not
After that, they
No,
melt all
she's the
that
best part
nasty...
of the movie. That lady in the snow outfit. She's the best part of the movie.
I'm gonna explain that one, Si.
I mean, let's find a picture of her.
Okay.
Okay,
this.
you're just being a massive lesbian. I understand.
I am.
Let's keep going. Si.
Listen, I guess you can be forgiven for that. I suppose.
I found an excellent picture of her. I will send to you.
Oh, good. It's in the chat. I'll post this.
Best part of the movie is that lady. I don't care what anybody says.
Let me just open this link.
I'm just going to appreciate her for a little bit.
Here we go.
That's
Yeah, I'm starting to see your argument now. It took me a little bit. I had to see the perspective on it, but now you.
To be Arnold Schwarzenegger with this lady on your arm smoking a cigar, that's the life right there.
Wait a second. How is he smoking a cigar? Isn't he like supposed to keep his body under a certain temperature?
Cigar, you're right. There's not even any smoke. He's just pretending to.
Maybe it's like a.
But the heat will kill him.
Dry ice thing. I don't know.
But like the heat literally will kill him. He has to be
it's an antifreeze cigar.
Wait, it's Vivica. It's Vivica Fox.
Is it Vivica Fox?
That's
no
funny
wonder.
because that's like the second.
No wonder I'm like, hello, neuron activated.
Because that's like not the so then Uma
She's
Thurman and
such
her
a
were in another
character
movie.
in the movie. I don't think she even has a speaking line.
Well, she has a couple lines, but
No,
like
a couple like little one-liners, but like she's not even like a real character in the movie.
so this is like probably the second worst movie she was in, right next to Cool Cat Saves the Kids.
Oh,
oh my God! She would just do anything, I guess.
Oh, she wasn't Kill Bill with Uma Thurman, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's right. I heard Uma Thurman were in Kill Bill. What the fuck? Like, this is what they did before that.
Also, I want to point out that the henchwoman in Batman Forever was Drew Barrymore, so they just got like very good actors for bit roles in this, apparently. Anyway, all right, moving away from Vivica A. Fox. Bye, Vivica.
Okay.
Wave goodbye.
Can't we just stay here in her snowy bosom?
We'll come back to her later.
Snow covering Gotham down to your simple basic rubber icicles.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
But wait a minute, what about Alfred? Isn't he still at death's door? Well, luckily, Freeze's wife has the exact same disease as Alfred, and having a change of heart gives Batman the cure that he kept in his suit. And he didn't use this on his wife because... So as you can
They
imagine...
explain why in the movie.
It's a stupid explanation, but they do explain it.
I can't remember. What is it?
It's because
he has an earlier stage of the disease than the wife does.
Yeah, it's like stage 1 versus stage 4, basically. Yeah, it's a dumb reason, but it's not unreasonable.
It's at least a reason.
Yeah, it adds up.
Imagine they put Freeze in jail, get the cure to Alfred, and they all live happily ever after. But wait, what to do about Barbara?
You are going back to school.
Bruce, you're never gonna win this argument.
Partners?
Partners.
So you see, kids, the moral of the story is drop your studies, forget all about school, dress up in tight leather, and live your life as a superhero.
Why? You gotta love movies.
You should.
You
gotta love movies that end with sequel bait that was never, ever going to be made.
Well, they were going to make it at one point, but then they just
Well, no, but it's just like, oh, we have a big epic sequel bait ending, and the movie was so crap it never got a sequel. The fucking Mario movie did that too.
Oh god, it's the trend, isn't it? With a lot of those, honestly.
Like this was before everything had to be like a fucking trilogy, even, you know.
What is this film for? This isn't even the trilogy. This is past that point. This is
I
back
know,
when,
like they like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna have an epic sequel at the end here. It's just embarrassing.
Well, the trend now at that point with superhero films were it was the first 2 films that were pretty solid. Then the third
well, they
sequel that
died
was...
for a while after this.
Well, it's funny. You know how long it was between
This
Batman...
killed superhero movies until like Iron Man.
Well, Sai, let me ask
No,
you a question.
I would say X-Men kind of, and the Spider-Man,
Let
the
me ask-
Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies were pretty good.
You're both forgetting another film that came out the year after Batman and Robin came out. That was a comic book superhero film. Blade.
Was it Steel?
Oh yeah, Blade.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Which is
It's not
more...
a superhero. It's not a superhero property, though. Really,
It is.
Not
It
really.
is technically a superhero
The
property.
way the movies are done, they're very not superhero-like.
Yeah,
They're more like a vampire movie.
It's more vampire action, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't count that, then it's X-Men.
Blade was
which
pretty fucking awesome, though.
I also wouldn't
Blade's
say that like Elektra is like a superhero movie. You know?
Yeah.
Well, Daredevil, I'd say
It's
was.
Daredevil was, but like Elektra, Blade, like technically they are linked to like superhero
They're more
worlds, but like
high concept action movies.
yeah.
But also keep in mind, like X-Men and Spider-Man were the exceptions. Like the Hulk was pretty bad. The Hulk movie was not.
Yeah,
good.
that's true.
Oh yeah, the Ang Lee one.
Yeah, and people like
Yeah.
defend that now. They're like, "Oh my god, it's such an integrated film." Like, no,
Just
it's
because it's
not.
Ang Lee, probably no, it sucks. It's garbage.
It's a
I
The
thought
Halle Berry Catwoman.
Oh
where
god,
it wasn't even.
bad.
She's actually the Catwoman is from that movie. I think is based on a different character, and I can never remember the character's name. But it's like another cat character.
Yeah, it's not even
that has-
Catwoman, and
Well,
Halle
yeah,
Bailey also can't act.
Well, originally, you know the story behind that film, right? Behind the Catwoman film from 2003.
Not exactly.
It
no.
was originally going to be a spin-off with Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh,
And
well,
they
that
wrote-
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
because they gave her the same origin.
Oh yeah, but the problem was they took too long, and Michelle Pfeiffer lost interest in it and just left.
I don't really blame her.
Originally,
the
it was
movie
gonna
was
be-
shit anyway.
Oh, it was going to be originally a totally different plot. Like it was a completely different
Oh,
movie.
I'm sure.
The script was different. It was going to be like a Vegas story, apparently, where Catwoman goes to Vegas and starts killing people, or kicking people's asses, basically. But then Michelle Pfeiffer was like, "This script sucks. Write a new script." And then they kept trying to write the script, and she was like, "You know, actually, I'm bored now."
No,
I want
Catwoman should be a fucking cat burglar.
Oh yeah, and there was gonna be no Batman in it with Michelle Pfeiffer. So it's like almost like what's the
but
point?
there were solo Catwoman comics. I used to read them when I was a kid,
They were good comics. Oh yeah, I have a few actually.
and it was about her stealing shit, not saving people.
Yeah, a good there's a good animated Batwoman movie too. Catwoman movie with Batwoman, where what's her name from Brooklyn Nine-Nine voices Batwoman.
Right.
What's her
Yes.
name? Crud. Trying to blank on her name. Who's also in
Stephanie Bertiz?
Yeah. Who's also in Encanto, and she voices
and
Batwoman.
Hazbin Hotel.
Hazbin Hotel.
Oddly enough,
and it fits because for obvious reasons. Why?
yeah, I
she's
could see her having that kind of. I could see that kind of voice working. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they end up fighting. What's her name? The Wonder Woman villain who's a cheetah. Oh, the cheetah. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, the woman who's a cheetah. I wonder what her name is.
I can't imagine. I forget what her name is. Catwoman Hunted. There we go. That's the name of it. And it's an anime movie. And there's a lot of scenes
I've never heard of that one.
And there's a scene where Catwoman, in order to like take Batwoman off guard, like starts like stripping, and Batwoman gets all like blushy and stuff under the mask, but like tries hiding it behind the mask. But then like Catwoman takes the mask off, and she has like the stereotypical like anime blushing face.
Jeez.
Which is the only way to describe it. You know the exact expression I'm talking
I know,
about.
I know exactly. Like, that is definitely taken up space in American cartoons these days.
Where it's like the mask is like completely covering her face, takes the mask off, anime blush face.
Red.
That's pretty
with
funny.
The eyes and everything. It's like trying to be stoic, hiding it behind the mask. Well, it's a great example of masking, actually, I think. But it's an autism joke for you.
Oh my god, get out of here.
Dumb pish. Just play the fucking video.
But I don't think it really matters. No kid ever saw this movie. Batman was a gigantic bat bomb. Bat bomb? Bat bomb. Why? Because this film is so terrible, so horrific, and so god-awfully bad that there's only one word that could possibly sum it up. You wanna know what that word is? I'll tell you.
Okay, we're not doing this.
It's super crap up.
Yeah, we're not doing that joke. It just goes on too long.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part completely, to be honest.
Let me ask a question though, and I want you guys to be authentic on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever actually give you an idea why the movie's so bad?
Why the movie's bad?
Yeah, think about it. Did he actually really explain why the movie's bad?
No, because he just expects you to be coming to this review because you already hate the movie.
Exactly. Right? That's the
He's
issue.
not talking about the problems with the story. He's like, oh, it's so over the top, it's so silly, and there's so many one-liners, and it's like, most comic book fans don't care about that kind of shit. That's fine for comic book fans.
There's a lot of issues with this movie, but like, I don't think this review covers any of them beyond the puns.
He didn't talk about any of them. Like, he's just like, this is so...
He is just hating on it for the same reason most normies would have, people who weren't really into comics and stuff, you know?
Yeah, but like, does it actually offer any, like... My problem with it is, like...
You click on this video because you want to see somebody shitting on this crappy movie. That's it.
And that's fair. Like, I think that's a fair point. Like, the question also becomes, like, what are your expectations, you know?
You could ask that of any Doug review. That's what all of his reviews are like. He's not actually criticizing. The thing he says, he calls himself a critic, but he's not really criticizing or thinking critically.
And I think that was basically
and moaning. You know,
that was just his early stuff. Was just I'm just gonna make fun of this shitty thing everybody already thinks is shitty, which worked for him. But like you said, but like you said, he tried to introduce more nuance down the line, and that's where it kind of got muddled.
I think a couple of his reviews come close to actually articulating what's wrong with it. I think his review of Patch Adams, I think, really does a good job at articulating specific issues. I think his review of The Haunting gets a good job at that too, from what I remember. But like, it just feels like with this video, I know it's one of his more popular reviews, and he has some of his funniest gags. Genuinely, there are some good gags here, but like, I think the problem is, as a piece of critical analysis, it's just not there. And like, I think that's clear from all the other reviews we watched. All of them had better critical analysis of the media in question, even at that early stage. Even barring Lindsay Ellis, you know, who of course is by far the most talented of the group, I feel.
Yeah.
I
don't think actually reviewing and critiquing things was ever really his aim, though.
No, yeah. Although he called himself a critic.
It was just, he did, but it was just mostly he wanted to, like, just make fun of bad movies and just, like, say, oh, wasn't this thing we grew up with kind of weird in hindsight? And, you know, that sort of thing.
Exactly, and that's fair, but it's like, it's just funny.
That's a fine, like I said, it worked for him for a long time. It's a fine style.
Yeah, 100%. It's just funny looking back on it, is what I'm saying. It's
yeah.
And I don't appreciate the fingerprints it left on the online critic space.
Yeah, I don't think that's entirely his fault, though. That people took his style of content literally when he never really meant for it to be that deep.
No, yeah, but I think the problem is you look at stuff like, say, Critical Drinker, you know? And I'm not saying that, like, Doug Walker.
Well, yeah, those people, but yeah, those people are kind of like doing the character he was playing, but unironically and not funny.
Exactly, and actually less funny, if anything.
I used to watch Critical Drinker until I realized it wasn't a bit. I thought he was doing a bit.
You thought it was like a Doug Walker thing, right? Like,
yeah, I thought he was doing a bit.
And then you realize, oh crap, no, he's being totally serious.
I said, no, this guy's serious. Oh my god, he's stupid.
Like, for a while, I didn't pay him much mind, like online, because I would see.
I say I watched it, but it was like background noise. It's like, oh, this looks like an interesting enough video. I'll click on that, you know, that sort of thing.
And until you really realize, you have no idea, like, because no one really talked about that for a while.
But his performance is so over the top.
You think, he has to be joking.
I was like, oh, it's a bit, you know, because he's playing like a curmudgeonly old guy. It's like Plinkett or something. But no, he was fucking serious.
And that's when you realize, oh fuck.
And then you like are starting to laugh, and then somebody says something really chuddy, and you're like, ha 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 ha.
And it's not like that. It's not like with Spoonie, where Spoonie eventually brings it back to making fun of himself, no matter how offensive the joke gets. This is like at the expense of someone else, you know, and that's That's what gets really messy.
And then he just started doing the anti-woke grifter shit anyway. So I was like,
I think he came off the bat with that one. But like the thing is with
it's more pronounced. At least maybe it's just because I realized he wasn't fucking doing a bit, but it didn't seem like it was as pronounced at first. He seemed like he was more trying to be entertaining.
That's fair too. And the thing also is like you look at like someone like Doug Walker. I'm seeing Nux Taku mentioned also. Yeah, another example.
Oh yeah, I was on and off Tux. I'm off Nux again. I liked him in the past, and then he was doing hentai reviews, and I said, okay, not for me. Then I kind of went back to him for a bit, and now he's just yeah.
He's pissed off everyone now.
I mean, I knew he was kind of a gooner, but holy shit, dude.
Granted, I thought his kind of uncomfortable interest in Jaden animations maybe uncomfortable to begin with, but like
I didn't pay attention to a lot. I just watched him like goof on shit,
But now like everyone is like backing off from him because like, from what I saw online, like even like the people who he did podcasts with, they're like, no, we're not going with him anymore. That's like real. The Shad Man also was another thing, but that's a whole other discussion.
Ooh, let's not talk about Shad Man.
No, we're not doing that. No.
Okay, but was TJ Kirk also on Channel Awesome? I saw somebody mention it earlier.
Yes, he was.
Was he actually?
Yes, he was on there as the Distressed Watcher, and his claim to fame was basically
the amazing atheist.
He tried to rip off the Plinkett Star Wars reviews and hit the third movie before Red Letter Media could.
Well, he got fired.
He got fired. He did the first two prequel. He did the first two prequel movies, basically ripping off all of Red Letter Media's points, and then he did the third one, like trying to like get in before the Plinkett review could, and everybody called his shit out on it. And then he got fired and said they fired me because I'm an atheist, and it's like shut the fuck up, bro.
I thought they fired him because he wrote an open letter saying. That,
I'm sure they fired him for a good reason. He said it's because he's an atheist, and I was like, fuck off,
because
dude.
the rumor I heard. He's a fucking pig.
Well, the story I heard, which I'm not sure how accurate it is, so bear that in mind. When everything was happening, and I saw the June the King video about it too, so I heard his interpretation of why he was fired. But I remember hearing that he was fired because he wrote an open letter saying that like some movie, I think it was like Revenge of the Sith, I think it was, I'm not positive, was the worst thing since his father died, and like, but like earnestly.
Oh yeah, but see, he's fucking ripping off the Plinkett reviews. Because how do those start? Like, it's the worst thing since my son, it's like, and my son died in an airport bathroom, that sort of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not funny enough to pull it off, and he was so clearly ripping off those guys.
All right, let's look at some super chats, because people are telling me to look at the super chats real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look at some of these.
Oh, yeah, chat's still here, that's right.
Exactly. Let's go back a second. Okay,
you guys.
Hi.
So you look with the wall for years ago. So John Williams, thank you for super chat. Schumacher doesn't like his Batman movies. He wanted dark movies. He even pitched a year one film. 100%. Joel Schumacher wanted a dark movie. If you've ever seen the movie Flatliners with the Lost Boys, that's more in tone with what he wanted to do.
Oh, I think I've actually seen Lost Boys, yeah.
Well, Joel Schumacher made the Lost Boys, so...
I know he did. I still shit on him for the Batman movies, though.
That's fair.
Funny.
You ever see Phone Booth with Colin Farrell? He did that one, too. That's a good one, too.
No, I think I've heard of it, though.
It's a good thriller. Good, like, isolated spot thriller. Meow Neon.
I do like Colin Farrell, so yeah.
And he also got what's his name? Kiefer Sutherland in it too. His voice in it. Meow Neon. Thank you for super chat. Will never happen, but Kelsey Grammer is Lex Luthor. I can see
Kelsey Grammer is too. You cut out.
Kelsey Grammer is Lex Luthor.
Oh
Anthony, could you maybe like fix your Anthony? Could you maybe like fix your audio? It's been like kind of on the fritz for like an hour or so.
Oh crud! Okay.
For us,
I could see Kelsey Grammer playing like an aged Lex Luthor now. I can see. I love Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer is pretty solid. I like him as Beast quite a lot, but like
I watched so much Frasier when I was younger. I have no idea why, but I really liked it.
I think Anthony, if you turn off like noise suppression, it should fix
how's
it
this
for
sound?
us.
Is that good?
Better. It sounds like your noise gate is closing too fast on you.
Oh, how's this sound?
I mean, like, it doesn't happen all the time, so we'll just have to wait until it happens again.
Is this good right now?
Yeah, you're good right now.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, we'll let you know if it's still a problem.
Cool. That should fix it. I just adjusted the gate. Anyway, Robin Williams guest starred in Law and Order SVU. Yep, that makes sense. A back credit card. Iron, thank you for the chat. Iron also said Uma Thurman hot. Agreed.
Yes, agreed.
Apophis, we need Willem Dafoe Joker. He'd be so perfect. Well, he was almost cast as the Joker, actually.
That would be... It would be something at least.
It was down to 4 actors for the Tim Burton Batman film. It was Jack Nicholson who got it, Willem Dafoe who almost got it.
That would have been amazing, though.
Tim Curry. And the fourth was RoboCop. What's his name?
Now,
yeah.
I think if you wanted to put Willem Dafoe in as the Joker now, you would have to do like Frank Miller era, like older Batman.
Yeah.
Where like
Oh God, I'm just picturing Willem Dafoe in the fucking Burton Batman movie. Holy shit! I wish I was in that timeline.
Because it would have been like straight after Last Temptation of Christ. It would have been perfect, like peak.
And I mean, I like Jack Nicholson. I don't like him as the Joker as much, even though I like the Burton movies. I
like Jack Nicholson as Joker, but I think
he's a little too cartoony for me in that movie. I don't know.
I like Mark Hamill's Joker.
Oh, Mark Hamill is my favorite Joker of all time. Yeah.
I think it's unfair to say Kevin Conroy or Mark Hamill's your favorite because they're by far the best. You know what I mean?
Don't care. Mark Hamill's my favorite Joker ever. People give me weird looks when I say that. Like, when the hell did he play the Joker? It's like, in the games of the cartoons, god damn it. He's been so many people, like so many normies don't realize Mark Hamill has been a prolific voice actor, you know? They just think he's Luke Skywalker and that's it.
Do you know who's surprisingly good as Joker? I mean, you probably know this already because you've probably all seen it. Jake the dog. Bender.
Yeah.
DiMaggio?
Yeah, DiMaggio. He's really good in Red Hood.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good, I guess.
Rough sounding, but surprised. I liked him quite a bit. Anyway,
I'm also just imagining right now, like Frank Miller, like that, like, you know, with like Batman with Carrie as the Robin, like the redheaded kid, and then like that being played by George Clooney, like that Batman by George Clooney, and then the Joker being played by Willem Dafoe.
That would be fantastic.
I think that would
slap.
I would love that. Oh my
especially
God.
Especially Willem Dafoe and George Clooney now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly. As
right
older
now.
Joker and Batman. Yeah, exactly. Right
That'd
now.
be fantastic. I would love that. Okay.
I don't think it's ever happened, but
Hollywood.
All right. So Ed Stevens Squid, thank you for super chat. Sugar Plum Fairy reference. I'm not sure what that reference is to. But yeah, probably. Probably the
Vivica A. Fox there.
Oh, Vivian Fox. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. The back credit card. Okay, Apophis, thank you for super chat. The back credit card is so that the Batman doesn't out himself every time he heads to the grocery store or shops on Temu. Oh God, I'm just imagining Batman going on Temu and like shopping for like extra batarangs and going like, Alfred, you gotta help me out. I just put Bruce Wayne's credit card in for Temu.
Oh, not again, Master Bruce.
You gotta pretend it's you. So you have a weird kink thing.
I do love the idea of like Batman and Alfred having a sort of like what was the superhero with the sidekick who was the actual competent one?
Gotta be more specific than that. There's a few of them.
I think Bruce Lee played the sidekick at one point.
Oh, the Green Hornet.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm thinking of. It would be funny to see Alfred and Batman with like a Green Hornet type of relationship.
I would love that. That'd be great.
That would be really funny. That would be a funny interpretation of Batman for like a more comedic one.
Oh, 100%. All right, Crossy Hossie, thank you for super chat. I honestly think Phaelus was one of the better users who originated from Channel Awesome. Yeah, agreed.
I still watch him.
He sure was mocking a lot of reviewer tropes at the time. 100% agree with that. Yeah, agreed. He is still one of the better ones.
He just has perfect casual comedic timing. He's just so
really
good.
Funny. I actually might watch him after this stream.
He covers things he loves too. I think that's really Phaelus' secret. He covers things he loves for whatever reason. He loves them. Even the shitty kids films, he loves them on some level. You know.
I don't think he cares about the algorithm. He just has fun with it. Which is
no,
great.
he's never cared about the fucking algorithm. He's always just been doing his own thing.
Which I
he's
love.
awesome.
It's great. The best. Okay, so for Omega, thank you for super chat. The best lasting legacy of Batman and Robin is the observatory building left from the Schiller coaster at Six Flags Great Adventure. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's a fair point. WC Witt, thank you for super chat. When it's something Doug has a personal connection to, he's suddenly able to make cogent points. Agreed. When he really cares about it, he suddenly becomes much better at it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times he would go with like things people were requesting of him, like, "Oh, do this movie," you know, and he would just kind of like, even if I think a lot of movies he probably wasn't as familiar with them as he could have been, you know. You get that a lot.
Like his Pokemon reviews terrible, but he also had no clue what Pokemon was.
Yeah, well, people were begging him to cover it though, so you know he was like, "Okay, I'll do what my fans want," but he didn't like do enough research or anything, you know. So
She's done more homework on it, which is frustrating. But again, which
we know he still doesn't do because of the fucking wall review.
Evidently so. Research is just a suggestion. Iron, thank you for super chat. Talk about Arcane. Megaphone. I'll do a video on Arcane eventually, probably, but not right now.
I think that was in response to people saying we should do it as a group, but like I haven't seen it either.
No, sorry.
I feel like that's like, again, I don't want to force something that like we aren't. All
I might watch it eventually. I'm just not that interested in League. Yeah, you know? I know it's good. Everyone says it's good, but I mean, I'm really bad at getting around to watching shit. I'll maybe watch it like
2 of Arcane.
Watch it 3 years from now, probably.
Season 1 is fantastic. I just haven't seen season 2 yet. I've been too busy.
Well, I believe everybody that it's good. I have trouble starting a new show unless I'm like in the right mood too. You know, it's just like a tism thing.
That's fair.
Exactly.
That's a fair point.
The best time to get into a new piece of media is like when it's right on the cutting edge, nobody knows about it yet, or 4 years after it's become relevant.
Yeah, and when you suddenly just have an urge to finally sit down and watch.
That's why I'm just doing a Yuri Nice video like right now. So there you go.
Yeah.
I do that in June.
You don't need to follow the algorithm either.
No, fuck the algorithm. Lightning Tiger, thank you for super chat. He has a good segment in his Illumination Grinch review where he explains why the character animation doesn't work. That's a good point. Again, he was an animator, I think, at some point, right? Wasn't that one of his like previous careers?
Well, I mean, his illustrations have never been very good.
I didn't say he was a good animator. I said he worked as one.
Yeah.
John Williams, thank you for super chat. Looked at Doug when he asked about Oni making fun of him. He pretty much said he just makes videos to be funny. People took him too seriously. Yeah, I think to an extent. I think also the problem is, you know, again, change the channel. That was a big factor. I think his jokes stopped being funny after a certain point. Like, people just stopped.
I mean, even before Change the Channel, I was kind of falling off a little bit.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
No. The problem is the joke wears thin. Like, we saw with this one video, like, his jokes, like, he has a few good jokes. Some of them are funny.
He just needs to cut them. He just needs to not drag them out, and his jokes could be funny.
It's funny because, too, all of the other people around him had a better sense of humor. Like timing and jokes and
that's what drove people crazy about the anniversary movies, because he was obviously just writing all of their characters to sound just like the nostalgia critic.
Exactly, when all of them had a better sense of humor and timing, like Linkara, Spoonie, Cinema Snob, Lindsay Ellis, all of them had a better sense of humor.
Lindsay doesn't get enough credit for her fucking comedic timing. I mean, for God's sakes, the girl getting hot dogs thrown in her face gif is her. She filmed that.
So great.
I know exactly what she filmed it for. Her review of Freddy Got Fingered with Brows Held High. That guy. He was around for a while. And it's actually a very funny video. I would highly recommend it. It's a very, very funny video. They do some little skit type stuff, but it's mostly like in service of, we're crossing over, haha, and then they make the joke like they had him watch the movie beforehand and they just find him like in the bathroom of the hotel covered in sausages and cream, like he just got murdered.
Oh yeah, and I think it's funny
it's
too.
Great. It's great.
And I think like all of that is so funny and such perfect timing and like genuinely really clever. And the problem is he just didn't pick up from their lessons. Like, they were clearly able to learn from him in a way that benefited them.
And a lot of them surpassed him pretty quick
Vastly.
in quality. I mean, he was still the main draw of the website, though, and he was always going to be.
What was it, though? Like, in hindsight, I feel like we all can point out, oh, this person is funny, or this person's funny, this person does this, it's more clever. What was it that he was doing that was such a lightning in a bottle, though?
Consistency, I would say.
Definitely consistency.
It's probably his consistency is his strongest suit. Maybe not so much now that he's doing all this skit-based stuff, which really started getting intrusive, because at first it was like, okay, you're keeping Malcolm and Rachel employed. That's cool. That's fine. I can tolerate a few little skits here and there. But then it just started turning into demo reel again.
Yeah, no. It just feels like he was wrestling with it at times. Like, his skits are terrible.
I mean, it's clearly what he wants to do, though. The skits are clearly what he wants to do, even though he's terrible at it.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I don't like skits in reviews in general. That's a thing I don't like. I just get annoyed by them consistently. And
if they're short and sweet and make a point,
if they're
that's
brief,
fine.
like really brief.
Yeah.
It's
like an ending shit post you can skip if you want to.
But his are throughout, and they're always like the Family Guy, like.
Well, yeah, now his clipless reviews are just it's just demo reel. It's just demo reel. It's what he's really wanted to do. And that's the unfortunate thing, is like he said, oh, I'm going to retire the Nostalgia Critic to make a completely original thing. And then his completely original thing was just a worse Be Kind Rewind.
Like, just, it really sucks.
Where he's still relying on other people's properties instead of making his own, you know? So
it's profoundly exhausting to watch. I just don't enjoy that. Like, I don't know about you, but like when I watch like that kind of thing, I just get like really annoyed.
Anyway, it depends. Yeah.
Anyway, I think we're going to start wrapping up this with Vivica Fox.
Yeah, we have been going a while, yes.
And
I think we made our point, though.
But I'll let you all say your piece. What do you think about our experiment today? Do you have any thoughts on what we did?
I think it was fun. I do think we should do the wall review eventually sometime.
Eventually we will. I just need to have the courage to do it.
when the lightning strikes right.
And the courage. Yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't know how much of an event we can make it, since it's not really that relevant anymore, but it'll still be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, everyone was shitting on it when it came out. Like, everybody. There were so many videos.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know. It was fantastic. I love it. Crim, any thoughts on our experience, our adventure?
I would say that, like, I think going back to people like the Nostalgia Critic and Channel Awesome can really help people like us, who, the three of us, I know that Anthony and Sai, you two have been at this for almost a year. I've been at this since June.
It's so weird to think that all three of us were just like pretty new to the YouTube scene.
Yeah,
I think it's good for us as like the next generation of, like, you know, we're part of the next generation of critics on the internet, on the YouTubes. Yeah. With varying sizes in our channel, but I think looking back on the Nostalgia Critic and seeing the mistakes that he made, but also the wins that he had, I think we can learn from it. Maybe not make those same mistakes, and maybe learn, like, you know, people like Lindsay Ellis and Spoonie did. They learned from Doug, and I think we can too, and improve on his format.
Agreed.
Doug is the one who brought them all together. And he, on the YouTuber landscape, can't be underestimated, I don't think.
Yeah,
even as dorky and cringe as he is, he really is part of what formed what we expect out of YouTube videos today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that we can't discount him as people that are kind of walking in his footsteps.
100%. You know, I look also at, like, you know, this might be a strange example, but when Hugh Hefner died, a lot of people were quick to point out he was a terrible person, which, of course, yeah, that's not much of a question. But, like, his influence was undeniable on the publishing industry. I wrote in journalism for some time. No matter how refined or stiff upper lip I'd write my work, I would always owe a debt of gratitude to someone like a Hugh Hefner, you know, regardless of what you did. And likewise, in this industry, with criticism, with online media. If you're doing movie criticism, you owe a debt to this guy, even if indirectly, even if he also caused a lot of negativity as much as positivity. You have to look at everyone who helped create the space that you're working in, and it's on one hand very rough. On one hand, it can be a little stressful at times, thinking, okay, now we have to go live up to this or whatever. But if you understand the history of the medium you're working in the industry you're working in, you really get a sense of, okay, here's where we've come from, here's where we are, here's where we can keep going. And you look at the past for ways to improve, ideas that maybe have fallen out of favor, and mistakes made that you can avoid repeating. And I think with Doug Walker especially, you can get a lot of examples of mistakes you don't want to repeat, like keeping a joke in for too long.
Yeah, but a lot of the times too, it's like, oh, that joke is problematic now, but it wasn't at the time. And I think a lot of people they get too hung up on that sort of thing. They're like, oh no, this person made a problematic joke. We can't take anything from anything they ever did now. And it's like, well, no, that.
It's rough.
That's stupid. That's a dumb attitude to have.
The human experience is a lot more messier than that, and I think we need to give some grace to people.
And any of these people who think they're not saying something that's going to be seen as problematic in 10, 20, 50 years are fooling themselves.
Oh, yeah,
also,
no, 100%.
You have no idea what's going to be seen as bad in hindsight. You can't predict that.
Also, for those of you that will never have to go through that, you're not being recorded for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to watch and review and judge like a decade or more after the fact, so it's just that people like Doug and Spoonie and Linkara and Lindsay, all of those mistakes were recorded. You have the privilege and the benefit of those mistakes and that time in your life not being recorded and put on the internet.
Exactly. I do think you need to assess media in the time it was made.
Yes.
You have to. There's no getting around that. You can't expect people in the past to have perfect hindsight and perfect predictive capabilities to know what's going to be a problem in the future and what's not. That's ridiculous.
100% agree with that. It's, and it's rough because we tend to be like, oh, we look at things as though we know what has, no, what am I talking about? I have no idea what I'm saying anymore.
Well, I think people are like, well, the values we have now and the things we believe now are objectively true and will always be objectively true. So anyone in the past who didn't think this way must have known better and then didn't. It's like, that's a stupid way to think.
Exactly.
And unrealistic.
100%. All right, I'm trying to ramble a little bit, and that's usually a sign for me to start signing off.
You're getting sweepy.
Yeah, no. At a certain hour, no matter how coherent I might be when it starts, I get a little drowsy. So, Psy, Crim, mind saying anything before we sign off for the night?
Follow me and Psy on YouTube.
Follow us on the YouTubes if you want to see more of this. And we probably will be doing some more Team Tism group streams in the future, which I know a lot of people wanted to see.
If you want us to do the wall, annoy us until we do it.
$1,000. Give us all $1,000.
I would like to eventually. We'll find a day, time, whatever. We'll tell you all when we do it. Don't worry.
All right, then, everyone. I'm going to end this stream right now. This Friday, we'll be going to the North Pole with the Polar Express.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sure I did channel a little bit of the angry reviewer in that review because I do get frustrated by it because I cannot stand that movie. Other than that,
Blink
though,
twice if you need help.
No, now Lily is going to think comparing you to the nerd of the movie is really going to bother you.
Oh, I directly say it. I just say, "Oh yeah." I just show the clip.
I hate this movie, and she's gonna be like, "Aha, I'm getting to him."
Oh, I show the clip. Should I play the I'm not gonna play the audio of Lily being a pain though.
Well, let's not do that. Let's not do that right now. We don't have to have
anyway,
everything.
All right, everyone.
We're ending anyway. Yeah.
No, it's not worth it. Anyway, have a good night, y'all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, now how to end.